Hi, this is Alan Robinson. I played Ghostface in Scream 2. You're watching Craven's Something Scary.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As Alan Robinson said, yes, welcome to Craven Something Scary, where it's all horror all the time. And tonight we are going to be talking Halloween. Yes, we're going to switch up gears a little bit and talk about my second most favorite horror franchise. After Scream, it's Halloween for me. And so I felt like it was a Halloween time. We last Saturday we ranked ghost faces, and it just felt like tonight, let's talk about Halloween. Why not? But instead of ranking the masks or our favorite Michael Myers or what have you, those are going to be coming eventually, don't worry. But I thought for tonight, we would actually do a tier rating of the actual films, all 13 of them. So this is going to be a lot of fun, a lot of fun. So before we get into that, and I do have several guests that are joining me because it's a party. It's always a party on Saturday nights. You guys know that. This is my home base Saturday night 9:30 stream where we like to get a little bit loud and just a little bit crazy here. And so you're going to enjoy the guest tonight. I guarantee it. And before we get into that, though, I do want to just say a big thank you for all of my patrons and Cravenites. So if you're here and you're visiting tonight, you just popped in the stream maybe for the first time, and you notice these green names in the chat and these really cool little skulls by their names, those are Cravenites. Those are folks who are channel members. And truly, my patrons and channel members keep the lights on. They are the ones who really faithfully support this channel every month and help me to do new things, more streams, more guests, bigger things, and it really does help the channel grow immensely. So you guys are heroes, and I want to really let you know how much I appreciate all of you. So I like to do this on my streams and videos, is put the spotlight on you for just a little bit. So right now, guys, I'm going to put up a video of all of you guys so that your names can get the recognition you deserve for supporting this channel and my content. And it humbles me every time I watch this and put this together, because it really, it's very humbling. It truly is, guys. So please give your attention to the screen. And these individuals here are making a difference in the life of this channel. So thank you all. Here we go, guys. I'll see you back after this, but don't go anywhere. Let these guys' names sink in, because these are my patrons and my Cravenites, otherwise known as the Inner Circle. Here we go. Thank you guys so much, really. From my heart, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate you all. And also, last thing I'm going to say before I bring on my guests and we get started on our Halloween ratings, tier ratings, is we will get to as many questions and comments tonight. And one of the fun things about this, and we did it last weekend, is we want to see your ratings as well. So as we're ranking each film, you'll see the categories. We'll go through them, and we're gonna be looking for what you guys rank as well. And so that's going to be a lot of fun. So be sure you participate if you want to. It's okay just to kick back and watch, but we would love for you to participate as well, because it's always interesting to see everyone's ratings, because they're always so different, and it's just really, really cool. So we would love to see that. Last but not least, if you have a burning question or comment for myself or the panel, be sure and send in a super chat tonight, because I guarantee you we'll get to that before the end of the stream. We'll try to get to as many questions as possible, but you guys know how it works. There's just too many and not enough time, and a lot of people on the panel tonight. We're not going to get to all of them. It just happens that way. All right. So don't be offended by that. But if you do want to have that burning question, you're like, I got to ask this, I want this addressed by the panel, you do have a way to do it. Don't feel obligated, but you can certainly send in a super chat. I promise you, we will not end this stream until every super chat is done. Okay. You have my word. Now, I want to say hello to the chat super quick. A blanket hello. We got almost 30 folks here already, and we're just getting started. So all you guys, I see you. I see all your names. And if I call one out, I got to call them all. So I'm just going to say an umbrella, and I see you here. Just know I appreciate you. I do want to shout out to a couple of people, though. Moderators, Val, the general, or tonight, Val's Views. Val's Views. Stay tuned on that. Is our moderator tonight, as well as Sarah Campbell is here. And we have Katie at Popping the Popcorn. So we've got, and Denisha here as well. So we got 4 of the channel moderators are here tonight. Great friends. And they do an amazing job moderating our chat and keeping it a safe and respectful environment that I pledge to you will always be the case here at this channel. And they help me achieve that in the chat, because I can't always be on top of the chat with guests and all that we're doing, but they really do an amazing job. So a round of applause for all of you guys. And Carrie's here too. Carrie Crave Cinema, another moderator. So all 5 of you are here. Amazing job. Thank you guys in advance. So we love you guys. Thank you for your hard work. And we're going to have a blast. So let's get started with my guest tonight. And I'm going to pull these folks up here in no particular order. So I am going to put one person on the top because they're elevated a little bit different on height. I'll tell you a little something. Pulling a little thing like, the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. One thing that, as you do this, after you do this for a while, you start to learn things, right? You pick things up. And one of the things you look for is layout of your screen, where your bar is at the bottom, where different things are, and who's best, because everyone's at a different height. And so I don't know why I've been telling you this, because nobody really cares, I'm sure. But anyway, I just want you guys to know, if you ever wonder, like, well, why am I here? Why is this person there? There actually is strategy, believe it or not, sometimes, to why it works out that way. All right, guys. So let me bring up to the top, and I'm going to show you I'm going to get granular with you. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. I am silly tonight, Katie. I'm feeling a little bit silly. So I'm going to bring on my first guest, who he is particularly, he's not a short guy, but the way this setup is, there's not a lot of room for him with his head. So I got to make sure he's on the top level. So guys, please welcome my good friend, real good friend here. And I enjoy spending time with him every time we're together. It is Michael at Movies and Beyond. What's up, Michael?
What's going on? Are you calling me short, sir?
I'm not. I'm just calling your camera. You know what it is? You got to get those amazing masks in.
You can't block Michael, dude. You can't block Michael.
You can't do it.
Thanks for having me on here, man. Seriously.
You're welcome, man. You're so welcome. Now, I'm going to bring on my next guest because he is standing really tall. Now, you're going to see what I mean. If I put Michael on the bottom row, if I do a super chat or if I do anything, you will not see his face. But this next fella.
That was my strategy.
See, Michael, sorry, I busted you, bro. But not going to happen. But this next fella is nice and sitting up tall, and you're going to see him over the super chat clips or whatever else comes up. So here we go. Simply because of his height, I'm going to bring him up next, and it is JT from the Real.
What is going on, all you horror geeks, freaks, and awesome peeps? I am the OG of Elm Street. You know me, JT. Craven, thanks for the invite. It's going to be fun. Minnie, Michael, it's always a blast seeing you. Blanket hello to the chat.
Love
Thank you.
it. That's awesome. All right, guys. Next up, bringing in who this person was next. I saw actually in the order of backstage, and it's my good friend. You know her. She's an amazing pillar of the community. She's done all the live streams. She is. I mean, look. I was going to share a story. I'm going to say that for another day. I'll just leave it at this. She is an amazing friend. Great part of our community. Please welcome Polar. Hey, Polar.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now I'm standing tall, so
Are standing tall. And I might even still yet move you to the right. I still move you to the right before it's all said and done.
Put me where I gotta go.
I sure will. Because I got a fella joining here in a minute that's also, he's standing about as tall as JT. So I think I'm going to stick him on one of these two on the corner. Now, next up.
Nobody puts nipples in the corner.
Oh, no. Wow. All right, next up.
I could have said baby, but come on.
Oh my gosh. Next up, guys, is no stranger as well. I mean, honestly, none of these people are strangers. You guys know him. But again, he's a pillar of the community. He is one of, because I got to be careful with how I word everything. But I'm just going to tell you how I feel. I wear my feelings on my sleeves, as they say. You guys know that. I would say dollar for dollar, hand for hand, whatever expression you want to use, could possibly be the most all-around talented person I've ever met in terms of overall versatility. Because just when I think I've seen everything, I'm like, this guy I've seen everything he could do. All of a sudden, I got to show you something I'm working on. And I'm like, okay. And it's something else. Amazing talent, super nice guy. What a very kind-hearted, very giving person, and a very gentle soul, guys. And it's someone that I've just really, really am honored and blessed to know as a friend. And I mean, he'll check in on me. I'll get messages. I'll get text messages. Anyway, point is, I'm just really blessed to know this individual very much. And I'm going to let him tell you what he's working on for our very special stream next month. I'll let him tell you about that. But please welcome, it's one of the pillars of the channel, the bearded entertainment himself, my buddy, Eric.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man.
Thanks for having me. Oh, I'm good. Thanks for having me on the stream tonight. Can't wait to go through the diversity that is the Halloween franchise.
Oh, you said it, man. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Glad you're here. And I have one more guest, guys, that I think is going to round out the panel tonight. We're going to end out with an even 6. We may have someone else a little bit later. We'll just wait and see. But this individual now is someone also who's a great friend I've known for quite a while. And we have not been able to stream together, though. Gosh, I don't remember the last stream. It's been a long time. But we've been in contact, though. We'll get text each other, whatever, every now and then. We're staying in touch. And I said, I really want to invite this person tonight. And I was really hoping he could make it. And he would happen to be free. So this is a real treat because it's been a long time. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, and everybody on the panel doesn't know he's coming either. Please welcome my good friend and welcome back to the channel, Destin from Destination Station.
What's up, Craven? What's up, everybody?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
How's
man.
everybody going tonight? Doing
Good.
pretty well.
Good. Better now. Ready to
Thanks
get
for the
this going.
invite, Craven, because my evening got freed up, and I was like, hey, really didn't have anything to do, and I was like gonna go to bed early, but I was like, hell no, I'm gonna jump on Craven's stream and I'm gonna do an all-nighter like we used to do back in the day.
Dude.
I'll pay for it in the morning, but it's worth it.
I'm telling you, man, I can't think of us streaming together and not think of that 5,000 mega party stream, dude, because that was, it may still be the most epic stream to so far of this channel's history.
Yeah.
I don't know, arguably, but it was crazy. But I mean, when I saw you falling asleep, when I saw you slump over, I was like, "Oh no!" And then you like flew up like you just like you were raised from the dead. It's like, "Ooh!"
It was those shots that everybody was making me take.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm getting old.
That's
I
all
can't
right,
bounce
man.
back like I used to. It's a night I'll never forget if I could only remember.
You only remember. Well, the good news is it's on the channel. You can always go back and watch it.
Oh,
It's forever,
That's what I'm saying. It never goes
always
away.
on the internet.
always. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was a blast. It was insane. But you know what, guys? There's a stream coming up, and I hesitate to even talk about it because it's not happened yet. And you know, Murphy's Law, right? In my luck, it won't happen now that I talk about it. But I will tell you this, guys, just to give you an update. Currently, I'm 180 subs away from 10,000. 180 is my current ticker count. And my current run rate analytics says me hitting it by the end of the month, around 1st of July. So right now, I'm tentatively planning on a 10K celebration party stream on Saturday, July 15th. So I'm letting you know, I'm letting the cat out of the bag a little early. So put this on your calendars, July 15th. I'll be it's the stream that I hope dwarfs the 5K stream, if that makes any sense. I don't know how we can do that because it was amazing, but we're gonna try. We're gonna have games. We're gonna have a lot of things going on.
We're doing
Giveaways.
Giveaways. Eric, I alluded to that earlier. Polar, what did you say? Hang on. What did you say, Polar?
Oh, I said we're doing shots.
Oh, sure, shots. Oh gosh. And you know what? I listen, you know, because
Price has got to be right.
The price has got to be right. See, okay, we're already going there. Listen, man, when my guests decide to partake of adult beverages, anything happens, and we saw it happen. You know, I drink water. I'm running the stream. I got 1,000 things going on at one time. But anyway, if you guys watch that 5K stream, it'll give you a little clue what could happen. But yeah, we're very excited. There's going to be a ton of fun games, guys. And Eric is actually volunteered on his own initiative to do something incredibly special. He already does some giveaways now even, but Eric, share what you're going to do for the 10K party stream.
There's going to be 10 pieces of art I'm giving away. There's going to be one really big one, which is, if you've seen, most of you have probably seen it. I had the big Sam poster hanging that I was working on. That's the biggest one. There's going to be, that's the big one. There's going to be 3 of this size. This is one of them that's going to be given away of Michael. And then there's going to be 6 smaller ones, like this little one of Ghostface. But this one glows in the dark. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It glows in the dark. But 6 small ones like this, 3 like this, and then the big Sam one, all given away on the 10K. So,
oh, that's so cool. 10 guys, 10 giveaways. Eric's making these by hand, and the grand prize will be that Sam Carpenter. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. It's incredible. I get, every time I look at that, I'm like, oh,
Whoa.
it's so good.
That's insane.
Yes, absolutely insane. That's going to be the finale. Like, you got to be here at the end of the stream to win that grand prize. It's going to be insane. And you know what else is insane? Let me just take a moment here. Is every one of these people's channels. Let me tell you, these guys on the channel and Polar's Instagram. Michael, it's her Instagram, but Michael's got a great channel over at Movies and Beyond. And thank you, Sarah. Sarah's already putting links in the chat, and I really appreciate that for everyone's channels. Go and subscribe if you have not done so yet. Michael let me tell you what, he's a hard-working content creator. Halloween content is absolutely fantastic. And Michael, just tell everyone really quickly in a synopsis, what's the vibe of your channel? How do you describe it yourself?
Pretty much anything goes. You have a very nice structure. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But that just wouldn't be our style.
Yeah.
We are kind of all over the place. The guy I do my live streams with, we agree on absolutely nothing. You know, it's back and forth. We always have a great time.
Mhm.
It's Halloween, it's Friday the 13th, it's Nightmare, it's Texas Chainsaw. You know, nothing's off limits. We do a lot of fan film stuff. It's great.
It is great. It's a lot of fun. And Michael, man, he knows his stuff. Let me tell you what, especially we're talking Halloween. That's why I had to have him tonight.
Yeah,
I
I do all
wanted
right.
to have him so bad for this rankings. I'm very excited to see everyone's opinions tonight as we talk about these movies. So go and subscribe for sure. And JT over at the Real Horror Syndicate. JT, you're about ready to do a kind of a relaunch, a rebranding our
Yes.
sorts.
Yep. So we have similar styles as Michael over here. But I can't say we now because I'm going solo.
All right.
So it's one of those deals. Everything's cool, but yeah, I got to restructure everything. Live shows probably gonna be a while, but I'm gonna be doing just updates on news, probably like 3 to 5 minute videos. Just boom, 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 get my opinion, and then
Yeah.
after that, I don't know, but I'll be doing panels.
Yeah, and you can find him here as well,
Yeah.
very fairly often. I love having JT on the panels. He's, like I say, a great friend. He's doing a lot to support the channel, and one of those things I just got to show you right real quick, and I promise we're gonna get to Halloween, so nobody leave. But one of the things that JT's done to support the channel, he's designed a new Stew Train ticket. We had that amazing Stew Train ticket, and it still is amazing, that Carrie designed for us for the last, year and a half, guys? Right? Long time. And that's still available, of course. But there's a new Stew Train ticket that you can also purchase now for your $5 super chat. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that
Shiny.
amazing? Yes.
Yeah.
It is shiny. We've got, and at the very bottom left, you see here, September the 4th. That's the date my first video dropped on YouTube for September 4th. 9:30 p.m. my streaming time. 261 Turner Lane in Woodsboro, and of course, Craven Something Scary. And we have on the right here, 12/20/1996 for the Scream 1 release date. And on the left-hand side, we have Craven Station. And it's just a beautiful ticket. So if you guys want an updated ticket, let me tell you, we already sold a few the other day. You guys are loving it. I got some good feedback already. And it's just $5. Inflation will not hit this station.
No.
I will keep the price
No.
the same.
It's hitting everything else, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything.
And just wait
Everything.
for the 10K stream. So yeah,
Yes, there's
Yeah.
something very special happening on that 10K
Yeah.
show. A lot of special. But there's a special ticket
Mm-hmm.
that's coming out. I'm gonna drop. It's called the Golden Stew Train ticket.
Ooh.
And more details to come. Let me just tell you,
Yeah.
that the person who wins the golden ticket is going to have a very special prize on the
I
live
got a golden ticket.
Yeah. As in
So-
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Exactly. But you guys can send in tonight a super chat of $5. Just say I want my Stew Train ticket, and I'll send it to you tonight if you want the new ticket. All right, Destination Station, go subscribe to his channel. Destin, describe your channel real quick. Real synopsis of your channel for folks.
It's mainly just horror. I do some collectibles as well, some unboxings, but mainly just theories and predictions with Scream, Halloween, everything in between. I'm a big Fred head as well. Nightmare on Elm Street's my jam. Anything Wes Craven really is. John Carpenter.
Yeah.
I've been kind of out of the game recently with the new job and
Mhm.
going through training and everything. And so like yesterday was really my first day, like really coming back with a live stream and getting back to the regular. So I'm going uphill from now. Finally
yeah.
found some good time to really fit it into my schedule since it's changed up a bit. And so, yeah, I do some short films. I guess I can plug this in here if this is okay, Craven.
Sure, go ahead.
But me and Marcus over at I Shot Him 6 Times,
Mhm.
we're fixing to launch a podcast called the Horror Hooligans. So we're
Nice.
working on that right now. So that'll be up and running here shortly. I don't have a launch date yet, but I will keep everybody posted on that.
Fun, dude. Yes, please do. Would love to find a way. Once you get that going, I want to check that out because that would be fun. I already know that's going to be fun. You two guys together would be great.
Yeah. We're gonna do like a lot of games over there, movie versus all that kind of stuff, like film versus film. Which one's the more
yeah.
superior? So,
Yeah. I dig it, man.
yeah.
I support it 100%, man. And that's awesome. So, guys, go subscribe to Destination Station, and that way you'll be able to stay in touch and in tune with what's going on with Destin and the upcoming podcast. That's awesome. And then we have our good friend Eric at the Beard Entertainment, which my friend just broke the 1,000 stream subscriber count. Round of applause, guys. He did it, over 1,000. That is a huge milestone on YouTube. Very hard to do. Congratulations, my friend. And I look forward to celebrating at some point with you and Marcus whenever we pull that together. Tell the folks about your channel, man, because I'm enjoying your live streams, man.
Mostly I'm doing live streams right now. I
Mhm.
do also do like I won't say long form, but pre-recorded videos as well. I just haven't done as many lately.
Mhm.
I do a lot of giveaways. I like Michael said, I'm not very structured either. I kind of just, if something comes up, I'm like, hey, I want to chat about that. I'll put together a live stream.
Yeah.
Usually I don't have them set up way far in the future, so I'm usually thinking of them that morning and doing them that night. So
Nice.
mine are kind of last minute things, but usually talk about horror. I do also do like right out of the theater reactions. I do shorts of like how I feel about the movie right after I saw it,
Mhm.
stuff like that. But mostly I think people come for the giveaways because I'll do art while I'm doing a live stream, I'll be talking and painting or drawing at the same time. And at the end, I'll give whatever I was working on away. So,
Yeah. It's awesome. Very fun. It's fun to watch, fun to listen to, and very knowledgeable, analytical. And I mentioned this on the last stream. I'm going to mention it again. Something about everyone on this screen, and even and Polar as well, because Polar's amazing knowledge base. And although she doesn't have a YouTube channel yet, as I always say, yet, it'll happen. Don't worry, one day. But until then, it doesn't matter because everyone here, we'll cover, like we can cover the same movie, like take Scream 6, for example, or a Halloween movie like tonight. We could cover that same film. But I promise you, if you watch a video from Michael at Movies and Beyond, JT, Destin, Eric, Polar, myself, we will all bring something a little different to the table. Every one of us. There may be some things that cross over in common, but there's going to be things that are also different. And that's the amazing part of this community. So I'm telling you right now, there's value in every one of these amazing people on your screen. So please go and subscribe. And Polar has an amazing Instagram. Now, you don't get a lot of horror content right yet, Polar, but you get some amazing turtles.
and goats.
And
Goats.
goats.
They're so
And
cute.
I
Yes.
just got my puppy last week. So yeah, if you like turtles, goats, and puppies, I got you covered.
That's your channel name. Turtles, goats, and puppies.
Turtles,
Plus
goats, and
horror.
puppies.
Yeah, plus horror. Right at the side.
Put oh my at the end. Turtles, goats, and puppies. Oh my.
Oh my.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, seriously, guys, you can follow Polar over on Instagram. Maybe Sarah, if you wouldn't mind popping her Instagram handle in the chat. That way
Yeah.
everyone can follow her there as
Yeah.
well. So that when she does launch that YouTube channel one day, they'll be
Well,
ready and get the notification.
I am working with the ladies that come on here. We're discussing doing a podcast in the near future.
See?
The
It's-
femme fatales.
Femme fatale.
Yeah, and we just have a bunch of names we're throwing around right now, so I don't think we've officially decided on a name.
You should be the lady killers. Because I think that's such a perfect name.
The Lady Killers.
Because you're ladies and you're killers.
Oh, we're killing it, you know?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm going to be listening.
Yeah, people
How about the tipsy chicks?
Oh, no.
Tipsy
Oh,
chicks in
man.
film.
Yeah, I'll probably be a little tipsy when we're recording. So, yeah, why not?
Oh, gosh. Well, I know this. When you launch it, it's going to be awesome and it'll be successful. And I'm excited for it. So,
Thank you.
First video, you're going to hit 100 subscribers. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
yeah, it's going to be, trust me, it's going to be great. And I will say this too, that like I found, and this is, this may be a little controversial. Probably, maybe I shouldn't say it out loud on a live stream. And I don't mean anything by this, but I will tell you this. I have found that in general, this is a general statement, okay? This is general. A lot of times being a female in a channel does sometimes help. I'm just saying.
Oh,
not
yeah.
always,
Yeah, I agree with you.
but it sometimes does.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen
we'll get in
that.
trouble together.
No, I mean,
I agree with it.
statistics do show that. So it's fine. You can say it.
Yeah.
I'm not offended.
No, I'm not trying to be, offend or controversial or anything.
Mhm.
Because you're gonna earn you're gonna earn it on your own merits, right? But it may at least open an opportunity. Some people may open the door to at least check you out more, which is great. But you'll have to, they'll stay because you know what you're talking about. That's the difference.
Especially if you're talking about horror movies. Especially.
Yes.
Mayanne, I don't think that would work for me. Mayanne says she told the boys to dress up as girls.
No, but you know what? What you need to have Eric go on your show and remove his shirt because it's always the other way around.
Yeah.
So a bearded nips, you gotta lose the shirt when they go make the channel.
I was about to say, am I losing my shirt this early in the stream? Come on.
I mean, it's a little early,
there.
man.
Or the 10K, you remove it, sign it, and send it to them. That's
It seems to be a wasted opportunity because if we do it on the 10K, it can be a perk, a super chat perk.
There's
another level.
Exactly. I mean, the shirtless, bearded shirtless level.
Oh no.
Carrie says, no, Eric, we want you.
No.
So I did a stage show called Three Guys in Drag Selling Their Stuff. On the 10K stream. If someone wins, I will show a photo of me in that show. Makeup, dress, wig, all of it. No beard.
No beard.
What?
So I was in drag in the show and it's full on.
Okay, Eric, we're gonna talk offline.
Yeah, I need to see this.
Monumental super chat.
I can't wait that long. I can't.
Oh, that's gonna be huge, dude.
I will say that the theater reviewer, the one who wrote about it in the paper, who came to see it, did specifically mention that I was not an attractive woman. I forget the exact quote, but it basically said, and this character played by Eric who in real life has to be a more attractive man than he is a female.
Dang, bro.
Goes into
it depends on how much he drinks. You didn't drink enough.
I was like, I was nice to that woman too. Come on, you're just gonna insult me? Like you're not even talking about the acting of the show.
How dare you?
Wow.
Now, see what happens? You see what happens? You hurt his feelings. Now he's on a YouTube show removing his shirt. That's all your fault.
That's right.
Every bit of it.
And everyone's enjoying it too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Though. So
Yeah,
take
we're
that.
encouraging it.
I think you'll be a pretty girl, Eric. Am I lying? Yes, but I'm just trying to.
I was about to say, I'll admit I was not a pretty girl.
It's just because you needed some tips on how to apply your makeup. I'm sure you'd be beautiful.
No, the makeup was on
legs
point.
open.
The makeup was on point. So.
Was it?
Oh yeah, I was.
You were glowing from within.
The particular photo that I will show, probably not, because that was after the show, so I had sweat and the theater lights and everything. So
yeah, it's
maybe not by
easy
the
being
end
a girl, is it?
It's not easy being on stage because even when I play a guy on stage, you got to wear a bunch of makeup.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Think about this, guys. Imagine how hard it is to be this guy on stage.
Do you feel the hunger tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Are you a little
All right, everybody unmute. I want to hear you sing it. Wanna be a hot dog.
Be a hot dog tonight. I'm a hot dog. If you wanna take a bite,
I'm a chili dog kind of guy.
dip me in spicy mustard. Then you can, because I'm a hot dog.
Hot dog. Here we go. Wow.
Wow.
Did you, JT? Did you make that
Wow.
just for that?
Yeah.
So good.
You know, next time I'm on Craven's stream, I'm bringing like a plate of hot dogs because I know you're gonna play this every time I'm on this damn stream.
Yes, you know I am.
And when you're playing it, I'm just gonna be eating a hot dog with like spicy mustard.
I
dare you.
I just want to say I got 2 text messages from my fiance Chrissy from the other room. First, she said, "I thought you were a very hot lady," and then second, she said, "Enough with the damn hot dogs."
Oh my god. Oh,
It is kinda
what's her name again,
traumatizing.
Eric? I'm sorry. I'm blanking.
Her name, Chrissy.
Chrissy. Okay, so Chrissy, you want more hot dog? Okay, I can do that for you.
Do you feel the hunger tonight?
This is for Chrissy. Let's go, guys. Unmute your mic. Seriously now, let's sing it together.
Be a hot dog. Be a hot dog tonight. I'm a hot
Michael set himself. What am I
If you
doing here?
wanna take a bite, if you wanna dip me in spicy mustard, then you can, because I'm a hot dog.
Wow. I think Michael at Movies and Beyond is questioning his life choices right now being here on the stream.
That's right. I'm a hot dog. Yeah.
I think Craven, you gotta when you get your soundboard set up, you gotta get that hot dog sound.
I can send
Oh,
it to him.
yes.
I can
Yes.
send it to him. Yeah, I can send
Totally.
him the settings and yeah.
Right. 100%.
Hot dog.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be fun on the 10K. I'm telling you, we're gonna
Man.
yeah, it's gonna be
Oh, we're partying.
Oh yeah.
Big time. All I
I'll
can
even
see
take
is-
shots, and I don't hardly drink anymore. So imagine this drinking.
Oh gosh. All I can tell you guys is if you can take the night off from work, put in your time off now for a month ahead of time, plenty of time notice, take off Sunday. If you can do it, be ready to go because we are going to be, it's going to be a party. All right, guys. Well, this has been a fun intro to the stream. You guys having a good time tonight? We all having fun?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was about to say we're 40 minutes deep and we haven't even mentioned Halloween yet.
I hadn't even touched Halloween yet, but I'm still having a good time. And let me tell you what, guys. I got a clip I want to show you guys. You know what? I'm going to save it. If we get a super chat tonight, I got a clip for it.
If you're going to get a super chat, come on, you know you're going to get a super
Well, look,
chat.
never take it for granted. You never know. It's I like to always. I never assume. But if we do, I have a clip for us. It's not a crazy clip, but it's a Matthew Lillard clip. Oh,
Now, is it a new one?
it's a
It's
new
new?
one.
All right.
It's an old clip from an outtake clips from Still Screaming documentary that was never released. And I got my good friend Nate Reagan has them, and oh my gosh, there's the clip. Okay, that was I didn't get finished through talking about it. That's funny. All right, Sarah. Well, okay, I will do that for you, my friend. Well, here we go. Got a new Matthew Lillard clip, and this is great because we've always talked about how like at conventions he talks about Scream 3 and he was going to come back as a killer and all this. Well, guys, I finally now have a source directly that we can pull and we can just say for anyone who questions it, anyone at all who ever questions this, from now on, check this out. Oh,
Well, I have a.
Eric?
Well, that was short.
I was just about to say, as soon as you started talking about it, I was like, hold on, I know the exact clip you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, this is the one where he says,
Uh-huh.
I cool, we'll
Yes,
talk
sir.
we'll talk
This is
later,
it.
yeah.
This is the one, guys. So get ready. Definitive. Here we go. And believe me, I'm gonna be adding this into another Stu montage for the 10K. And it's gonna be the Stu train clip Oh my gosh, get ready. But here we go. Just got this today fixed up. Here it is, guys. Let her rip.
Well, I have an incredible piece of trivia, which probably nobody really knows. That Scream 3 was in pre-production, and I had actually been hired to come back in Scream 3 as the killer. And then when Columbine broke out, they scratched the entire script. They scrapped it. Because it had something to do with high school and taking over kids and making them do terrible things. And the producers were like, Wes was like, we have to, Bob was, can't go this way. And so I actually was paid to be in Scream 3 and never had a chance to fulfill it.
There you go. Guys, there it is. Got the clip permanently forever. Matthew Lillard, it's no longer, oh, I saw it here, I heard it there. There it is. I got the clip from his own mouth. It's done. It's over.
I don't know where I found that.
Yeah.
But I had that. I posted that as a short like 4 months ago, and it's like my highest viewed short.
Oh yeah. I'm going to post it as a short tomorrow.
Yeah, like I don't know where I was just scrolling through and I found it. I'm like, wait a minute. And I edited it together. Yeah, I was like, as soon as you were talking, I was like, wait a minute, this is the one. Sorry, it's just kind of crazy because I assumed you knew about that, or I would have sent it to you a long time ago.
Yeah, no, that's an outtake, man. That was never released on the Still Screaming documentary. It was an outtake, and Nate Reagan is releasing those through Massey Media, through Anthony Massey, and so that was an outtake, and now it's there, it's out, and Nate's got it on his channel, and Sarah says that's worth more than $2, so here's a top up. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, guys, that's awesome. I mean, there it is. I mean, I love it. It's
what's crazy?
Boom.
Is the reason why they scrapped it makes sense, right? But now they don't care. That can happen now, and they'll make a movie. You know what I mean? So it's like they cared back then.
They did. Even really recently, they will change things. I remember not to get too far into the tragedies that have happened, but the Aurora thing that happened in the theater. Well, there was a movie coming out after that. It was a gangster film. I forget the name of it, but it had Sean Penn and Gangster Squad, and it was a really good movie. But there was a scene in that movie where they were firing into
through the screen into the theater. Getting bad, villains, getting the bad guys. But because of that, they actually cut that. They didn't stop the movie, but they cut that from it. So they do still have to take those things into account. But it makes sense why they canceled the movie. It sucks, but they can always. And it was still used. That idea is what he turned into The Following. The original script for the 3, Kevin Williamson, turned into The Following.
And we're 23 years approximately whatever away from the event. So, it's a long time, you get time separation. And plus it may not be the exact layout, but Stu coming back can still be used, and they could do it a different way. Like the Cult, it may not be kids now. Like it could be adults, like we saw with Richie and even
Jason and Greg.
Greg, they're in their 20s. So.
Which I have a theory. Stu and Angela recruited all those people.
Oh, Angelina?
Angelina with Stu. Stu recruited Richie. Richie recruited Amber. Amber recruited all, Jason and Greg. Boom, boom, boom. And what foils the plan was 6 when Bailey killed him. So now it's like, back to the drawing board.
Back to the dreaded thread to get some more people. Yep. Well, before Michael at Movies and Beyond logs off the stream, because we're about to lose him because we're turning into a Scream stream. Before we do that, he's like, dude, this is you're bait and switching me. It's hard. All roads lead where, guys? Where on this channel?
Woodsboro.
They do. But that's okay. We're gonna get to Halloween. Yeah. But Sarah, for your extra little top off here, thank you for that. And we started with Stu. We're gonna top off with Stu. Time to get it up.
Yeah! I'm ready, baby! Get up!
Yep. Here we go.
It was fun.
It was fun. Oh, awesome. All right.
I got to get one of those soundboards, man.
I was thinking the
It's
same
so
thing.
much
I got
fun.
to.
It's fun.
It's so
I got to
much
get one.
fun.
I got to get one for myself now.
That one in
Yeah.
Welcome to prime time, bitch.
Oh, oh, you know I love Freddy.
Michael's
Has
like,
anybody
"Let's talk
seen the
about
new
Halloween."
documentary of the Robert Englund story?
Mm-mm.
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm doing it tonight. Later
Oh,
tonight.
it's so
Is it good? It's good.
Yeah,
Yes, I thought about doing a review about it when I watch it.
yeah. I'm gonna have a review up by the end of the weekend. But yeah, it's so good. And I spent like so many hours with Robert one night, and he gave me like a lot of insight and stuff. I know I've talked about it several times, but I just the guy's so good. He's had like a lot of impact on a lot of people's lives.
It's awesome, man. Dino says, "What an awesome panel! Look at this place. It's like Christmas." A little Stu Mocker quote. I like that. Yeah. All right, guys. Listen, it's time to get to it. It's time to get to it. We're going to get ready to rank the tier ranking for Halloween franchise. We're going to go through all of the 13 films. And let me pull up this thing here so I can share the screen. You can see what we're going to do here. So we're going to go through the films and rank them, not 1 through 13. We're going to do it differently. 1 second. Mm-hmm.
2 hours later.
Exactly. Yes. Smart Alec.
Oh, you're killing me.
Okay. All right. So here you go, guys. So what we've got is we've got masterpiece, great, good, just average, bad, or should be removed from canon. Just wretched, basically. And we're going to go through the panel. Each person, we're going to go through each film. This is your own personal opinion for each movie. And I want to preface by saying there is no wrong answer here. And every one of these movies were seen at different times by each of us in different points in our lives. So that's the fun part of this, right? So, and everyone in the chat, you're going to have a movie that you love that someone's going to like say it's terrible, and then vice versa. It's just that's okay. No answer's wrong. It's just everyone's own opinions and preferences. That's all this is. So we're going to keep it fun and friendly and respectful. We're just here to have a good time. All right. So we're going to real quick. I want to say congrats to Extron for a 5-month anniversary of a channel membership. Thank you, Extron. Very, very awesome, man. Much appreciated. Says, hey, Craven, so happy to be a member and part of this awesome community. Love you, Craven, and the rest of you on the stream. Halloween 2018 second. Ooh, okay. All right. That's a great movie. Val, actually, I was going to ask if you felt or were able to tally the votes. You did an amazing job last Saturday. So let me know if that's something you could do or would like to do. If not, it's okay. Maybe someone else would be up for it to tally the chat votes and the panel votes, because the majority will rule in this. All right. Unless
there ain't no corruption here, folks.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a tie, then I get to pick the tiebreaker. That's the privilege of having the channel. All right. Okay, cool. Val says absolutely. Okay, great. So Val was going to count the votes in the chat and then the panel votes as well, and we'll see where we come out. So I'm going to do what we did last time. I'm going to start with Destin, though, and come up. Destin, which movie do you want to start with of the 13 films?
Oh, damn. I wasn't ready for that.
I mean, any of them.
All right. Okay, so we're just picking any one that we're going to start. Okay.
Any of them.
Let's instead of just starting from the front or the bottom, from the bottom to the top or whatever you want to call it, let's do Halloween 4.
Ooh, okay. Halloween 4. And before we start getting into it, Last thing I want to say real quick is, or not last thing, but the next thing, Carrie's also got an anniversary today. Carrie's celebrating, guys. Check this out. 15, that's 1-5, 15 months as a channel member today. That is incredible. That is amazing. Carrie, you're so awesome. You're such a great friend, such a great faithful contributor. And I've known you before I had the channel. We met on the Movie Bros React. And I remember you were one of my first 5 or 6 subscribers over here on the Craven. You're literally an OG. You and Jen are OG subscribers. And Carrie says, OMG, 15 months already. This is incredible. Super duper proud of being a part of this community. I cherish every day that passes with all of you. Thank you for the amazing year. So many more. Yes, absolutely, Carrie. And our community here in this channel is better because you are a part of it, my friend. Thank you. Okay. It's awesome. Very, very, very cool. All right. So, Destin, you get to pick first, my friend. Your categories are masterpiece, as you see on the screen, great, good, just average, bad, or should be removed from canon.
It's just shy of masterpiece, so I got to go with great.
Okay. Destin is great. All right, Eric, what is your ranking for Halloween 4?
Halloween 4, I'll say good. I think it's good.
Okay.
That's Return, right? Return of Michael Myers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'll go good.
Okay. Polar.
This is my favorite sequel, so I'm going to call it a masterpiece.
Ooh, all
Outside
right.
of the mask, I know the mask gets people all hot and bothered, but masterpiece for me.
Heck yeah. All right. Michael, I'm curious what your ranking is going to be.
Are we?
I'm sorry.
Are you going to go with JT first?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
JT.
just
Your
skip me
colors
over.
ran together. I look at like your background. I'm like, oh, sorry about that, JT.
I'm probably gonna have to go with a. I'm gonna go with good.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, didn't really like the mask. Jamie Lee actually supposed to come back on this one. She didn't. I like Danielle Harris after this on this one, but yeah, I'll leave that for the other one. But yeah, we'll stay with good. Yeah.
Okay. Carbonite.
Oh, Michael.
Dude. All right. Now, Michael. Okay.
Sharon Stone is overrated.
Oh,
She is not.
it's just a basic instinct to think so. Really, guys? Nothing?
I got it. I
Wow.
got it. Of course I got it. Ice pick.
Man.
Come on.
Left me hanging. Polar, dude.
I was on it.
There's
don't
only
know what's
one thing
going
I
on
think
right now.
about when I think of the movie Basic Instinct, and I don't think it's suitable for the stream.
I
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 It's the most paused moment in movie history.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
That's a little hint.
Every time I
meow,
rented that
meow,
movie
meow,
from the video store, it was already at that part. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
They didn't even bother rewinding the tape.
No, it was right there. They knew.
This is why you rented it. Here you go.
Everyone knew.
Oh gosh. All right, Michael, you're up, my friend.
It was good. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. It was good.
It was good. Okay. For me, Halloween 4 was great. I'm gonna rank it as a great for me. Yeah.
It's been hard to keep count, but from what I saw, 4 greats, 5 goods. There was 1 masterpiece.
All right. Well, let's see. Val's tallying up the totals, and we'll see what Val's going to come up with. Val, for our overall ranking, now that the panel's voted for Halloween 4. Halloween 4 is 11 votes. With which category was it, Val? Was it good? Which one?
Steven, you think you could do a poll?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah,
You know what?
could
I didn't even think about a poll. That's a great idea.
because you can put it if you just open if you just open the chat on or open the video in YouTube, you can add one in there. You don't even have to type out a question. You can literally just say, M great, good, just whatever, and then people could vote. Then no one would have to tally them up. That's what I did the
Great
other day.
idea. That's awesome. Yeah, there you go. Good suggestion. I forgot. I never even thought about the poll. So great for let's see, Halloween 4. Oops, I'm trying to do it on that screen. Halloween 4. Where are you at? Where are you for? Man, dude, is it not here? Seriously, I see 5 and 6.
It's all the way at the end on the right.
Yeah, Halloween 4 is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. All right,
That is
great.
another great thing about the movie. You know, you're going to advertise that they have the mask that they're not going to use in the movie.
I was about to say, when you look at the cover, you're expecting
Yeah.
the first
False
mask.
advertisement. Yeah.
I mean, 5 is just as bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
5 is one of the worst masks in the whole series. I think that was voted second. No, that was actually voted worst mask. And I did a stream where we ranked the masks, and I think 5 was voted the worst mask.
Why is the picture not showing up on the screen? Oh, that's annoying.
Are you in?
Well, I guess it's not canon.
Are you in presentation mode?
I'm in share screen.
Yeah, but on Tier Maker, are you in presentation mode?
Let me
If you scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Let me take a look. Presentation mode. Yeah.
Okay. Can you move any of the other ones? If you just try to grab.
Yeah.
Because it should just be click and grab, right?
Yeah. That's what I did last week.
It just knows it's not a great movie.
It's not. None of them are working.
Maybe try refresh the page.
Because you could see my mouse moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me try again. Okay, now that's good. That's annoying. I got to fix that.
Yeah,
okay.
try. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. I got to find another poll. Hold on. Yeah.
Or just try refreshing the website.
Well, the funny thing is, it works on the like when I move the picture, it's there on Tier Maker. That's the weird part of it.
But the screen's not like
it's
we're
not showing
seeing. So when you go to present and share, are you sharing a Chrome tab or are you sharing an application?
I'm sharing a window.
Okay, don't share a window. Share a Chrome tab.
Okay, let's try that then. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
guys, you can't find cutting edge entertainment anywhere on YouTube like this. This is how it's done. All right, let's try it.
Yeah,
hey!
yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
See, you know what? We are problem solvers, right? We do what it takes to get the job done. Thanks, Eric.
I wondered why the screen looked different because last week it was black, and it's like I wonder why. Now we know.
Yeah, there we go.
That, ladies and gentlemen, happened right there live. Troubleshoot.
Absolutely. You know, when you're live, you don't have a net, man. You're going live. There's no pause.
Nothing bad happens live.
I'm about to say, just quote, was it Bill O'Reilly?
Yeah. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Freaking thing sucks.
Let's do it live.
There's a soundboard bit for you.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do it live.
Yeah. I'll write it. We'll do it live. Okay. Very good. So let me do the poll.
Those are the rules.
Those are the rules.
The rules, baby. All right. Let's see here. So the next one's going to be, all right, who's up next now? We've got Eric at the Bitter Entertainment. What movie would you like to pick, my friend?
I want to go with one of my favorite sequels, H2O.
Oh, H2O.
H2O is a very highly rated sequel in terms of like Rotten Tomatoes, but I think it doesn't get the love it deserves because it did great things.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah, it did. Like, think about what we had immediately previous to that. We had Curse of Michael Myers.
And think about what we had previous to that.
Yeah. But the thing is, before that,
I got a sweet spot for Curse, though.
Yeah, well, I like Curse because they stepped out that same old box. Man. Oh, he's going after this, kill him. But they did something ballsy there. H2O, I already know I'm going to say. It's like, she came back 20 years later, but, because the money was right. But, yeah, so it's not going. I'm telling you, when it gets to me, it's not going to rank very, very high.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Halloween 2018. She
No,
came
you
back
can't.
40 years later.
Yeah, and
Because the
that's
money
what
was
I
right.
had a problem. It's like it's basically
Can't wait for
2018 is a
she to come
rehash
back
of
60 years later.
H2O.
I know. I love both of
2018
them. I love 20 and 18. I think there's actually 18 and 20 according to like rankings and like reviews. 18 and 20 are the two highest rated sequels.
No, I mean, you can get the rankings, but 18 is basically a redone of H2O, just 20 in 40 years. How does Michael, the doctor, how does Michael and H2O find Lori? Loomis, the doctor. It's the same thing. Same, almost identical movie. It's just 40 years later. So it's like, they didn't really do anything different.
Oh, I adore 18. I think 18 is one of the best sequels.
Oh, I like 18, don't get me wrong, but it's H2O Part 2, really.
And I was about to say, I love 20 as well. H2O. I don't know if, am I the first person casting my vote, Stephen?
Well, I was just experimenting with the question. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I put
with the poll
things. I'm not going to type in 5 things for every single movie. That's just I did a question where I typed in Halloween H2O, but I don't know if that's doing the trick or not.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
if you're on, let's see here. Yeah, it comes up. H2O.
It comes up. So you
But
can
you
respond to that.
No, you didn't. You got to have an answer. That's the thing. Like
Oh,
you don't
no,
you don't
okay,
technically have to have a question.
That's okay.
You just got to put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
All right. Now we're gonna go back to the other way. So Val, yeah, if you could keep doing the totals for me, I'm not gonna waste my time with doing 5. That's too redundant. If we could just do the counting, it'd be awesome. So thank you, Val, if you don't mind to keep tallying up the votes. So Eric, yeah, let's go ahead and start with you, and we'll go up, and then we'll end with Destin.
All right, I'm gonna say H2O's masterpiece.
Nice.
And that's not based just on it. It's based on Halloween 4 being great. I think you can't. For me, I can't say that Halloween 4 is better than H2O. H2O, I think, is better, so it's got to go above it. So I'm going H2O as a masterpiece.
Okay, rock on. Polar, what do you think? You're on mute, I think, my friend. Yep.
Sorry, I was snacking, so I don't
You're
want
okay.
you guys hear me. Love those extra toasty crackers. Anyways, I'm gonna go with H2O being great. It's a fantastic sequel.
Okay. Excuse me. AP.
Okay, so H2O for me is average. I didn't like the masks. I didn't really care for the plot. They didn't follow 4. If they follow 4, so she lied and just abandoned Jamie, her daughter, that's bad. Yeah, it wasn't there. It's like it took you 20 years to fight back. Okay, and then you pop pills and you drank, you became, so yeah, you're gonna fight Michael Myers. So it was just average for me. I just didn't going from Cursed, which I liked, good story, different. And then we go to H2O, and because now she comes back, we go, oh, it's Lori. Then to me, Lori was never the story. It was always Loomis and Michael. So average for me.
Okay. All right, Michael, what do you say, my friend?
I'm gonna go with average as well, just for the simple fact that I feel like it had the worst atmosphere out of all the movies. It didn't feel like Halloween. It was in California, and I know that other series have had success moving around. But one of the things that makes Halloween so great to me is the atmosphere of Halloween. And I think that it lacked that a lot, and it just looks so clean, and it just didn't feel like Halloween to me. I was not a big fan of the mask, but I'm able to look past that in some senses. At the end of the day, the biggest thing for me was when it was over, I was just like, huh. Like I didn't hate it, but I didn't really like it either.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say it's average.
Okay. Well, H2O is one of my favorite sequels. I really enjoy it. And I'm trying to see if I can get there with Eric. I'm really straddling the line of masterpiece and great, because a part of me wants to go to the masterpiece, Eric, because I really like it, man. And it's a fun movie for me. I like all parts of that movie. Like, it's thoroughly enjoyable.
Can I provide one extra piece of evidence that I think makes it great?
Sure.
If you watched that timeline, so that would be 1, 2, and H2O.
H2O, right?
Is that not an amazing ending to a trilogy? Almost no other Halloween movie has that good of an ending to the trilogy.
And I don't consider
to
Resurrection.
the series.
I don't consider Resurrection either. So
yeah, I'm talking about
like it ends there.
Hold on, y'all don't think Laurie chopping Michael's head off is a good final ending for the films?
No, because I knew it was BS. I knew
whether
they
we
wasn't going to kill
consider
Michael.
it an end or not, it's not an end because it showed it in Resurrection. You know, I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
we
but
can
you
cherry pick and say this is the end.
Right.
But I mean,
That's how I choose
actually,
to do it.
in actuality, you know, like we can pick the ones we like and say, no, I like
Right.
this one goes with this one, but it doesn't. You know,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, what was presented to us was Resurrection was the finale to that story.
Yeah, but once we read Resurrection, I'm sure we all know where that's going.
Well, that's why I created a certain category.
Resurrection's a masterpiece. What are you
for
talking
this
about?
movie here? We're not considering Resurrection.
Right.
We're considering
one
this
movie.
movie and what got to this movie.
Right.
So that's why I'm taking this into account. Like, if the ending of that movie is amazing, you can obviously you could try to take into account what happens after that changes that, but we don't. At the end of H2O, if they would have stopped the series there,
right,
I would have thought that would have been an amazing ending to Halloween.
Same.
It wouldn't have been a bad one. You know,
Yeah.
it wouldn't. It was just the rest of the movie was very mediocre and very, I hate to say it on a panel like this, but Scream-esque. You know, it was just like it's.
I kind of like that though.
I know.
I
you
kind of
guys
like that.
that. You know, but at the end of the day, like it just really didn't do it for me as a Halloween movie. But then again, you know, I'm different. You know, with Halloween, not a lot of people like Halloween the same way that I do. You know, I'm more towards the purest end of what Michael was originally supposed to be and how the story was supposed to be. I actually hate the brother and sister thing. You know, I absolutely hate it. But you know, it at the end of the day, it just. I mean, I want it to be good, you know, but it's not one that if I'm picking up my Halloween box, I'm going to be like, it's got to be H2O today.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think for me, you know, again, the way we're doing it, looking at that movie as its own movie, yeah, it's. I think I'm going to check it out at Great, but I'm telling you what, I'm that close to Masterpiece because I really love the movie, and it's one of my favorites. So I may change that tomorrow to Masterpiece. That's how close it is. But I'll go ahead and say Great. I'll say Great. So Val, I don't know where we're at. If you've if you've been able to tally up where we're at with this one for H2O, I'll be real curious to see. I haven't been watching. I need to catch up with the chat and see where we're at as far as just eyeballing it. Some people are getting ahead of us. They're ready to talk about some other movies. That's good. We're getting there. All right. So Val's tallying it up the totals. And let me see here. This is H2O. And I got to say, like, Great wins with 9 votes. Outstanding. All right.
I actually didn't get to go yet.
Destin's supposed to. That's right. Now, Destin, this is very important. Let me take it back out. Because I don't know how close the other categories are. So let's see what your vote's going to be.
Okay. I'm actually going to. I mean, I actually remember seeing this in the theater. And it's same thing as I feel with Halloween 4. It's just shy of a masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, I can forgive some of its flaws that it does have. I actually like the setting with it being in a college or a high school or whatever, a private school. The only thing that would like elevate that, I feel like, would be if they did go back to the Myers house for the climax. Like, I feel like that would have been like, I feel like it's almost too short of a movie. It's like what, like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. It's not a very long movie.
Right at 90 minutes. It's like really, really short. Yes, right.
Yeah,
really quick.
it's a very quick movie, but the pacing, the directing, I dig it. I really enjoy it. I feel like there should be more kills. Like there's very few negatives, but as far as like filmmaking and from a director standpoint and storytelling standpoint, like it's one of my favorites. I would revisit that more than the other sequels.
Same. Me too. It's just a lot of fun. And it's great seeing Jamie Lee back. She looks great. It's a great performance. And yeah, 100%. All right, guys, you voted. The people have spoken. Great is the winner for H2O. Very good. Now, Polar, I believe it's your turn, right, to pick the next film.
Yep. Let's see. Let's go with kills.
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, let's start stirring this pot.
Let's do it. Halloween kills.
Kills to me, I freaking love it. I think, of course, the hospital scene with Evil Dies Tonight is just a shit show, and I wish that never happened. But for me, it's like straddling the line between a masterpiece and great for me. I'm gonna go with great though.
Okay. Yeah. I understand, my friend.
I am team kills. I do enjoy it.
Yes. And just so that I don't make the mistake this time, going out of sequence is weird. I usually start and go either up or down and up. Starting in the middle is weird. It's out of my normal thing. So I'm going to go down, then I'm going to come up. So let's go down to Eric, who's left us into the darkness of the redness. Eric, my friend, Halloween kills.
I'm going to go bad. That's just the way I feel about it. Nothing happened in that movie and that affected anything in the story other than Karen dying at the end. And there was the Evil Dies Tonight thing already been pointed out as awful, but also the entire the entire events of that hospital scene, them confusing this old guy who looks nothing like Michael Myers, and everyone had seen the photo. Like, they released the mugshots. You see them in the bar. That whole thing just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I think it was a fluff piece. That's all Halloween Kills was. They promised a trilogy. They're like, we have to get him here by the end of the movie, and let's just do something along the way. Like, it had good points. Like, I think Big John and Little John were very entertaining.
Except them calling each other by Big John, Little John constantly.
Big John, Little John.
They were entertaining. The Cameron kill was very brutal. I enjoyed it. But Michael had so much plot armor in that movie. It was just they shouldn't have done it, in my opinion. It should have been a two movie series. Do 2018, break up half of each of break up Halloween Kills, put half of that on the end of 2018, put the other half at the beginning of Halloween Ends, and call it a day, because Halloween Ends was a fluff piece to make sure they got the 3-movie deal. Nothing happened. So bad.
Okay. Fair enough, my friend. All right. Destin, how do you feel about kills, man?
You know, this is the one that I struggle with the most. There are some things that I would change. The hospital scene with the Evil Dies Tonight, the way it actually ends, and some of the goofy kills. There are some things that's kind of like it's like almost like a tone shift through some of that movie that we got from 2018. But you know, I can forgive certain things, and if I'm comparing it to the entire franchise, it's one of the better Halloween movies we've ever gotten. And that Cameron kill was dope as fuck. Like, it was awesome. It was so good. That's what really made the movie for me. Like, when we got to that point, like I was on board all throughout it, but once we got to the Myers house and that all happened, I was like, this is some of the best cinema of Michael that we've had in a very, very long time. So I'm on board with Halloween Kills, and some of the lore that they did with like the flashback of 78, I actually liked. You know,
Yep.
I loved living in that world. I would love to have a sequel or a prequel or whatever you want to call it based in that world for him, you know. I'm sorry, I'm rambling right now, but I have to go with great. Like,
Yeah.
I'm talking about rewatchability.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Halloween 4 and H2O. I would throw that in before some of the other sequels. It's great. It's not a masterpiece. It has its flaws, but what horror movie does not, except for Scream? And yeah, that's where I'm going.
Michael's eyes just rolled so hard, I felt wind from it.
It's okay. We can't all be right.
Oh, dang. Absolutely, buddy. All right, man. JT, I'm going to go to you, then we're going to come up and I'll end it.
Okay.
What do you think?
So, and this trilogy, it really ends for kills for me. This one, the thing is, I complained about 2018 because I didn't get the Michael I wanted. I did in Kills. I didn't care about the town when they got drunk, because that's how it stands. Yeah, evil dies tonight. You have to get drunk to face Michael, which he smashed everybody at the end of that. That's the Michael we wanted. Now, did we go and watch the movie because we care about the town, or did we watch the movie because of Laurie and Michael? I watched it to Michael. Halloween Kills is the Michael I wanted. That's what I got. That was the end of the trilogy for me. So for me, it's a great movie.
Hold on one second. Did you say you went to go watch it because of Laurie and Michael? Because Laurie was barely in it.
No, people watch for Laurie, but I said Michael. I don't care about Laurie. Laurie could have died of H2O. I don't care. I never cared about Laurie. Never cared about Laurie.
More Laurie or more Michael?
Yeah. So I did it for more Michael. I wanted the Michael that I wanted, and I got it. So to me, it's great. And then we got the Laurie movie and ends, and that's like, no, don't care.
Okay.
So great.
Love it, man. Love the passion. All right, Michael, what are your feelings about it, man, for Kills?
With Kills, it does have its, and I'm not just going to be a repeat of what everyone's saying. We all know the issues, that it had. But at the same time, you guys did touch a little bit on it. The flashback scene was ridiculous.
Amazing.
I mean, you go from an oh shit moment, sorry for the language, at the beginning where you find out Hawkins is still alive, where you were sure he was dead, and he just jumps up out of nowhere, and you're like, well, what the hell? And then you go right back to 1978. And not only does it look like 78, it feels like 78. The mask is ridiculous. It's freaking awesome. I actually feel like I'm watching part of 1978 movie that didn't get put onto the film. Like it was amazing. Then you come out of that to probably the dopest Michael Myers scene I've ever seen in my life, when he comes walking out of that freaking burning building.
Oh yeah, they got
you got the best looking Michael out of the entire franchise. That mask halfway burnt. He's aggravated. I'll be nice with my words. And he just comes out like he could have went out the back door. But no, you tried to burn me up. I'm walking out of this house, and I'm going to come out with style, and I'm going to kill all you people standing here in front of me. I'm trying to go home. I didn't even want to come here. I got brought here. I loved it. Rewatchability for me is I can watch it anytime. I'm going to throw it in great.
Let's be honest. When everybody seen Loomis, we all went, oh, I did. And that when he's like, when he came busting through the door after, Hawkins did a crime. When I saw Loomis, I went, oh, dude.
No, even in that flashback scene when he pushes dude up against the wall, I'm like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He just comes out of that room and slams that cop up against the wall. He does.
I'll say, I think the 78 flashback scene is absolutely the best part of Halloween Kills. So for me, the best part of Halloween Kills is actually a different movie.
And that's how we can tell Kills, ladies and gentlemen. Haddonfield Police is corrupt as hell. Take a gun. This is what happened. Like, I'm watching,
it's funny. The only thing Hawkins could hit with his gun is his partner, because he couldn't hit anything else.
Hey, I always said, wouldn't it have been great in Halloween Ends when when Laurie's about to push him into that grinder or whatever, and he comes alive for a second and grabs Laurie, and
Mhm.
Hawkins finally takes that shot right in the freaking
Yes.
head and hits him, and he falls into it.
You know what would have been even better is if you shot at Michael, missed, the bullet ricocheted and hit him, and he fell in before Michael. That would be hilarious.
Or they both would have went in and that would have been it. Or even he might be like 90. You just hear Michael. He turns around. It's old man Lewis shoots him 6 times into the grinder. I mean, it's a movie, folks.
Would
We could do
anybody
this.
want to see a 1978 flashback of the guy that did play Loomis and
Yeah.
that whole setting? I would
would.
love
No.
that.
I
No.
would. I really would.
Make a movie that stands on its own.
Well, they're going to remake it.
Like,
I'm
like
telling
make
you
a
right
movie
here.
that stands on its
Halloween.
own. If the best thing you can say about a movie is that it very accurately recreates parts from another movie, then maybe you didn't have a good enough idea. That's just me. And like everyone's saying masterpiece for this movie, I'm like, y'all are putting that on the same level because we all know Halloween 1 is going to masterpiece.
Mm,
I think we're
I don't know
I
if
think
it's a
we're
masterpiece.
bunching everything up as great, and we're gonna have it's either a masterpiece, it's great, or it should be moved away. And I'm like, yeah, if you're putting this on the same level as like Halloween 4, Halloween H2O, I'm just saying I mean, obviously
yeah,
this
well,
is
because you got to
opinion-based.
think, for me, that's what it's saying. He's brutal in all those movies
Mhm.
and kills. That's what I wanted. That's my Michael. So when he's brutal, a lot of them is going to be on great. Then there's going to be some that's not, but being kills on that's the Michael that I wanted. I didn't really get in 2018, and that's what they did. They gave us the Michael that we wanted, and then ends they took it away, and they warned us it ain't going to be the movie you're going to like. So that's why I'm happy with kills. They could have just ended with kills.
Well,
Kills didn't have an ending. What are you talking about?
No, he walks away. He leaves.
Yeah.
He's gone.
he's gone. And he
Yeah,
won.
it's a climax. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cliffhanger. You know?
Yeah.
Kills. I don't think Kills had an ending. I don't think Kills had a middle. Kills, like I said, it was a fluff piece in my opinion. But
Well, I'm going to
It's an
vote
easy
now.
watch.
My
I
vote
think
for
it's an easy
Kills.
watch. I think it's got a lot of
Yeah.
rewatchability.
Oh, it does.
yeah, it's an easy watch, but it doesn't make you think. You don't have to. You're
It's a
right, it is
horror
easy.
movie, Bearded.
None of
Yeah,
these
but think
movies
about
really
it.
make you think. I mean, there's maybe 1 or 2 of them. But I mean,
Yeah,
Halloween
it's a
one.
slasher.
Halloween,
Halloween
one, you
one.
got to think like
We're not deconstructing a horror movie like we are with Scream. You know, it's just a guy in a
Why
mask that
not?
snaps.
Why
Because
not?
that's not a Halloween film. Halloween film is here's Michael. He's going after this people. He's killing a lot, and at the end he dies, but he comes
He's-
back. That's Michael.
Terminator.
That's a horror movie. Yeah.
I don't. I mean, maybe this. I don't view Halloween the same way. That's what you just described, JT. That's not how I view a Halloween movie.
Oh, I do because it's Michael. All right, he's coming after what family member? How many people's going to die before he gets stopped? That's Michael. That's the Michael we all grew up with until 2018 and Kills and Ends. They made him weak. That's why a lot of people don't like it because they really took that evil away from him. And that's why I always had a problem with Ends. That's not Michael. Michael, boom, 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 ABC. Here he is. He's killing. He loses. But he comes back in the next one. That's Halloween. It's always been Halloween. That's why Loomis always was chasing him through the 6 films or 4 because he knew how evil he was. He always came back to face Michael because he knew a lot of people was going to die. That's Halloween. You don't know if he's out there or not. You don't know if
That's
he's in the
Halloween.
shadows. That's Halloween.
That's Halloween.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, Craven. Sorry.
I'm going to vote for Halloween Kills, and I'm going to vote for Great as well. So my vote for Great, I love this movie. It's one of my favorites of this franchise, and I thoroughly enjoy the kills in it. And he's just, to me, it's Michael on display, and he absolutely is just brutal as can be. Thoroughly enjoy the movie. And yeah, again, we've talked about the things that are annoying about this film. I agree, but overall, it's just a fun movie. Every time I've watched it, I've watched it maybe 5 times now, but every time I turn it on, I enjoy it as much or not more than the last time. And for me, one of my personal measuring sticks, if you will, for movies is how much do I enjoy it on rewatches. And if I like it and I continue to enjoy it, then that ranks high for me. So this one does. So Great wins with 12 votes. So Halloween Kills, which is the fire, is great. There we go. Wow, the great is killing it tonight. My goodness, we are consistent, if not anything else. Hey, Thomas. Thomas just joined the stream. Welcome. Glad to have you here. All right. We still got a long way to go. In fact, let's keep it moving. Whose turn is it? JT? Is it yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So let's get the ship rocking. Rob Zombie's Halloween, the first one.
Oh, okay. Rob Zombie 1, guys. Here we go. I'm going to start at the bottom. Destin, I'm going to start with you, and I'll end with me again. Zombies 1. Destin, are you there? He probably stepped away. Okay. Eric, let's start with you, my friend. How do you feel about Zombie? I think I have an idea.
I'm gonna start by saying my vote is not gonna matter at all. I know how people are gonna go with this.
Right.
Even though in every single way it is better than Halloween Kills.
Okay.
Rob Zombie's Halloween 1 is a masterpiece. I'm not going to say anything else because it's going to be blowing out hot air, man.
Okay.
And you know it is. You know it is. No one here is going to listen to a single good thing about Rob Zombie's Halloween, even though everything that was just said about Halloween Kills is the same thing with Halloween Ends, but on a higher level.
I got you. Okay, buddy. Fair enough, man. JT.
Masterpiece.
Ooh.
Actually, you want to know why? Because I prefer this over the 78 all day.
It's scarier.
Wow.
It's scarier. He's more brutal. I do not like that he's 6'9". You've made him 6'3". It would have been perfect. But the thing is, he did something that you're not supposed to do. You gave him a background. You gave him a reason why he's the way he is. And realistically, that is true. He got mentally abused, physically abused, bullied. He just snapped. And he snapped on that night, and then it just makes so much sense. And you had Loomis, who's with him for 15 years. He just like, I can't do this no more. And he leaves, and he snapped. This is the Michael that, even though in the Kills, I do like Kills, this is when I saw this, I'm like, I prefer this over the 78 because 78 didn't scare me. This one completely would scare the hell out of me. So it is a masterpiece. In my opinion, it's better than 78.
Whoa.
Okay. Wow. Masterpiece.
Damn,
All right.
Was passionate.
That was passionate, man. We got two masterpieces already out the gate. Okay, Destin, I'm gonna go to you because since you're back, what's your ranking for Zombies 1?
Oh man, this is the one I kind of like struggle with the most, but I have to give it. I think it gets more hate than it deserves.
Okay.
I feel like it should have been directed by somebody else other than Rob Zombie. As far as story and the way it's structured and some of the brutal kills, I actually liked. I'm gonna put this as good. I'm gonna put it as good.
Okay.
Because when I watched it, I enjoyed what I saw. Not the biggest fan of the cinematography, not the biggest fan of the dialogue. I feel like Rob Zombie wants to be a Quentin Tarantino, but he is not.
Yeah.
Some of his dialogue I feel like is cheesy just for the point of being cheesy. And I want the characters, at least some of the characters, to be likable. So I fault that on Rob Zombie. But if we're talking about story and the way it's structured, it was good. I thought it was a decent remake. Just needed a different creator.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it. Good.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Good for Destin.
I can be a Jeff.
Polar, you're next, right? I think I got us out of order here somehow. It looks like.
Yep. So for me, oh goodness. My biggest issue with Rob Zombie's movies is that they all kind of become the same as far as dialogue goes. So like the first act of it, I can't handle how he makes all of his characters trash.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just my issue with the movie. It's like, stop writing your dialogue in every single movie you have is white trash. So for me, the kills are brutal. That's good. But I don't enjoy watching the Rob Zombie one, so I'm gonna rank it as bad.
Okay, that's fair.
Hmm.
Michael, how do you feel about it? The zombie one.
Bad, thank you.
You wanna elaborate?
Man, it's the same thing every time. You know, with Rob Zombie's Halloween, my buddy, he's the biggest Rob Zombie fan that I know. And this is a debate that we have 2 or 3, 4, 5 times a week. And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with loving this movie. It's all about who you see Michael as and what you perceive Michael to be. And that's different for everyone. You know what I mean? Some people are there. I want brutal. I want rough. I want this. You know, to me, the biggest thing with Halloween is the mystery. You know, why did he do what he did? You know, that's what made it so impactful for me. Then again, you know, I saw it for the first time when I was 5, and it was the original. You know what I mean? And that's what always stuck with me. Like, this could happen to anyone. This could happen anywhere. And I feel like the first 55 minutes of Rob Zombie's Halloween just ruined all of that for me. Now, granted, was it a good slasher movie? Of course it was. It was. You know, it was brutal. It was all the things you want in a slasher. For a Halloween movie, it did all the things that I don't want Halloween to do. All the answers that I didn't want, he had to try to explain. You know, and that's why. That's where I'm at with that. Now, granted, you know, we all like it for different reasons. You know what I mean? You go to Halloween to see it for this. I go to Halloween to see it for that. And that's why I put it where I put it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's a very good point. And for me, this one may surprise some of you, but I do rank it as bad, not canon. I do rank it as bad for the same reasons, Michael. I could not stand the explanation. I don't want that. I like the mystery of Michael Myers, the mythology to be in place. And so for me, that's personally my preferred Michael. The mystery of not knowing what caused this evil in him, where did it come from, what makes him tick. All of this mystery element, I love that part. And as much as I enjoy a lot of elements of 6, you know, one of the disappointing elements of 6 for me, which we're not talking about right now, we'll talk about that later, is the fact that we get the explanation. But it was similar here, obviously a different explanation, but it was what you said, Michael. You hit the nail on the head for me. It was the same thing. So, and then the factor that Polar talked about, just the Rob Zombie style, which is just not my thing. The crude, brash, it's just not something I enjoy watching. Again, it's okay. Or to each their own. It's just not something I like. So it is in the bad category for me. So Val, let's see what the votes come up to when you get done there tallying up the votes. I'll be real curious.
Yeah, I want to get interesting what the voting is, because everybody puts it on the same pedestal as 78, and it's not. It's a remake. This is the problem with remakes. When you go in expecting it to be as good as original, that film already lost.
Oh,
already lost.
True.
Well, I've always said, a remake has such a tough line, because if they're too different, people hate it. But if they're not similar enough, or if they're too similar, people hate it. And
a lot of people hate it because he changed it. He gave you a reason why he snapped.
One thing, Craven, I'm just curious. Like, I'm almost like, I wanted to say it's just average or even just bad. Like, that's how I used to be. But after rewatch, I was kind of like the first time I watched it, I liked it. And then whenever, you know, later on, I was like, I didn't like it. Let's just say that bad dialogue that Rob Zombie likes to write wasn't there. They had a different writer for the dialogue. Could you enjoy it more?
Well, if you're talking about like the crudeness, all of that
the trashy dialogue, just the dirty stuff.
Yeah, the dirty stuff. Well, the problem though, even if you take that out, it's still showing me. Here's the thing, I don't want to feel sympathetic towards this kid who turns to Michael Myers, because the minute I start feeling this sympathy for him, when I see the shape, I want to feel nothing but fear and anxiety.
No,
I don't
that's
want to.
not the shape. That's
You know what I'm
Michael
saying?
in that.
That's yeah. I want to. Yeah. I. That's the problem. They would have to rewrite the story because they'd have to take away all that backstory for me, and eliminate the childhood backstory, and start off as him and as an adult. Then that would be a different movie. Sure. Yeah. That's a different movie. My real problem with the movie is two things. It's the backstory and it's the crude dialogue and stuff. Those are the two things. So the other stuff I had no problem with really at all.
I
It was
watched the
good.
director's cut a week ago
Mhm.
of Halloween, and you don't see Laurie Strode until 55 minutes into the movie. It's
Yeah, and
55
that's a
minutes.
rough cut too.
It's like
If you see some
55
of those
minutes
scenes.
Oh
into
yeah.
it. It's
Yeah.
like, oh my god, yeah. And I mean
Wow.
that cut, like I will rather watch, the theatrical release than the director's cut because there's so much more that's unnecessary in the director's cut.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you don't like the theatrical, you won't like that one.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Michael, your turn, my friend, to pick the next movie.
I am going to pick a gem. Let's go with Halloween 5.
Okay, Halloween 5, guys. Start voting in the chat. And I'm going to start with Michael. I'll start with you. We're going to go down, then I'll finish the voting.
I think it should be removed from canon. I absolutely
Ooh.
hate this movie. And that's a strong word for me when it comes to
Yeah.
Halloween. This movie, when you're coming off the heels of 4, and you got the whole formula right there of what made 4 good. Not saying it has to be the same movie. You have all the same characters that made it successful. And you have no idea what to do with them because you're rushing it out to get a sequel because Halloween 4 did good and Jason and Freddy are kicking your butt at the box office right now. So we're going to throw this out. And you know what? On top of that, let's go ahead, Bob, and let's make his mask shitty too. You know what I mean? He falls in a well or a hole and comes out with a different mask on. Like that right away. I'm just like, what are we doing here?
It's true.
You introduce his niece and Rachel, Danielle Harris in 4, and it's like you don't even you kill off Rachel in the first 15 minutes of the movie. She's the final girl. She did a great job. You didn't get Jamie Lee Curtis back, and you built this relationship with these two through this one movie, and you're not even going to use Danielle Harris for the first half of the movie. Now she's mute. We're not going to give her any lines.
Yeah.
You're not really going to address the fact she stabbed her stepmom with scissors in the last one. You know what I mean? It's just like there is so much broken. I'm going to let other people expand on some of the other things that are wrong because I don't want to I don't want anybody else to not, but all I'm going to say is Tina was my favorite character ever.
Tina, yes.
Thank you.
Very good, Michael. Okay. Wow, that's good stuff. Polar, how about you for 5?
Oh, I'm right there with Michael. They
Yeah.
undid such a fantastic story because I already said 4 is my favorite sequel.
Mhm.
And I'm like, what the F when I saw 5. I just, killing Rachel broke me.
Yeah, that was
So-
tough. Yes. So your ranking is definitely bad then, is that right?
And it should be removed from canon.
Should
I'm
be
the
removed from
same-
canon, excuse me.
Me and
Gotcha.
Michael are on the same page.
Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, all right, JT, what do you think, man?
I'm gonna agree with them. It's just bad in general. Like Rachel, but didn't want to come back. They paid her all this money to stab her but with scissors, and even the director regretted actually killing her. So, yeah, it's just the mask is horrifying. The only good thing about the movie is when he had the scythe. That was the only good shot
Yeah.
that I liked about it. It's like, okay, if he had a little different mask, but that's scary. But yeah, it shouldn't be a Halloween film. Just no.
Removed from canon. All right, that's 3 removed from canons. Wow. Eric, what are your feelings, man?
I'm gonna say great.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's great.
Okay.
Loomis absolutely going crazy in this movie,
He's
pulling
true.
young Jamie up the stairs, like trying to draw Michael out. Like
Yes.
Jamie Lloyd, not even talking, still a great performance. The mask was iffy, but also I'm just going to disagree with everyone else on the panel. I've decided with these movies, so I'm going great.
Well, Michael looked like he was from Whoville with the whole stretched nose and everything.
He did look like he was from Whoville, but
That's
I mean,
true.
There are great qualities, and right now I'm going with that's all a movie needs to be great is some great qualities. So I'm saying it's great.
Okay. You know what else is great? Sarah Campbell gifted a membership to the channel just now. And thank you, Sarah. And Michael Wilson received the membership. So, Sarah, thank you so much for doing that. That's so kind of you. And so, Michael, welcome, my friend, to the inner circle of the cult of Craven. You now are not only a subscriber and watcher, but you are now a part of the inner circle, the family of Cravenites. So, everyone, welcome Michael into the family in the chat and let him know how much we appreciate him in the fold. And it's great to have you. And, Sarah, thank you for that. That's very kind of you to do that. That's so cool. Thank you. And Seattle Viking Girl says, "Good evening, Craven. Great, glad I got to catch. I am too. Appreciate you being here. Enjoying your comments on my videos. It's nice to see you here on a live stream. That's awesome. All right, Destin, Halloween 5.
You know, I have to say, should be removed from canon.
Okay.
I really think it should be. If they ever decide to, you know, like do a direct sequel to Halloween 4, right those wrongs, because Halloween 5 did so many wrongs. And every time I watch Halloween 5, it's like, it's so forgettable, but it's also so hard to get through. And I'm talking about from, you know, Rachel being killed. I'm talking about from like Danielle Harris being muted, which I can forgive that part. Yeah, Loomis gives a good performance, but the mask sucks. What else? Just everything. It just did not work well. It didn't work well at all. It needs to be forgotten, and it's the movie that I never have the urge to ever rewatch it again. That's just how I feel. So it needs to be removed from canon. And if they ever do reboot Halloween and they want to take on, you know, the Jamie Lloyd character, do a direct sequel from Halloween 4 and make her grown up, and let's go from there. Let's see what we can do with Danielle Harris as grown up, you know. And I have to say, the cops with the clown shoes, that
absolutely hilarious.
That was some baby back bullshit. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like it. The tone is up and down all over. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They just threw something together and blended it up and said, here's your Halloween movie. And yes, it needs to be removed from canon.
All right. Well, I'll finish this out then. For me, Halloween 5 is coming in as just average. I actually had some factor to this movie that I enjoyed, but not enough to be a good movie. I will call it a just average movie. And all your criticisms are valid, though, and I'm definitely don't disagree with them. But even in spite of those, I still like some of the qualities about the movies, and seeing Donald Pleasance just go basically crazy in this movie. I mean, I love his performance in here. He's basically unhinged, and that alone makes me like to watch the movie. Seeing how he interacts with Jamie, and I just so Donald Pleasance wins me over to at least get this to just average. So, all right, guys, voting is complete. So, Val, once you tally up, let us know.
Let's not forget about the Myers house changing into a Victoria mansion as well.
Well,
Wasn't that
Oh, I
such
don't
an
even
upgrade?
remember that. I need to rewatch it again.
Yeah,
That was such a
Huge
beautiful
house.
upgrade. Good for them. Their realtor is on point.
That's Strode Realty, right?
Strode Realty.
They,
Oh,
they
dang.
went in and tried to sell
completely
that.
changed it. Yeah, they bulldozed the original and built an older Victorian house. Like, yeah, this is sell. This is that. They won't know.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Halloween fans won't notice. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
They won't notice. That was funny.
They don't come to see the house or the mask.
That's right. All right. Average is going to win with 11 total votes. All right, guys. So this is Halloween 5.
Can I just
Coming
say
in
one
average.
thing? This is what I love so much about this franchise is you can ask 10 different people the
Mhm.
questions
Yeah.
you're asking us, and you're gonna get 10 different things.
Yes.
And none of it's wrong. You know what I
No.
mean? Like
That's what I'm saying.
that's the thing. Like a lot of people, they'll get aggravated. You know, with it's like dude,
Oh yeah.
no,
No.
like, this is
Let's don't get mad about it. Silly. This is
everybody likes these things for different reasons.
That's
and
right.
it's just fun. I
Yeah.
love difference of opinion. Like that's
Me too.
Yeah.
I love it.
I want to disagree. I think you can be wrong. And saying Halloween 5 is as good as
Yeah.
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Well, then-
I
We're all
disagree
wrong,
that you
though.
disagree.
Yeah. Right.
But the thing is, well, then we're all wrong because
Right.
it's
We
a
are.
horror movie. It's
Yeah.
not going to have Oscar-worthy dialogue. It's a horror movie. I never base a movie on dialogue ever.
Oh.
Like I'm watching a scary movie. It's never going to win an Oscar.
But that's
Ever.
That's
that's
not
the-
true. Horror movies win Oscars.
Which one? Don't say Silence of the Lambs because it's not a horror movie. Don't say that movie.
Silence of the Lambs is a horror movie.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah.
not. Nope.
Lady in the
No.
Water is.
It's scarier than the original Halloween.
No, yeah, but it's not a horror movie.
Mm.
I gotta disagree with you there,
I
man.
don't know,
it's
man.
horror. What? Quick vote. Y'all
Hmm.
think Silence of the Lambs is horror?
I think it's a crime.
Definite thriller. That's a
Yeah,
thriller
it's a
for
thriller. I was
sure.
like, but it's really I'd like
I
to.
don't know. I would say thriller horror. I don't know. I think about that. I always considered it horror.
I never did because
Yeah.
I mean,
FBI.
are we just
It
we
was
just
always
talking
like a
about
crime
Silence of the
thriller.
Lambs
It was
by
like it
itself,
was
or
like
we
Yeah.
said-
yeah, by itself,
Okay.
Silence of the Lambs by itself.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I call
but
it true crime. I really do.
I mean, what you said?
So
If
was
it,
Scream.
okay, if you consider Halloween about Loomis, and that's true crime. Loomis is a therapist chasing an escaped
Okay.
patient around looking for while he's murdering people.
Good
Like,
point.
that's-
But is the killer having a mask and slashing people with knives?
I
Stalking
didn't say it was
slash?
a slasher. I said it
Yeah.
was a horror.
Horror. But the thing is, Michael's a slasher. Slasher.
I
and
think it
you
is
can't
horror.
put Halloween and Silence at the same thing. You just can't. And that's the problem with horror nowadays. You got to have that title. Oh, it's thriller horror or it's crime. No, what's horror? Then we have slashers. To me, Silence of the Lambs not a horror movie. It's more true, a true detective. You got an
I'll
FBI
agree
going
it's
to
not
a killer.
slasher.
Going to
Yeah.
a killer and trying to figure it out. And at the end of the day, they find out who it was, and he kept her in a hole.
Let's ask Siri.
But then,
Yeah,
Well,
let's ask Siri.
I don't know. I guess
I'll ask Alexa and she'll disagree. It'll be hilarious.
But I guess you have to take it by case because technically, Saw is a police detective story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I think we
If
would
you
all
think-
agree that's a
yes,
horror movie.
Yeah, I'll agree
Silence
that
of the
Silence
Lambs
is not a slasher.
is labeled as a thriller horror.
That's what I
See
call
what
it.
I mean?
Thriller horror.
Yes. See what I mean? It's a thriller horror. Thriller horror. That's like so.
But it's
Was it,
still
is it
got
more
horror
thriller or
elements.
more horror? Yeah.
Yeah, it does
It's
have
true,
horror
but
elements.
the thing is, it's like to me, it's not a horror film. I'm
Right,
watching
right.
a cop movie. I'm watching a cop.
It's probably it starts with a thriller.
Mm-hmm.
It's got taste of horror.
Yeah, you throw a cannibal in there, and then he escapes and all that. But that's what I'm saying. It's when I watch, it's like I'm watching a crime movie, really, instead of a okay, didn't it's just I like Silence of the Lambs. It's a masterpiece to me. It's a great movie, but it's like horror.
All right, here we go. Sarah says, according to Google, there are 18 horror movies that have won an Oscar. Silence of the Lambs is on the list. Let's keep this train rolling. Fair enough. We have several more movies to rank. That's a good point. But that's a good conversation, JT and Michael. It
Exorcist.
Just kind of, there you go. Michael, this kind of this dialogue echoes what you were saying. How the different answers, different. It's really cool, and that's why I love doing these tiers. We did a Ghostface last weekend, which was great, seeing different opinions, and we're seeing it again this week, and this will never get old.
Oh
These
no.
tier
No.
rankings on stuff. And speaking of which, whose turn is it? Who's next? Help me out.
I went last.
You went
So that'd be
last.
yours.
Yeah.
Okay, I get to pick.
Yep.
Great. Okay, I'm going to go with. You know what? I'm ripping the Band-Aid off,
Oh,
and I'm
didn't
doing
do
Zombies Halloween 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking, Polar. I know.
I was like, we're doing ends already. I'm not ready for this.
No.
We'll be going for an hour.
No. Zombies 2, guys. Start voting now in the chat, and we'll start with. I'll start, and then we'll end with Destin. We'll just do it that way. Go straight down. All right, I officially vote for should be removed from canon on the unicorn or the white horse can take this movie and go run off into non-canon land. This movie does not exist. I refuse to watch this movie ever again in my life. I will not. And I will not contribute to it whatsoever other than to say burn it, melt it, delete it from your hard drive. That's what I say. So Rob Zombies 2 does not exist in my world. So should be removed from canon. Michael, we'll go down the list here.
I'd like to vote masterpiece on this one. I think that Rob Zombie, it's a modern triumph. If you guys don't see it, no, seriously, like I did enjoy the first 15 minutes of this movie. I thought that we were going to get a, more of a hospital type atmosphere like Halloween 2. The dream sequence was great. I hated the fact that it was a dream. Other than that, I didn't like it. I think it should be removed from canon.
Yes. Wow, this is going to be a landslide.
Yeah.
Polar?
Yeah, remove this.
Yeah.
Get it out.
All right, we'll keep moving. We'll move quick on this one. I think it's going to go quickly. JT?
Average.
Average? Okay. All right. Eric?
Masterpiece. And I'm not being facetious. I would rather watch it than 4 or Kills. So I would put Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 in.
We're voting you off the island, Eric.
It would make sense because I don't fit in with y'all.
Oh,
you
Eric.
do in the stream world. You do.
I would watch Halloween. I would watch Rob Zombies 2. And here's the thing, because I'm just gonna throw this out there. It does not matter at all because no one will listen, and it's already decided in the votes. Everyone complains about the white horse thing as in supernatural.
Well, it means death.
Supernatural.
People don't know that. It means death.
Not supernatural. It's Michael Myers hallucinating or it's all in his head. Like they're not actually there.
Yeah.
And I can wrap my head around Michael Myers having a little bit of instability. If you see it as a supernatural thing, like it's there, his mother's there telling him to kill people, like her ghost is. Yeah, that's one way. But if you think about it as in this man-child hallucinating his mother, telling him to kill people, that's the exact same thing that happened with Jason Voorhees. So, but like I said,
or
doesn't
Psycho.
matter because everyone has already voted. Sarah, I don't think I do.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people probably don't know this. He only did this film to get out of the third one. He did not want to even do this film.
And Tyler Mane didn't plan to do it. Everyone complains about the beard. He only had that beard because he was set to do another movie. He got huge to play a boxer, and that's the movie he was supposed to do. But the studio made Rob Zombie come and do this, and they made Tyler Mane come back, and they forced them to do this movie.
There's good shots in this film. There's incredible shots in this film.
My favorite cinematic shot of all time exists in Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
So is mine. When he walks the field.
The field.
When he's coming back to Haddonfield, that's my all-time favorite shot of any film.
In the field when the two guys come up to attack him And you just, after they attack him, they're walking back to the truck. All you see is the headlights. You see him raise up, and you see him throw his head back, and he puts the mask on. That shot, it's just a silhouette backlit by the headlights, is the best cinematic shot I've ever seen in my life. And once again, it doesn't matter, but I'll say masterpiece because I put it above 4 in kills.
Okay. Hey, that's all right.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that. Not at all. Destin, what's your thoughts on Zombie 2?
Man, this is the one that I struggle with the most because I feel like there should be another ranking, like maybe like a misunderstood, because it's between bad and should also be removed from canon. There are things about this movie that I do like from a director's standpoint. Story standpoint, yeah, a little okay, but there are so many things that just didn't work. They tried to be too artistic with this movie, and like I said, from the first Halloween movie, I don't like the cinematography. I just don't. I feel like Halloween is the wrong property that Rob Zombie should be trying to create. Like writing, directing, cinematography. He's good at world building, but I don't think he's the best writer, and I don't think he's the best director.
Gotcha.
And there are things about the what is it, Halloween 2, the remake, whatever, that I do like. I love the beginning. I love the shot of the girl getting dragged back into the house, like that was so good. I love the scene where, y'all were talking about where he puts back on the mask and he walks in. I also love the part with Danielle Harris and her dad. I love that.
Yeah,
whole scene.
that's golden. That is so golden.
That is
one of the
such
best
a good
performance.
You did
I
great.
think that scene, I think about when I think back at this movie, I think about that scene the most. So it's so hard to say bad, but I also feel like it should be removed from canon. It's like a double-edged sword. I don't know. This is the one that's like, I just don't know where to put it because I feel like it's a little misunderstood. When I say this, it doesn't mean that it's bad, even though it's lower than bad. It should be removed from canon, but it doesn't make it bad. Does that make sense? Am I
not at all?
Okay,
not really, but we love you, Destin.
Okay, like I can get deep. I can go down this rabbit hole.
We
with
can
y'all
go.
if y'all
We
really
get
want to go
philosophical,
there.
man. We can.
But
that's all good.
That's how I feel because I mean, there's a lot of emotions behind it.
Yeah, for sure. So you're okay. So your final rankings should be removed, right? Is that what you're gonna go with?
Yes, but it's not bad.
Okay. All right. I got it.
It's worse. It's worse than bad.
All right, Val. You can start tallying for us. Andromeda
you can go ahead
says,
and move it to remove because I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. Yeah,
we all saw those votes rolling in.
Pretty unanimous. Yeah. Andromeda says, coming home from work and finding a group of beautiful people talking about my sweet Michael. Oh yeah, awesome. And Travis says, this stream is awesome tonight. Props to the panel. Well, thank you. This is an awesome group. Love my friends here tonight. Everyone's so awesome. And I love spending time with each of you guys tonight. I'm so glad that y'all are here. Hope you're having fun. And Bronson. Oh, it's true. And Bronson's coming with a $2 super chat saying, who's your favorite Tim Burton character? Oh, wow.
Batman.
Jack Nicholson.
Beetlejuice.
Batman.
Oh, so hold up. Eric, you said what? Beetlejuice?
No, I said Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Beetlejuice.
Okay. How about JT?
Batman.
Yeah.
Polar. Get nuts.
Let's get nuts. And he
Did you
does it
see-
in the flash. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you see
I was
that?
I
like,
know. I can't wait
yeah.
to see it next weekend.
Yeah.
Paula, do you have a favorite?
I'm thinking, did he do Edward Scissorhand?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be mine. Anything
He also
Johnny
did
Depp.
Nightmare Before Christmas, so you could say Jack Skellington.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no! I'm gonna go Edward.
Edward.
There.
Nice.
Yep.
Michael, you a Burton character fan?
Probably Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman.
Oh my
That's a good
goodness.
So much.
My
Yeah.
first
Dude, I remember when that came out.
Oh,
Oh
God.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you seen
buddy.
her in Grease too?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she was a
I wanted to
lady.
be a cool rider for sure.
Yeah. I wanted to be that ladder. I'm a rider. That's cool.
Bro, that song "Let's Do It for Our Country" in the bomb shelter, one of the best songs of any musical.
He tricked that woman.
Oh, hey, I wanted to say real quick, guys. I just saw that Jonathan Brake has gifted a membership, guys. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
All right, he gifted a membership, and our longtime friend of the channel, Coop the Oof, who used to use his mom's credit card, is now a channel member once again. Coop, welcome back to the fold, my friend. Welcome back to the inner circle. And thank you so much, Jonathan, for your kind donation of gifting a membership. That's really, really cool. Thank you. And hi to Marcus, by the way, from I Shot Him 6 Times. It's good to see you,
We're
my
going to be on a
friend.
stream together tomorrow.
Yes. Well, go ahead and plug that stream if you want, Eric.
Okay, yeah, tomorrow at the same time as tonight that this stream started. It's going to be Marcus from I Shot Him 6 Times, Craven Something Scary, Kyle from Return of the Flet, and myself. And we're going to be all doing our individual rankings of the Ghostface killers. So we're going to get Steven's 1 through 13, my 1 through 13. And we might even throw some suspected ones in there.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that's going to be on my channel, The Bearded Entertainment, tomorrow at 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern.
I can't wait to be there. It's going to be so much fun. Guys, make sure you join us tomorrow night on Eric's channel, The Bearded Entertainment. And my favorite Tim Burton character probably has to be, man, when you said Jack Nicholson and the Joker, yeah, man, I got to go with Eric on that. That
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I got to go with that. So real quick for Bronson, for your clip, make sure you're very, very careful when you're working around tanks at work that can catch fire and fly around because, just important to be safe. Here we go for your super chat, my friend. Wow. Wow. I need to tag on the spicy mustard. Wow. At the end of that.
Wow. Imagine going to heaven. What happened to you? I don't know. I was sitting there eating a hot dog with some spicy mustard, doing my crossword puzzles, and bam, here I am.
There you go. Oh my gosh.
Spicy mustard.
Spicy mustard. Real quick, I just want to say hi to Nanette. What's up, Nanette? And Dice. Dice Roland in the house, which we're going to be watching Phantom of the Paradise in a couple of weeks. I'm setting that up for our members only watch party, private watch party. And Dice picked the movie last month in the random wheel. All right, guys, let's keep moving. We got just a few more to pick. And Michael, you are up again, sir.
It's me?
I think you're up next because I picked the last one. So,
All right,
sir.
Let's keep my train rolling with my favorites and do Halloween Resurrection.
All right. My Halloween Resurrection in the chat. Start voting on the categories of where you would put that. Let me lower this down a little bit. So there we go. Okay. Let's see. Destin and Eric may have stepped away.
I'm
Eric's
here.
still there? Okay. Destin, are you still there? He stepped away. Okay. We'll come back to Destin. Eric, start us off, my friend. Resurrection.
Halloween Resurrection. I'm gonna say great.
Okay.
Once again, I would put it on before I would watch Kills.
Okay.
And so if that's where Kills is going, I got to rank it at least as good or better than that. I think it was ahead of its time with the concept of the live streaming, watching it. I think that idea, while maybe not executed perfectly, was amazing. And it's as much hate as it gets, it's a fun watch. Like I said, I have more fun watching that movie than I do watching Halloween Kills. I think there's more of a story there than in Halloween Kills. So yeah, based on where Kills ended up, I'm putting Resurrection at great.
So you rank this. Would you rank then Resurrection top 5? If you're ranking it great, is that like? I'm assuming you're ranking that in your like top 5 or 6 of the franchise.
If my personal ranking, no, but based on the board, where things are on the board, like I said, if this ranking ends up with Halloween Kills at great, then for me, H2 or Resurrection is as good as that. I think it's actually better, but I would put it there.
Gotcha.
My personal ranking, it would be, if I were just ranking this myself, it would probably be in the just average or bad.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm wanting us to do is do your ranking. Don't worry about the others. I want to hear what you all think about it, each of you, because that's kind of the fun of it, is to hear what each person really thinks about these movies, because it's just an interesting conversation. All right, so Eric, what you going with? Are you going to go for average, or bad? Or are you going to go for great?
I'm like I said, based on the board, I'm actually going to say it's great. It has flaws, but it for me it's still a fun watch.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Destin, what's your ranking for Resurrection?
Okay. Oh man, I have like a bittersweet relationship with this film. I don't think it's a good Myers movie. I don't think it's a good Halloween movie. But if it was a different type of slasher movie, I think it would be great. I know it gets a lot of hate, and I know it kind of shits on H2O, which I don't like.
Yeah.
Because I love H2O. But if I'm just talking about the film itself, the ideas, and the direction, I have to say it's just average. I think it's just average. But that's me basing it off of it not being following a storyline or anything like that. I'm not talking about story. I'm just talking about as the film itself, the kills, the fun factor, the setting, everything like that. That's it.
Okay.
It's average. It's just average, but I also feel like I feel like we should have like double things, like it's just average, but it should also be removed from canon.
Destin's on this, like, I love this trip, man. This vibe you're on. I love it.
I think we need something that says like guilty pleasure.
There you go. You're on it.
Yeah,
there you go. Guilty pleasure.
Kind of like Jason X for me.
No, it's not. Don't even throw Jason X into this.
No, okay, but I love Jason X.
I love Jason X.
Michael,
I love Jason X too.
No, I
so
love
much.
it, but so many people don't like Jason X, and to me, I love watching it. It's a guilty.
You want a franchise to die? Yeah, you want a franchise to die? Put them in space.
It's
But-
like
Jason X is great.
No, but Jason X is one of my favorite movies. I just love putting it on. You know,
it's a
and that's-
standalone. Just look at it as a standalone.
It's great, and that's kind of how I feel about Resurrection. I'm sorry, I jumped in. I'm cutting someone, but I hear you, Dustin. Like, I really like Resurrection. Is it the wrong franchise? Absolutely, but the concept is great. It's just if you remove Michael from the picture, it would be a fun movie. So it's just one of my guilty pleasures. If you were to say to me, do you want to watch Rob Zombie Halloween or do you want to watch Resurrection? I'm going to go with Resurrection because I enjoy it. There's a lot of problems with the movie.
Yes.
But if it wasn't a Halloween movie, I would love it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like Michael doesn't fit into the formula.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Exactly.
where, and so I'm sorry I did jump in. I'm sorry. I
No,
feel
you're
passion
you're
for-
good. You're explaining it correctly because I think I was at an age to where it's like I didn't appreciate the franchise like I do today. You know, like I watched it as a film alone, and I was like, oh, I bought it, and I had fun with it. That's it. It's a fun. It's a fun movie.
Right.
Just doesn't belong in canon.
Yeah. And take Busta Rhymes out.
Yeah.
Trick or treat, mother. Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
LL Cool J was cool, but
oh,
Busta-
LL was amazing in
Yeah.
H2O.
Him and his romantic novels.
Oh, what was so good.
He should have been a hero. They should have gave him more, like at the end, like he should have been more of a hero, you know.
It would have been nice. I
Yeah.
agree. All right. So, well, and JT, I'm about to get to you next. Polar, so your ranking was.
I'm gonna consider just average guilty pleasure. So
Just average. Okay.
Yeah, I'm throwing it in there.
And what I'm going to do for the next time we do a tiers for movies, I'm going to add in guilty pleasure. That's a great suggestion. I like that. JT, what's yours for this movie?
Well, I would lean average, right? Because I'm a tech guy. And when they brung that live stream, like Bearded was saying, I like that aspect because, you know, you have to redo these movies like in the 70s and 80s because technology is going to catch up and you're just going to find these killers. They're not going to stay hidden forever. I mean, at a point, he is human. But the Busta Rhymes thing made him completely weak. That was bad. I did like the mask. I liked how he killed Lori. Like, finally, she's out of the picture. No more of her. Bye. But I'm going to go bad. I'm not going to add a canon because it is a fun film.
Yeah.
They take chances. And when films take chances, they kind of get points for me. And they took a chance, even though it wasn't the right chance. I mean, I didn't even know it came out until Blockbuster, if it tells you anything. And I watched it and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put it as bad.
Okay. Bad for JT. All right. Michael, how about you, man?
This is my least favorite Halloween movie. Just put me in blue.
Okay. Should be removed from canon for Michael. And then it comes to me, and I got to tell you, 9 times out of 10, when I just ad hoc discussion off the fly. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, I see Eric's got his hand up. So before I tell you my ideas, Eric, go ahead.
Oh, I was actually going to acknowledge a comment from the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Then I'll finish it out.
David Lewis, you said if the votes were average instead of majority, it would end differently. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking that should be a way to do it, but that obviously we've already started, so we can't do that now. But I was thinking what it would look like if they were averaged versus just this one got the most votes, so this one wins. If you actually averaged them out to see how it would turn out, because there's been a lot of like should be removed for canons for certain, like Rob Zombie's Halloween, for instance. There was a lot of just like removed from canon versus a couple of just average, and there was me saying and JT saying it was a masterpiece. So it would have been really interesting to see where it ended up if an average was taken. But I just wanted to acknowledge that comment, David. That's a really cool comment. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, all right. So for me, when it comes to this movie, like I was saying, on most just off the cuff conversations, I would say remove this from canon, because I remember going to the theater, and I was with Marvis with the Carbonite Jedi. We went together to see it, and I was all excited. Coming off H2O, Jamie Lee's back. I'm like, let's go. And I sit there, and I'm so pumped up, and here she is in this psych hospital, and she's running away from Michael, and you guys know the scene and what happens to her. And like the first 15 minutes or whatever, 10 minutes, I was like literally about to walk out. I was so mad. I looked at him. I said, I cannot believe this just happened. she was so strong and powerful in H2O after she got her. She was nervous at first, but she found her strength. Remember, and and everything, and then that really had left a bitter taste in my. It still does leave a bitter taste in my mouth. And then the whole way it went down with the whole, karate chop and kick in and all this stuff. So I normally would just say remove it, but I have to say, if you put me down and said you have to watch either the Zombie 2 or Resurrection, you have to watch one of them. Guys, I swear I would say Resurrection.
Yay!
So
I think I'd go Zombie too, to be honest.
and that's
Well,
okay.
The funny thing is, for her coming back, this was the deal. They had to kill her.
They had to sell the way she agreed to
Yeah.
come back.
Yep.
And that's really what's wrong with some of the sequels is that Jamie Lee Curtis has creative control over her character and some of her arcs, and it distorts the original script. So,
True.
And they
Here's the
could have
thing.
just did what Ford did and killed her in between the movie.
okay, let me ask you something. If let's just say that Jamie Lee Curtis dies, right? If Busta Rhymes instead of was a hero, but got, if he got killed, and John Tate, Jamie Lee Curtis's son, came back as like a hero-esque, I feel like he should have been in Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he should have been.
But if he was there and Busta Rhymes actually got killed instead of being like he was trying to be a hero, but he actually got killed in the process, would y'all like it more?
Maybe.
Mm.
Maybe for me.
He should have got killed because I watch a lot of karate. Like I was a Karate Kid fan. Three Ninjas and all that.
Yeah, I
didn't know
love
all
Three
that stuff.
Ninjas.
Watching, I didn't know karate watching them. Apparently,
Rocky
he did.
loves
Yeah.
Emily.
Let's not forget about the punk out too. You know what I mean? Like he literally just stood in Michael's face and Michael
Yeah.
just walked
Oh,
away
when
from
he
him.
yelled at him, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was
Yeah.
Michael being smart.
Well,
Resurrection
I think
should
the
have been about
original.
John. Yeah.
I think the original cut was that Busta got killed, but when test screenings happened, they wanted more Busta, so they
That's
made
true.
him a hero.
No.
Yeah, see, that's why they just
He was
Some
relevant
artists-
back then.
yeah. Some artists just don't need to be in movies because that's why.
Agreed.
Oh, they don't like it, so we got to change it. No, the hell with them. We paid them to do
Yeah.
this film. I'm sorry, this is my film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're-
Another
you're-
issue I have with that movie is just like at the end where she's like, I think she's in a chainsaw and she's just like, or something.
Yeah.
And she's like, this is for this person. And the acting right there is really, really
Yeah.
bad. I have to kind of
mean,
fast forward
it
through that
looks
part.
good. It looks good. It just feels bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
And that's exactly where it finished up.
But
in
it
the voting.
also, I'm not trying to defend it too much, but it also was ahead of its time.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, because I like the live stream deal. 'Cause look now, look what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it was
And
way ahead
another
of its
thing that
time.
introduces that people don't think about, and I saw a comment bring it up earlier, but think about as the audience when you're watching a horror movie and you're yelling at the screen, he's right there, he's over
Right?
there.
Mhm.
You actually see that in this movie because you have a built-in audience of
Yeah.
them watching it. It was so far ahead of its time, and yeah, I would never remove it from canon. I actually love what they did with Lori, because Lori, where she ended up, obviously people didn't like it, but I was thinking about a normal person. If you accidentally decapitated an innocent person,
Oh,
that would
Yeah.
mess with you, and it made sense that she would end up there. And then the way he knew, so he tugged at it, and she, for her own sanity, had to check. For me, I thought it made perfect sense what they did with her.
Mhm.
The kiss of her kissing him as she fell wasn't really on board with that, but everything else I thought it was perfect.
Well, I liked how he handed the knife off to the guy.
I like
It's
that
like,
part.
Here
Yeah.
you go. And then
Yeah, the
he's
guy that knew all
walked
the
off.
serial killers. I
Yeah.
did like
Yeah.
that.
And he
too.
starts talking about it. Michael Myers, killed his sister in '63. Blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
I felt
No
that.
one's-
I was
yes.
like, man, that's
And
good.
see, I think that lays out a more long-term thinking Michael, which is why I assume he walked away from Busta Rhymes. Everyone was all spread out. If he'd killed Busta Rhymes right there when he punked him
out. Yeah.
He would have got
everyone
and
would
he
have
had
came
one
down.
sideburn, bro. Come on, Busta had one sideburn.
It became
That's
a
another
comedy.
trouble.
From that point forward, it became a comedy.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
when you watch Resurrection, that's kind of how I put my mind.
Yeah,
is that
it is.
this is a
It's a comedy.
parody in a sense. Yeah.
And I'd still watch it before I'd watch Halloween Kills.
But you got to also think about like when this movie came out, cinema was a little bit different. We had the scary movies hitting cinemas. We had all this other stuff that was kind of like self-aware. We had the screams, and I feel like it was like toying with that, but it just didn't need to do that with Halloween Resurrection. That wasn't the franchise to do it with. Maybe Friday the 13th, but not Halloween.
Agreed.
All right. Well, guys, we've got a couple of super chats here to get to. I want to jump in real quick because they do promise to move you all to the front of the line. Jason Dyer coming in with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jason. Says Billboard chart topper, bathroom stall, OMG epic. This is Jason is referring to last night's stream on the Movie Bros React. For those of you that were there, you know what I'm talking about here. Debuted for the first time ever in public my parody song that I wrote and recorded of the Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. And I did a parody called Bathroom Stall. And I've never released it. No one ever has heard it.
Well, if he was in the bathroom stall, you had to release it. Oh, you're talking about the song.
yeah, literally. And we played it last night on the stream at the end for the first time ever. And Jason was there in the stream. That's what he's talking about here. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it, buddy. Much appreciated. And also, Eddie's coming in with a $5 super chat tonight. Thank you, Eddie. That is greatly appreciated, my friend. And he says, I can watch the worst franchise sequels, no problem, but I still can't watch Ends again. Wow, okay. Not bad. Christine film, but not best way to end the series. Okay. All right, man. Eddie, I appreciate you sharing that, man. There's a lot of passion around Halloween Ends on both sides of it. And I know people that love it, and I know that really, really love it. I know folks that really, really don't like it, and I know a lot of folks that are in the middle. So I do know this. After what has it been, guys? Came out last October, right? So it's been quite a few months now since it's been out, 8-9 months, and whatever it is, and
About 8, yeah.
8 months, right? About 8 months, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even after 8 months, there is still volatility when you discuss that movie. It's still not. I mean, it's calmed down some. And Michael, I'm sure you see it a lot on your channel when you guys talk about it. It's still a lot of. There's still some sensitivity on that movie, and with some, on both sides of it. It seems like.
We tried to avoid it, but we usually end up getting sucked into it at some point somehow.
It's like gravity.
It is.
Yes.
It really
or
is.
a black hole, if you want to say it that
I mean,
way.
even the directors came out and had to address it again.
Yeah, man. And I posted a video on my channel, which I have never done before. It's the first time I'd ever done it. You guys may remember. And basically, I called it a plea for civility was the name of the video. And I'd never done anything like that before, where I was literally asking the fandom, saying, guys, we're better than this. This is a movie. Our opinions are equally valid. These are just preferences. And the minute that we start putting our opinions above people, when that becomes more important than the person we're talking to, that's when we have a problem. Because when we have opinions that when the person we're engaging with is always that relationship is the most important thing, then our difference of opinion will always come underneath that relationship. In other words, my relationship with Eric and JT and Michael, Polar, Destin is more important to me than whether we agree or disagree on a theory. So I will never allow my feelings to rise above my care for them, because I value our relationship much more than a movie theory.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's a movie. It's a movie.
Exactly.
Fiction.
It's fiction, and it's subjective, and it's art, and it's made to be interpreted differently by every person. That's the point of it. So, and then Michael hit on it earlier too. It's a beautiful thing to me when we do tiers and rankings, because we get to just see that diversity in real time, and we get to see that those preferences and how different we all see things and view things. And I think it is awesome. It personally gets me a euphoric feeling, because I'm like, this is the beautiful part of what this community is about, is sharing these things. And all of these things we can agree on some, we can disagree on some, and at the end of the day, it's all good. We're all, our relationships always overarch our opinions. So anyway, I won't ramble on, but that's really cool.
It's funny you say that, because I swear to God, if you were to watch my channel and think that affected it, you would think that Matt and I hate each other. Like, seriously. Like, we agree on absolutely nothing whatsoever. And that's what makes it so fun. You know what I mean? We laugh about this point. Hey, what'd you think of that new movie? I loved it. I said, then you probably know what I think about it. And it's just a joke at this point.
Yeah. It's fun. It's fun to have that dialogue. Yeah.
It is.
The problem is when people engage in that dialogue and they don't understand, or they don't respect each other to the point of realizing we're just talking about our opinions. And that's when stuff gets out of control, and it's sad. It hurts. Honestly, it really makes me sad when I see people like I love seeing that healthy debate, and then they're laughing at the end, and they're buddy. It's like everything's good. We're good.
Yeah. You see these comments, it's like, I'm right, you're wrong.
Exactly.
No, I'm a little older than you, and you could tell you're older than that person. It's like, I've been around for a while, kid. No, it's just,
exactly. And hey, real quick, we got one more super chat that we're going to finish our rankings, guys. Eddie coming in with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Eddie. It's very generous of you, my friend. It says Halloween 18 was great. That's what H2O film should have been instead of The Headmistress. H2O had better Laurie, but a worse film. Oh, okay. I got you. So you liked the Laurie in H2O, but wish it would have been a 2018 film. I got you. Makes sense. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I do like the Laurie in 28 in Kills. Oh, grief. Help me out, guys. In H2O.
I agree.
They're a little different, though.
Yeah.
You can't really compare them, because in H2O, she thought he was dead, but she knew he was going to come back.
Yes.
And that's why she left. Whereas in Halloween 2018, she knows exactly where Michael is because he's still locked up. So honestly, I think H20 makes more sense, because if she suspects it or doesn't know anything, then she's going to fake her death, change her identity, go all the way across the country. I think that just makes sense, especially if she's got a child. But I never thought it made much sense for her to stay in Haddonfield.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good points. And Eddie, and thank you, my friend, for your generous super chat. And for your clip, we're going to, listen, in order to be able to type and move around with your mouse, you got to have your arm, at least one good arm. And this fella here, thankfully, has one good arm left, but he lost one. So we need to make sure we hang on to him, guys. Here we go for you guys. Here's for all your super chats. Let's do it.
I just figured I could reach over, make the measurement, and I'd be done with the job. I knew better than to wear my gloves when I was operating a lathe. I knew better than to calibrate while the lathe was running. It was a stupid mistake, and it's one I'll be paying for the rest of my life.
Oh my gosh.
You know, in the words of Freddy, you're missing an arm, bitch.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Is it getting late, folks? I mean, it's like
it is getting late, man. We're gonna hammer through these last 6 movies. I think it's Polar's turn to pick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Yep,
see. What do we got left? Let's do Halloween 2.
Okay, Halloween 2. Very good. What's up, Jamie? Jamie says that last clip is messed up. Yes, it is. All right, Halloween 2. Let's go ahead and start. Destin, with you, my friend.
Oh, you had to start with me.
Had
Oh, Halloween
Destin,
2.
I was just traumatized.
Okay. Look, this is I think Halloween 2 is like my really introduction to the Halloween franchise. Like, I think it's the one that I've seen the most at a young kid, as like a young child, you know.
Okay.
I know it has its flaws. It's
Okay.
very nostalgic for me. I have to say that, like, there's so many good things about it, honestly. I'm gonna say it's great. I like it.
Okay.
And I might be in the minority here, but I think I maybe slightly like it more than the original.
Hey. All right, man. Hey, and listen,
And I'm just being honest right now. Like,
you should be. Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing about when sometimes we connect these movies to certain moments in our life when we saw them. Like I first saw this one, or I saw this at a particular time in my life where it really meant something. And those emotional connections are real and can be powerful in shading how we view things. So that's awesome, man. If it, that's great. Very good. Eric, what are your feelings on the original sequel?
I think it's a masterpiece. I think it is the best follow-up. It's the best sequel, in my opinion, period, to the original Halloween.
Okay.
Is that from nostalgic, or is that
for me? No, it's from cinematography, directing, storytelling. I think it's the absolute best way. I know a lot of people hate the brother-sister angle. I love it because I think that's the most cohesive way you're keeping Laurie relevant. Because when you don't have the brother-sister angle, but you're trying to keep her relevant, you got to come up with a plot device like a Dr. Sartain or something like that. You have to come up with a plot device to keep them together. And I know that's all the brother-sister thing is, but that allowed us to keep her relevant without someone else coming into the story, and it allowed them to keep more people relevant. Jamie Lloyd relevant, like the family, the sibling angle. I think is the best way to keep Laurie relevant in the story, because if you don't have the family member angle, you just got to keep thinking of something new to bring Laurie in. So for me, it is the absolute best sequel to the original movie. I'm going with masterpiece.
Nice. Okay. JT?
I might have to put this one good. A little slow for me if I go back and watch it. I mean, the hospital, it's terrifying. And, it really introduced him being supernatural after the first one getting shot 6 times. And, the dropping of the hand and picking her up with the scalpel. But I just never felt it. I like the end where Loomis saved Laurie again. Kind of funny. But yeah, it was just good for me. just good.
Okay. All right. We got JT for good. Polar, how do you feel about that second movie?
So I actually would rate it at great.
Okay.
Overall, I love it. The only thing I wish is that Laurie wasn't in a hospital bed most of the movie. You know, like
Yeah.
in Kills, it seems like with Kills they would have learned from Halloween 2. But I think it's a fantastic sequel, so I'm gonna go with great.
Great. All right. And then Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to piggyback off of that. I really enjoy this movie. I'd put it under great. I think Dick Warlock. I really like what Dick Warlock did with Michael.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't like a clone of Nick Castle. You know what I mean? He kind of did
Yep.
his own thing, and the mask looked a little different on his face, even though it was the same mask and everything. But I dug it, man. I thought it was a good movie. It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. And again, terrifying hospital. Those scenes with the music and those long hallways. Oh man, they gave me the creeps as a kid. Yeah, I think I'm voting also for great for Halloween 2. Yeah, it was a very good movie. So Val, those are our votes here. We'll see what the chat has to say and where we come out with the majority here.
And you got the best Loomis cutoff moment. You don't know what death is. I love it.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Even the
Yes.
ending, like it's just when I think back and I say, what was the earliest movie that I saw when I was watching a Halloween movie? Like not just a Halloween movie, but like on Halloween night. Halloween 2 was there. That was the most rewatchability Halloween film I
Mhm.
remember watching all the time.
Do you guys remember? And, oh, by the way, great does win with 9 votes. Excellent. Do you guys remember seeing the TV version of it
Mm-hmm.
where they
Yep.
added extra scenes in?
Yep.
I can't remember what the scenes were. You guys probably know. It was cool.
Yeah,
'cause I
my
remember
Halloween box set has both versions in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine too. Yep.
Nice. All right. Well, let's see here. We've got 5 more. I think we're getting the home stretch now, guys. So JT, your turn.
Let's go with Halloween 3.
Season of the Witch. My
Season of the
friends.
Witch. Now, a lot of people don't like this because it didn't have Michael Myers in it. I get it. But if you actually just watch it, think about Michael's not in it. I would say it's a good movie. It's a good story. It's original. It's different because yes, it don't have Michael in it. But I noticed this. When you get older, you actually watch a film. It's like, you know what? Without Michael, that's actually a good movie. So I rank it good. And the mustache, man. You can't hate the mustache.
Okay. JT coming in with a ranking of good for Halloween 3. Eric will go down, then we'll come up.
I'm going to go with great.
Yeah.
I think it was the original intent for Halloween to never have a sequel and to be an anthology type deal. The fact that it's called a Halloween movie is a little unfortunate because people were expecting Michael, but if you go in not expecting to see Michael and just with a mind open to a normal horror movie or I don't want to say run of the mill, but just a standard horror movie, then you have a great time. But so I put it at great. I think it's a little better than good. I got to put it at great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Destin.
It's good. It's a good film. You can't really compare it to the rest. I really don't feel like you can really do that.
Yeah.
But it is like you look at it as like a standalone. Like I was saying, like with Halloween Resurrection, I know it's like ranked bad or whatever, but it's good. It's a good movie on its own, but it almost should be removed from canon. But I'm giving it as a good. I enjoy it when I watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. Our Polar.
Yeah, so I mean that Silver Shamrock jingle just can't get out of your effing head after you watch it. Yeah. I enjoy it as a standalone, like we've all said already. It's a good movie. So it's unfortunate, like they said that they marketed it as a Halloween film because it doesn't have Michael in it. So I'm gonna go ahead with good, just because I actually do enjoy this movie.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Michael, how do you feel about Season of the Witch?
Boy, if you'd asked me this question when I was a kid, it would have been a ooh.
Yeah.
You want to talk
Yeah.
about disappointed kid renting a movie? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
oh my god.
Mm.
I'll give it average. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's a decent standalone movie for what it is. You can have a good time with it. But my rewatchability for it isn't, a lot. So I'll give it average.
Yeah. Okay. I'll close this out here with I'm going to give it a good rating. I like the movie, and I do enjoy it every time I see it. I love Tom Atkins. Guy's a legend.
The mustache, man. That's the
Yes,
mustache.
mustache
Can't
man,
go wrong.
exactly. You can't. He's awesome, man. And so yeah, for me, I'm going to go good. I'm going to go good. So, all right, Val. Whenever you tally those up, we'll see what our end ranking is for the Season of the Witch. I think
Now it's going to start getting good. Now it's going to start getting good. The ratings.
Oh yeah. I think Season of the Witch is going to do
I
okay.
think we've been avoiding a little bit.
Yeah.
Good wins. All right.
I'm fine with that.
I think that's right where it belongs.
Yeah. Like you said, it's a standalone. It's a good film. I mean, it really is.
It is. All
but if your
right.
intent was Michael, yeah, you'd be like, what? No.
I mean, as a kid, you want to talk about being disappointed, man.
You see him on the TV as a commercial.
Yeah. The bar scene, yeah.
Oh, dang. All right. Whose turn? Is it JT's turn?
No, I did Season of the Witch 3. So
that's
it'd
right.
be
Eric's turn.
Eric.
Okay.
Well, I think it just makes sense to do. Is that 6 that's left? Curse.
We have Curse left. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the other 3, I'm fairly certain we know where they're going to go. So I think we know where Curse is going to go, if I'm being honest. But yeah, Curse.
All right. Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers, which is, by the way, Donald Pleasance's last film. Bless his soul. Rest in peace. All right. We're going to start with Destin. I think he stepped away. All right. We'll start with you, Eric. We'll let you rank it first, and there's Destin. Destin, we'll start with you, and we'll come up with Halloween 6.
This is the first Halloween movie that ever scared me. There were some really scaring moments, and I know I was young, but do y'all remember the trailer? It's the boogeyman, and you see the lightning flash, and there's just certain things that's just very mean spirited and very evil. There's an evil presence in this movie that I love. That dread. I love the Halloween feel. I love the fall feel. It does have its flaws though. There's certain things that I wish that would change, but this is definitely one that's very nostalgic for me. And I'm not going to rank it higher than it should be just based off of nostalgia.
Okay.
It's so hard to rank this one. This is probably the hardest one to rank for me. And I'm just going to say it's good. It's good.
Okay.
But it's not a great film. It's not great. There are definitely things that should be changed that would elevate it. But it's definitely got some great scares and some great atmosphere, and it's good. It's just good.
It's just good. Okay. Now I have to say this, and I don't want this to get overly complicated,
Mhm.
but there is a producer's cut and a
Mhm.
theatrical
Mhm.
cut.
Mhm.
I like the
And
theatrical more.
okay, they are a little different. So, all right. So you like theatrical? Okay. I was going to ask each of you which cut you prefer. That's all I was going to ask you. Like, which cut do you like better personally? Okay. So, all
I'm
right.
not sure what the difference is between.
But it
I don't.
is
I don't
it is
know
the
if I.
scariest Michael, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen the theatrical. If I've seen the producer's cut.
So did it end with little rocks around him, or did it end
With Loomis
with
yelling
yeah?
down the hallway.
I think Loomis yelling.
Yeah. That's the theatrical.
Yeah, it's theatrical.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, the fun producer cut right here.
No.
It's
Okay.
it is completes the collection. That's the only reason I have it.
Yeah, that's where he's standing there with the stones around him, right?
Yeah, and he
Circle.
can't move. It's fantastic.
Yes, he's locked in place. Yeah. All right, Eric, your thoughts on 6?
I'm gonna put it at great.
Okay.
I think the mask was amazing in 6. After 4 and 5, what we got, I think 6 was a huge improvement. I actually have the mask from 6. I'm gonna piggyback on what Jamie's saying. Paul Rudd was a great introduction to Paul Rudd. Donald Pleasance, it was his last movie. I think he went out on a good one. And I am rating it based on the producer's cut. I think that is the superior one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm gonna give it great.
Okay. All right, JT.
I agree with Destin. I think it's good. This was the one that Michael scared me out of all of them. It was this one. What would put it great if the nanny was Irish? That's what I want. Oh, let's hold back him Irish.
Oh,
He
yeah.
heard the voices too. It's like why couldn't she be Irish? It would have been great then. But yeah, I liked it. It was Donald Pleasance nailed it. You know, especially with the Jamie. If you've seen the like the deleted scene, you know, Jamie, I should have never left you. You know, it's a good film. It really is a good film. And they took a chance with the whole druid and cult and evil. Yeah, so good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good for JT. All right, Polar.
Oh, I'm on the opposite side of that spectrum. I do not like the idea of Michael having a baby with his niece. To me,
That's a little gnarly.
there's some icky vibes with this one.
Yeah.
I don't really enjoy the cult theme. I do agree with you both that the atmosphere is great, but it's not one that I watch. So I'm gonna actually put this one with bad.
Okay. That's fair. Michael, what are your feelings, my friend?
Yeah, I'll go with bad as well. Although I do agree with a lot of points about Michael. He was more vicious in this one, which was cool. You know what I mean? Polar, you talked a little bit about the atmosphere. It did feel like Halloween. I think they did a good job. The house looked a little closer to what Michael's house looked like from, the originals, or, at least the other ones. But at the end of the day, I was really disappointed. Them killing off, Danielle Harris's character, not letting her back into the movie. She even got emancipated to try to get back into the movie, and they kept her out of it just to kill her character off. And, some of the reasons that Polar was talking about, like I wasn't real big on them having a kid and that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, Paul Rudd, you could tell he was brand new. Don't get me wrong. I like Paul Rudd. Very stiff. But I do enjoy when Loomis is in it. So I will go with bad. It's right in between bad and just average for me, but I feel better about bad.
Mm-hmm. So I guess for me, I'm gonna rank it at good. I think I like the mask. A lot of the things you guys mentioned, the qualities I'm on point with. I don't rank it higher than that because it does the whole backstory about the cult thorn. I talked about earlier why I didn't like zombies. One, I don't like the explanation. This would have, this is right between just average and good, and I'm making it go good because again, Donald Pleasance was great. It's his last movie, and Michael was scary in this movie. He was very, man, when he's going down those hallways under that,
Mhm.
wherever that building they're in is, dude, you feel that tension.
Yeah.
Like it's very suspenseful. And
That hallway walk. Yeah.
yes,
Then he
and-
slaughters everybody in that
Oh,
operation room. Whatever.
That operation room scene was awesome. Yeah.
I think the
Yes.
problem was back then was like it felt like every sequel or like maybe like this one, like The Curse of Michael Myers, was like the ending, so they had to explain it, just like Freddy's Dead or
Mhm.
something like that. But we knew that wasn't the ending. So it was like
Yeah.
somebody just came up with this whole idea and it just didn't mesh well, you know? And
Yeah.
it's like a lot of cool elements, but it just didn't work. Like that's not how we view it.
Yeah. Yeah. Eric, you have a comment?
Fun fact: this is the lowest rated, lowest ranked movie in the series, and
Damn.
it's convenient that it won with 8 votes because 8 is also the percentage it has on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh God, it's higher than 5.
Well, don't listen to Rotten Tomatoes because
Or
they're
lower
always
than
wrong.
5. Jeez.
It
Yeah,
has
right.
an 8% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I'm getting less and less
Yeah.
on
I
Rotten
don't-
Tomatoes the more I look at them.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah,
listen
I
to
don't-
Rotten Tomatoes. I listen to IMDb.
Yeah, that's more and nah.
All right, this was good in the good category. Okay, let me move that up. All right.
All right.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah.
Down and then
Down
down.
to the
Oh.
nitty gritty.
Are we gonna end with ends?
I think we should, right? It's appropriate
Yeah.
to end with ends. This is our last movie. So we've got the OG and we've got 2018. Who's next up to vote? Destin, is it? Or is it Eric?
Yep.
It's
I know,
Destin.
Des. I picked.
Or Michael.
That's right.
Is it Michael? No?
No, it's you, Destin. Because I just
Oh.
picked. Yeah, I just.
Yeah,
picked
he just picked.
I don't want to pick.
Oh, you got to.
Craven, have you picked?
I picked in there somewhere along the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm gonna split it. Halloween 2018.
Okay. 2018, guys. Starting the
I
voting.
think-
Destin, go ahead.
Like, okay, I'm just gonna. Y'all about to get really mad at me, right? All right, it's okay. All right, I can take the heat, but I don't think Halloween has reached its masterpiece. I just don't. I don't think it's reached it there yet. I think Halloween 2018 is what were the levels? Like great,
Oh, sorry, I
good.
took it off
Masterpiece,
the screen.
great, good, average, bad.
Bad. and
I think it's
experiment.
great. I think Halloween 2018 is great. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I think that it has a lot of cool stuff in it. There's
Okay.
there's a couple things that I would change within it, but I think I would like Halloween 2018 to be the ending of the Laurie Strode and that. I want to see the extended ending of Laurie Strode and Michael fighting in the front yard. I want to see that. I want at least to be able to like witness that whole fight because they didn't have it in the special features at all. I think it's next to the first film. I think it was I thought it was a really thought out movie. But it's not a masterpiece. It's great.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
All right. We'll just go around here. Bearded, you're up next.
I'll say great as well. I don't think it's the best follow up to Halloween 1. I think I already established. I think Halloween 2 is the best direct sequel. Had a lot of good things. Had some things that I didn't agree with, but overall, I'll say great.
Yeah. JT?
It's a great film. I liked it. like the scene when the reporters or whatever showed up and there's Michael. I wish he was in that little courtroom or like area by himself. But when he got the mask, it gave me goosebumps, you know. And with the Lori, she's more tougher in this one. I like this version, except the original version. So it's a great film. I really enjoyed this film.
Mm-hmm. All right, Polar.
All right, so I have a few I have a few issues with this film. Like just some of the story just irks me. Like, how did they get a hold of that friggin' mask? Just because they're podcasters, they just get it. I don't know. I had some issues with some of this stuff. I was like, oh, how convenient.
Detective Bailey.
Just
I was about to say, Detective Bailey was helping the podcasters out.
I was just like, how convenient this is all unfolding for us right now. So I like it. I really do like the movie, but I prefer Kills over 2018. I also kind of have issues with Laurie Strode, like how intense she is. Like if we're retconning all the previous films and we're just saying this is a direct sequel to the original, and like, I don't think that she's going to be preparing her entire life for Michael to come back. So some of that stuff to me, I was just like, But I know I just had a few negative things there. Halloween continues to terrify me to use public restrooms because there are some vicious attacks in bathrooms in these movies, or even just in H2O. I think Michael popped up in a bathroom there too. But so I'm gonna actually rank this one at good.
Okay. All right, we got a rank for good. Michael, how about you?
I think this movie is great. I loved it. Of course, there were a few things that weren't perfect with it, but it goes back to what we were talking about a little bit. That feeling you get, when you watch it. It was a good movie. The theater experience was one of my favorite theater experiences, that I've ever had watching a movie, because it kind of took me back, like the way that it started off. Granted, not all podcasters have friends, the Attorney General, to give them Michael's mask. I get that. But at the same time, when he's screaming to him to say something and then that Halloween theme pops up, man, it was just like, oh my God, here we go. Like it felt like Halloween to me. James Jude Courtney, that was his introduction, man. I absolutely love the way that he portrays Michael.
Yes.
It looked like Michael. It felt like Michael. I loved it. It was great.
What if it really isn't the real mask? He just made it up.
I know. He just told him it was. Like he got it at Walmart on the way there.
Yeah, $20. Here you go, kid.
No, like he bought, because they were available at anywhere.
Oh my gosh! What if he was holding out the mask? He's like, say something. He's like, that's not my mask.
Yeah. Trick or Treat Studios mask.
He turns and, bruh. He spoke. He said, bruh.
If Michael was like, had his sixth sense or whatever, he's like, say it, and he's holding that mask out, and Michael's like, he knows in his mind, this is not my mask. I could see him and all the people in the court. Because there are a lot of people in that courtyard, remember, or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're always going to turn around in the director's cut and look at the podcasters and say,
ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yes, Michael breaking out in song.
That's right. They all start singing in unison.
One last thing that I would like to say about this movie is I would have been okay. Don't get me wrong. I like Kills. Like I thought best looking Michael to me. Remember I said that earlier. I loved it. But I would have been okay if 18 was the end. If he stood there burning.
Agreed.
While just looking at her. Like if that wrapped up the story, I would have been okay. Like, man, he's just standing there burning with his focus still on them. And I mean, to me, that would have just been like, okay, I can live with that.
You know what that look was.
We want more.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like it's like a double-edged sword. We want more, but that was such a great ending.
I mean, when you break box office records like that slasher did, you know it was coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still the highest slasher,
Oh,
right?
that was ridiculous.
Unless something passed it up. I mean,
No, I don't think so. No, not for a slasher. Eric, you had. I know you wanted to comment, Eric.
I just wanted to touch on something really quick that Polar pointed out that I think is a really good point that no one really talks about. The fact that if this is a direct sequel to the first one, it's 40 years later, and they're still talking about how Michael terrorizes this town and their thoughts. I'm like, it was 40 years ago and he killed what, 3-4 people?
Yeah,
Right.
it's the truth. Yeah.
Like,
That's true.
And if you, this is going into a little bit of kills talk, but he terrorizes people so much 40 years later, but they still don't know what the hell he looks like.
Well, it was more just Jamie Lee Curtis that was traumatized by it. It wasn't the
Halloween
actual
Kills is
town.
the same night.
Because they even said,
Halloween
what are we
Kills
gonna
is the
do?
same night.
What are we gonna do? Shut down Halloween? Like nobody else took Jamie Lee Curtis seriously. It was just her.
Well, yeah, but even still, this is 40 years later. She has no evidence, no reason to suspect he's going to break out because Halloween 2 doesn't exist here. So she has no evidence that he even cares about her, that she
But
was
she's
important.
the most affected.
but I mean, in
Yeah, but
2018, he didn't care about her. He got brought
Exactly.
there.
And he doesn't
Yeah.
care about her at all anyways.
He
This
doesn't.
is
He has
which
no-
is once again, that's why you need that plot device in Dr. Sartain. But yeah, it just, you're absolutely right, Polar. I don't think it makes any sense if they're skipping all the sequels to, because yeah, even if she's affected by it, she has no reason to suspect he'll ever get out, ever come to her. She
And
can't
come
think.
for her specifically. Like they're not brother and sister anymore.
Yeah,
I
there's
always
no-
thought it.
No.
I always thought it would be cool if they changed the story to where the podcast, like the podcasters, taught Lori to go to the hospital with them,
That would have been a better story.
and like, here's the mask, here's Lori, and try to get Lori to talk to him, and that reawakened him, you know, like, and we could pop off from there.
I mean, it's cool. According to behind the scenes stuff for 2018, Michael had maps and airplane schedules, and he attempted to break out several
What?
times. Oh
What?
yeah,
Wait, what?
You never saw those behind us? There's behind the scenes stuff, or not behind the scenes, but like deleted scene stuff, and you see Michael's file, his like police file, and he was in a minimum security prison and stuff, and they found in his cell escape plan stuff like plane schedules and everything.
Ah.
So yeah, so
Michael's
that,
a little travel agent.
there you go.
I was talking to James Jew Courtney a couple weeks ago. Like we had a couple drinks together at Texas Frightmare, and he was saying like the whole Corey aspect was already written out. He already knew that's where it was going.
Mhm.
And I don't know if that's just what he was saying, just because he's under contract or what. But James is super damn cool. Like he's such a good dude. He didn't seem like he was like lying at the moment. Like he just seemed like he was just like, yeah, like I knew where Halloween Ends was going, and I'm just here to do a job. Like he's just digging the whole rock star atmosphere. Like he's just digging this whole gig that he's got going on right now. So
who played Corey? Rowan Campbell, right?
Yeah, Rowan Campbell.
They told him no one's going to like this film.
Yeah.
They pre-warned
They-
him. No one's
that's
going to
what
like
they
this
told
film.
him.
You're going to hear this and this and this. No one's going to like this film.
yeah.
Well, they told him, yeah, they told him before they brought him even to film anything. They told him that. They also told him that they are not going to include him on any marketing materials, posters, trailers. You will not be seen on
But
anything.
why?
Because they knew. No, the studio knew.
Are they trying to piss the fans off?
No,
That's
dude, because if they marketed Corey Cunningham in the trailer or the posters, they knew that people were going to they weren't going to show up. They were going to be, because they had to market it like they did. Michael versus Lori.
They had to lie.
They had to lie to get the sales, because that's what we wanted. And that's why they intentionally misled the public to the point that they told Rowan, hey, you're not going to be anywhere. We're not putting your face on anything in marketing. So basically, no one's going to know about you until they sit down in the theater, and that's
Poor
what it
guy,
was.
man. Like it's like
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for my break,
Mhm.
and you think you got like
He got it.
Yeah.
Not the way he wanted, but
It is unfortunate because
yeah.
a lot of the fans on the extreme side are
Yeah.
like taking it
Yeah.
out on the actor,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah, which is not his
ridiculous.
fault. Yeah, it's not his fault. No.
He's doing a job, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
And a
job. That's
damn
his-
good one, in my opinion.
and he did great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I think he was a good actor. I think he did.
You know,
good.
it's bad when Roy from Friday 13th got a bump up. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, Corey Cunningham, and then everybody hated Roy because it wasn't Jason, right? Then Corey Cunningham came out. Oh, I like Roy more than I mean, that's how bad it got.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I like Corey more than that. Yeah.
Well, with Roy, Roy had a better reason, honestly, what he did than Corey. I mean, I get you could snap, but come on, dude. Like, really?
I mean,
It's
you,
like-
you got to take it into like, where are we all viewing these films at? Like, are we
Yeah.
viewing it from a story standpoint? Are we viewing it from a director's, writer's standpoint?
I've been viewing
Or
from
overall.
story. I don't know what y'all been doing.
I've been voting what I wanted to see. And that's where my voting has come. What I
Yeah.
personally wanted to see. Like the story, at the end of the day, it's a slasher.
Oh, hang
I
on,
want to
guys.
see Michael. That's why I would for Halloween, Jason, Freddy.
Right.
I see the main guys. I mean, the survivors, I don't really care at all too much. I don't care about the dialogue, you know, especially with slashers who don't talk.
Well, listen, speaking of talking, I need to get my vote in. Val, my vote for Halloween 2018, which one, is great. It's great. Really like it. Well done. I enjoy that movie. I like Kills better than 2018, but I really like 2018 as well. Like, I like to watch those two together back to back, and to me, that's where it ends. No pun intended. For me, those two, I could turn it off and be satisfied. And we'll, I guess I'm kind of giving a sneak peek to where we're about to go here in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unintentionally. So that anyway, we'll tally up the votes here, our valleys, I should say, and we'll see where Kills came out. I think we're going to land up there. Great, that's what I'm guessing. We'll see. And then the next one is going to obviously be whoever picks is going to be 78 because we're going to do ends last. So we know the order of the final two. But let's get the votes here first, and then we're going to move on. Craven broke the tie between Masterpiece and Great. Wow, I didn't even know it was a tie. Okay, so Great is the final. That was close.
Wow.
All
It's
right.
a good thing, too.
Yeah. It's
There
a
you go.
masterpiece.
Yeah,
Hey,
I can't go Masterpiece.
Yeah.
Me personally.
Yeah. There are flaws.
Me personally, but okay. Now, guys, next up, it's the introduction of Laurie Strode, of Michael Myers, Judith Myers. Come on, Michael, help me out. Of Bob, Annie,
Loomis.
Dr. Loomis.
Dr. Loomis, of course.
Sheriff Brackett.
So we're gonna do Halloween Ends now?
No,
I'm
No,
just
we're
kidding.
doing
I'm just kidding. I'm just
I-
kidding.
we just about.
Just kidding.
Halloween 1978. Yes, John Carpenter. And I will be stunned if this takes more than 60 seconds.
No.
But we'll see. We'll see. I could be wrong. All right, guys, start voting. And we're going to start this time with JT. And we're going to go left, then to Polar, and finish with me. All right, JT.
Okay. 78. What does JT rank it? It's a great film. To me, it's not a masterpiece at all. When I watched it, when I first watched it as a kid, I wasn't scared of him. I wasn't scared of the music. And even though this music makes it, I mean, you take the music away. Yeah. I mean, the music makes Michael. That's why they throw it in there. Yeah. So
I got you.
So to me, I was never, ever. I did a panel with Michael. You know, we had ratings. I was never scared of Michael until 6. It's good. I understand what he did for the horse genre and everything, but it's really, I don't like Lori. She's not a final girl. Everybody fought her battles in the first one, the second one until H2O. And the thing is, if you put her against Sydney and Nancy, not a chance. No.
Damn, JT.
But
Off with some hot takes.
yeah, so it's a great film, masterpiece. No, I appreciate what it did on my Mount Rushmore. So
okay. Well, we got it at a great level. Okay. All right, JT. I love the confidence and the passion, my friend. All right, Eric. What say you, man?
I'm also going to say great. I don't think it's a masterpiece. It is really good, but like JT, I've said this before as well. It didn't scare me. I borderline don't consider it horror. I think it's a suspense thriller. It's a slow burn. It is great. It's a really good movie. It's great, but yeah, I didn't find Michael scary. The music is wonderful. I got to disagree with Lori being a final girl. I think she is a final girl, but I'd say it's great.
It's great. Okay. We got 2 great. Okay. And then Danielle says, that's right, to each his own. Just wasn't for me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said earlier, there's no wrong answers on this. That's fun of it. Destin.
Yeah, I think you should remove this from canon. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I think it's great. I think it's really good. I think it's in between great and good. I think it's a little overrated. I think there are things that, like, as far as the score, it does make the movie. There are some really good cinematography shots and everything. It's really good, but I'm gonna give it great because that's where I am on the movie. I really was never scared of Michael in 1978. I was more scared of Michael in Halloween 2, honestly. Like, I just think that was the movie that really, I was like, oh, this guy is scary to me as a kid. That was the movie that I remember. And maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's not, but it's great. I don't ever think that Halloween has ever reached masterpiece yet. I think it has the potential to, but it has not reached it yet.
Okay. All right, buddy. Polar, what do you think about that original?
Oh my gosh, the original scared the shit out of me. You guys got balls of steel. Like, I'm just being real. Like, the score, my friends used to turn that on just to mess with me because it would give me anxiety attacks.
It still does for me.
Yeah, it's such a, it gets deep. Also, just the scene where Lori just discovers her friend's dead in the bedroom and she's walking out and Michael comes out of the shadows. That's still to this day, I jump every time. I know it's coming, but I still jump. I'm afraid of back seats because of Michael, you know, like it was a low budget film too. So like they had to bring their own clothes to set. Like they used Star Trek, you know, like mask, and it's just insane. It was low budget. So to me, for it being a low budget, it's a masterpiece. I don't know. It's a fantastic movie. To me, it seems like it's a high budget film. So I absolutely love it. I think some of it was a little slow, but it had a great payoff for me.
Yep. 100%. All right. Michael, what do you think?
This was my introduction to slasher movies. This was, you know, I think I watched Halloween 1 and Halloween 2 together. You know, so this is a masterpiece for me. It's what got me started on, you know, all the slasher movies. You know, and looking back and things that I was too young to notice, you know, even as a kid, but how great Loomis is in this movie. You know, the things that he says, the things that were just, I mean, It was great. I absolutely loved it. To me, and I see what everybody says. I understand. But then again, the movies mean something different to all of us. So,
Me too.
to me, this is the one movie in this franchise that I can call a masterpiece, and it is my favorite movie out of all of the slasher movies. Well, the big three at
Wow.
least. Yeah.
Mm.
Just because it was the introduction. No, Halloween's not my favorite franchise. It's close. It's right there. You know what I mean? But this was the one that said, I want to watch this shit for the rest of my life. That was my introduction to it. What a better there's not a better movie in my opinion to do that. I love it. It's a masterpiece for me.
Yeah, man. And so we're going to be unanimous on the top row. It's a masterpiece for me. Just, man, everything about this movie, to me, just the suspense it's phenomenal. I'm like, the POV, how you get that POV shot. I love how it starts off, and you're in the killer's view, walking outside, looking at the window, and then next thing you know, you're inside, and the hand's going in the drawer, getting the knife out. And normally you're used to seeing a killer walking, like the camera's showing the person, right? And here we're actually in their POV. And then you see the boyfriend run downstairs after, dude, what, 2 minutes upstairs? Oh boy, like it must be on the track team. And anyway, so he's like up there and down 2 minutes, and then I love that entire scene. And then of course I'm talking about just the opening right now, and then we hear that, and that little note holds for 27 seconds. I timed it. I think it was 27 while he's going up the stairs. And all of that just was so creepy, still is. And then you see it's the little boy, he's kid at the end. And then the rest of the movie, you guys said it all. I won't repeat everything. All those points, like Loomis's performance, Jamie Lee. I mean, this movie was great. And it's a slower burn. I do give you that. It is a slow burn. It is building up to the final 20 minutes of the movie. And then once she sees him standing across outside the house with his silhouette on that, gets the lit up white paint or siding, and she starts running across the street, and he's just slowly walking, and she's running. Remember, he's in no hurry at all.
She's like hysterically banging on the door.
It's like somebody opened the damn door, like it gave you that feeling,
Yes.
Michael's slow walk. Oh,
it was slow walk. He's like a predator. He knows he's going to catch his prey, and she's screaming, and the music done. It's like, oh my gosh, everything in my body is like just tensed up. Anyway, to me, that's what suspense and horror feels like. When I feel like, and I would just, it's a masterpiece. John Carpenter, brilliant in that direction. So, and it set the course for a generation to come of films in the 80s. So, yeah, that's it. Eric, I think I see your hand there. I do. Yep. Well, go ahead, buddy.
It's a question for Michael. You said it's the big three. Who are you referring to as the big three?
I'm talking about Freddy, Jason, and Michael. Those are the the big three for me. Those were my big three. Those were the three that I watched the most as a kid. Growing up through the 80s.
Always forget about Leatherface.
Oh,
yeah. So
he never gets love.
I have a love-hate relationship with Leatherface.
Yeah, Leatherface is fourth or fifth.
I'm actually one of the people that prefer the remake over the original, and I know that's blasphemy.
With
Jessica,
what's her name in 2003 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes,
Jessica.
I love the remake more.
Yeah,
me too.
I love it.
Yeah, it's
It's
been
good.
talked about.
But yeah, it's like some of the comments will talk about the budget. Leatherface's budget was smaller than Halloween's.
And I was just going to address the comment that Val make about setting standards and doing all this stuff. I think Leatherface and Texas Chainsaw Massacre did that. Keep in mind that came out 4 years before Halloween did.
Yep.
And
No, there's no
it-
without
yeah.
a doubt that's why Halloween
one
created.
third of the budget. Like
Yeah.
leather, like
And it was
Texas-
banned in 8 countries. Couldn't go
Yeah.
international.
So the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre didn't
Mhm.
scare me.
Hmm.
I just
you weren't scared of that, but you were scared of Michael.
yes.
You
The-
this slow guy,
no,
this strobe.
seriously. But the tension was different.
Totally different. Totally different.
So a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the remake scares me, but the original, I was more annoyed by that movie than scared.
I see. I watch the original Halloween, and I'm like, I would curb
Yeah.
stomp this guy. He's nothing. But I
Yeah.
see Leatherface. I'm like, I
Oh,
would
yeah.
try. I would give every bit of physical effort I had against
Hey,
Leatherface,
Bearded,
and he would
Have
take
you-
me.
have you seen the gameplay of the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre gameplay that's
No,
coming out in
I don't
August?
really. No, I don't really play games, so it's not something I've looked into. No.
Kane Hodder is playing
Yeah.
Leatherface in
That's
the game.
awesome.
Yep.
It's
Oh,
pretty
nice.
He did the he did the mopcat. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's all online. You got survivors versus like the killers of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's pretty wild.
Oh, and people who's a collector, Friday 13th game, December 31st.
Yep.
After December 31st, you can't buy the game no more. You can literally buy it now for $5.
And they're
Really?
making a new Friday the 13th game.
Yeah. What Victor Miller, is that who it is that's making it?
Oh.
I
Is
don't
that
know
on
who
PlayStation?
it's
on all of them.
yeah, it's
all
on
of them.
everything.
Okay.
It's like $5 right now.
Yeah.
Up until,
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
Gun Media, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Yep.
the same people that's making the Texas
Texas.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
guys,
now,
go ahead.
we got.
Go ahead. Go ahead, JT. Finish
I was
your
like,
thought.
Blumhouse, they're going to start making games now.
Well,
I hope.
I don't blame them.
We need a Scream game.
Yes,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
do.
We need a nightmare game. Well,
A
actually,
nightmare
let's
game.
take back, let's
Hell
take back that.
yeah.
We need a Halloween game because
Yep. Yeah,
the
we
real
need that
last
too.
Halloween was Atari. We need I take a Halloween, then a nightmare
Can
game.
We all
can
three
you
of 'em.
imagine like a Scream game where every
Oh, yeah.
time you load into an online game, it's randomly somebody else is the killer, kind of
Mhm.
like
Dude.
Among Us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they would have to do it, like Among Us.
Yeah.
Exactly like Among Us.
Well, listen,
Everybody
guys,
always leaves out Black Christmas too. In those early
Oh,
slides.
yeah.
I love that movie. I
Yeah,
love
that's
that
another
movie.
one.
No,
Texas
it's
Chainsaw.
great, but it isn't Scream.
No, not
Halloween
talking about
or-
game wise, but when we were talking
Movies?
about, Texas Chainsaw coming out early. Black Christmas came out 2 months after Texas
That's
Chainsaw.
true. Both in '74.
Yeah,
You're
well,
right.
in 1960, you got Peeping Tom.
And
That
there's
actually did
Psycho
POV.
too.
Mm.
Yeah, and Psycho.
Yeah,
so-
Psycho. Really.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love Psycho 2. Can
Oh,
we just talk
Psycho.
about Psycho 2 for like 4 hours, please?
I don't know if I've ever
Oh.
seen Psycho 2.
Listen,
Oh,
I've
it's
talked about.
so good.
I need to watch it. I
I've
need to
been
watch
teasing
it.
a watch party for that movie for months
oh,
on this
have
channel.
me.
Hey, don't leave me out because I want an excuse to watch it for sure.
It's
then-
so good.
All right, I'm gonna host one. Don't watch it. Save it
Okay.
because I'm gonna do it soon.
Does it have a wild ending like Sleepaway Camp that you got me on?
No, it's nothing like that. It's not like that.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
But-
nothing swinging.
We're talking about with Mila Kunis, right?
It's the opposite
Yeah.
of Sleepaway Camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
this is really legit. Like it's a legit
It's a
movie.
whodunit.
It's
It's
whodunit.
It's great.
They set me up with the Sleepaway Camp. I'm just-
Bro, that audio clip of you being like, "Oh, that's a." I'm not
Oh.
gonna say it because we're on Steven's channel, so I'm not gonna say it. But the clip of you at the
Oh.
when the reveal happened, you were.
Oh,
It was so funny.
oh, fudge.
No,
That's
he's
a-
Oh,
That's
he's
a,
like-
that's a tally. And
yeah, I was about to say I'm not
that's a
gonna finish. This.
wanger.
yeah, we'll leave it at that. Yeah. But that was priceless. You're right, Eric.
I'm
it
glad I
was.
shared that moment with y'all.
Yeah, I saw that when I was like 6 years old. Like, oh, that ain't right.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
that's
I
another
just met
franchise. Don't get
Felissa
a lot of
Rose
love.
too. Like, she can drink. Felissa Rose can drink. And I was
Yeah,
like,
she can.
you got it. Like, I drank with her and the girl who played the nun. And I was like, all right, I'm done. Y'all are nuts. Like, the girl that played the nun scared me.
Oh, dang. Well, listen, something that is not scary is Halloween 78 coming in at masterpiece level, which is amazing. And
It
guys,
deserves
we're
it.
down to one more. This is
Oh
it.
gosh, we're all gonna lose our
Uh,
shit over this one though.
This
No, we're
one's
not.
gonna
I don't want to go first. I
I
don't
say
want to
we
go
go.
first.
Yeah, poor Justin.
I don't know where I even
I'll go first.
stand on this one.
Yeah, I'd go first on it. I don't care.
I was about to say I'll go first.
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we'll do it differently. I'll start with Michael and then go to Destin. Then I'll close out with the final comments, my comments on it. So, Michael, we're going to start now. Everyone in the chat, Halloween Ends. We're on the last movie of the franchise for tonight. And Michael, go ahead. Start us off, sir.
I'm
Halloween
gonna
Ends.
I'm gonna put it as bad. I'm
Okay.
not gonna put it as not canon because I do think that it was a decent movie. It just wasn't the way that I felt like the trilogy should have ended. I People talk about, well, there wasn't as much Michael in it, and then, the debate is, well, there was more Michael in this one than the original. But, the momentum wasn't building towards Michael, like it did in the original. Everything was coming to a head in the original based around Michael. This was a story about, it was, and it's been said a lot of times, and I'm sure not just by me, but by other people as well. It would have been a better side story than it would be, an end to a trilogy. There's so many different things that they could have done to incorporate the Corey story into Halloween Ends that they just I feel like they dropped the ball on. And so that's why I'm going to put it in bad and not remove from canon, because I do feel like there were some good things to this movie, but it just wasn't what I wanted. At the end of the day, selfishly, it's just not what I wanted it to be.
Yeah. And that's fair. As a fan, you have the right to go in there and make your own assessment of what you're looking for. And I'm not going to, I'm going to try to stick to my term, but I'll make comments. And one thing I will say, and I know that you guys, I think all are with me on this one, whether you like the movie or didn't, this is a separate from that. The marketing of this film, and I have all my folders saved from all the videos I made all through all those months. I've got those posters. They marketed this movie very specifically. Mm-hmm. And every poster that wasn't Michael by himself was Laurie and Michael. And that one of the last posters they put out, which is one of my favorite ones, they are literally standing back to back. This ultimate showdown pose. Remember that one? It was really cool. Mm-hmm. And the trailer is all building up to that final battle. So Michael, when you're talking about your expectations, yep, it's fair because the marketing team set an expectation for all of us when we went into that movie. And this is separate from whether you liked it. This is just, I believe, a fact. There was an expectation set in marketing of what we were going to see. And then what we got, whether we got what they said, is up to each of us to make our own determination. But I know how I felt, and I'll tell you later what I felt. But Michael, I understand. And there was, to me, one of the biggest bait and switch marketing campaigns I've ever seen. Other than maybe the Blair Witch Project, but that was pure brilliance back in '98. That was brilliant. But this is different. This was intentional deception on behalf of the studio. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's not cool for me. That's not cool.
No, it's especially to people who love Halloween. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
it's a slap in the face, and that's what I feel.
And that already, just that alone, I guess I'm going out of turn, but that alone puts a sour, bitter grimace in your mouth. Just watching the movie, just knowing that, wait a second, what movie is, let me check my ticket. I must be in the wrong theater because this isn't what they told me I was going to see. Mm-hmm. So you have to get over that first. You have to overcome that deception to actually try to get into the actual material that you're watching, to analyze it, for what it is, and that can be hard.
Yeah.
And it can be hard. So anyway, Polar, what are your thoughts now on ends after this long setup here?
No, you and I are usually on the same page with stuff. So like,
Yep.
so ends. It seems like the movie's out of turn. Like, it would have been a fantastic relaunch. It made no sense for this to be the end of a trilogy. Like, you're introducing a new character. You went from Kills, where Michael was unstoppable, into this like brittle old man. I'm like,
Right.
I struggle. I cannot watch 2018. Like, I can't watch this series like do a marathon, because Michael is so different in every freaking movie, especially in Ends. You're just like, oh, okay, Grandpa. So I think it's a great movie as a standalone, but as far as like the final to the trilogy, they misstepped hardcore here. So I'm gonna say, like, with the pros and cons, when I weighed it out, it's gonna hit average for me. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think I would like it a lot more if it was a reboot, though. Or some, like, starting up, like, Michael's well, it's not Michael anymore, but like they're restarting the Halloween trilogy.
Resurrection.
Yeah, like some form of a reboot down the road. I would totally be down for Corey Cunningham. But what the heck were they doing? They killed him off. So it's just like we don't even have that to look forward to in the future, a Corey Cunningham spinoff. So
if only Michael had transferred him something so that he wouldn't have died so easily.
Oh, we knew that was gonna come up, huh?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I am really like straddle the line. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I just view it as its own movie. Kind of like when you watch Halloween 3. It's just its own altogether.
That's probably the best way to enjoy that movie, honestly, is just to pretend it's its own movie.
It really is. It really is. I don't have a burning rage in me over it, but I completely understand both sides.
Yeah.
There was a lot of missteps here, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree with you whatsoever.
Yeah.
JT, what are your feelings on this film?
When it first came out and I saw it, I was full of rage, right? And then I got to thinking, it's like, okay, so my Michael that I know doesn't really exist. This is a new version of Michael. So after I calmed down, I watched it again. And yes, as a standalone, it would be a good movie. I think it's an average movie now after the hate's gone, because honestly, they didn't make this movie for us. They didn't. They made it for the new generation. Because if you hear all the fans, they're our age who's really not liking it. And that's what I really firmly believe is now. And what they did killed him. They should have killed him, because what they did to us, it felt like part of us died a little. And they had the balls to kill Michael. So I give them credit for that, because these franchises do need to eventually die off and be reborn in the flames of of the Phoenix, if you will. They have to. They continue. But I think it's I put it as average, thinking about it. Yeah, so that's where I'm going to stand now. I guess I'm older. It's average because I see what they was doing, who they was hitting. So I'm going to stick with my guns with average.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Eric, how do you feel about Ends, man?
I'm going masterpiece.
Okay.
I absolutely love the movie. If you watched my right out of the theater reaction, I had a smile on my face like ear to ear. I couldn't get rid of it. I recognize people have issues with it, but I just really love it. There was some terrifying moments in it, like when they're at the doctor's house and the assistant comes out, like she hears a noise, and you just see in the background, you just see shadows moving, and you hear it, but then the lights come on and you see Corey in that mask. The only thing I've ever found that I don't really agree with is the idea or notion of some transference of any kind. I don't think that happened, but I think, and I'm going to be honest, after Kills, my expectations were super low because in Kills we got no Laurie versus Michael whatsoever.
Right.
And Kills was not at all what I wanted it to be. I was so let down with Kills. I thought literally, as long as they give me a complete story in the next one, I'll be okay with it. And they did. They gave you a complete story from beginning to end. They did kill off Michael, which I wanted to happen.
Mhm.
I wanted Michael to die. I wanted Laurie to live. I got that. Allison, I was kind of here nor there about her, so she lived. That's great too. But I would put it infinitely higher than Kills. So
Okay. So masterpiece for you.
I'm going masterpiece. Yeah.
Okay. Destin, your fine time has come, my friend.
Okay. It's good. Okay. I think
Okay.
it's good. I agree with a lot of what JT said. It's really good as a standalone movie. If
Yeah.
you want to say that, like, you know, Halloween Resurrection was a standalone movie, it's good. It's a well directed and well executed film on its own. As far as like the ending of this, I don't like it. It just, the moment the movie, the point that where I was like about to walk out of the movie theater was
Mhm.
where Corey wrestled the mask
Mhm,
away
mhm.
from Michael in
Uh,
the sewers. I stood
Yeah.
up. I almost walked out. I sat back down, and I was like, I don't know where this is going, but I'm pretty pissed at this point right now.
Mm.
Like, are they really giving this much power to this character?
Well, Michael
And-
transferred him all his power. What do you expect from him?
Okay, yeah, fuck all that.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. I'm getting really passionate right now.
Well, hey, listen, James Jude Courtney, I asked him, I said, was there a transference to Corey? And it's on Knight's channel. You can watch it. He said, all he would say was, there was a transference. There was
Yeah.
a transfer. And he wouldn't say, he would not elaborate on it.
And that's fine. Maybe, as much as we hate about Halloween Resurrection, maybe we need a Halloween Resurrection with Halloween Ends, to where we see some type of retcon to where Corey puts on that damn mask and he's the one pushed into that damn grinder. And
Well, Michael wasn't wearing a
walks
mask
off.
when he was in the grinder.
Mm.
Whatever. What?
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
the retcon
care.
doesn't.
But
The
Make it
retcon only
work.
worked because the guy
Make
had
it
the mask.
work, because
Well-
it didn't work for me.
Corey
Wow.
and Alice had sex, so she could be pregnant.
Or we
Yeah.
could
There's
just
new
do
Michael.
something like in that timeline he's dead, but he could come
Yeah.
back in a different timeline.
I still want
There's already, what,
Hawkins to
5
get that
Halloween
last
timelines?
shot. I want him to be the one to get that last shot in. You know,
I want them to both die. That's how you end the franchise. I think they both should have went dying. Like,
okay. All I gotta
he
say
died-
is
he
we
died-
know.
yeah.
All right. As much as I love this franchise, we all know why this was picked to
Yeah.
go to Peacock.
Well, I mean, Kills did as well.
Yeah, they
But
both
that was
were
because of COVID.
streaming.
That was because didn't mean to say that word.
That's okay,
But-
man. It's all right.
But you know, that was during that time.
Right.
When Halloween Ends
Mhm.
came out, we had some blockbusters hitting theaters. Halloween Ends didn't have to do that. They chose to do that, and we see why.
They knew. Yeah, they knew.
Well, they didn't announce it until, like, was it a week before?
Maybe less than a month. It was less
Yeah,
than
it was
a
like
month.
super short. Like, yeah, Jamie Lee put that little promo out.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that we're going to
Yeah.
there because they knew. Yeah,
Yeah, they
they
knew.
knew.
They knew.
But
They
Yeah.
done the numbers and everything. They knew. Well, that's the thing about it was what I didn't like about Ends is they're like, oh, we're skipping 4 years. Why?
Oh.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of Jamie Lee Curtis.
Well,
She
that and
wanted
because the this sickness, that's their excuse. I'm like, okay, then when you do the film, you can still do like the same night. You don't have to skip 4 years because Michael's not going to wait 4 years to kill Lori. That's another
Right.
problem.
Michael didn't care about Lori though.
You know how I
that's the
wanted
problem. They
ends
set
to
that up in
start?
kills.
This is exactly how I wanted ends to start. I wanted a POV shot of Michael Myers, POV in the mask, like a throwback to the original. Him killing
Karen.
He's walking. Everyone, the question was up in there. How did he make it back there and make it back up to that room and kill Karen? Well, if we saw it at the beginning of Halloween Ends and we saw him like ducking behind bushes, seeing a car drove by, go in the backyard, then maybe there's a cop back there like checking the perimeter. He takes him out. He walks through the back door. He goes through the stairs and he goes up there and it's like, oh, Karen's right there. Wrong place, wrong time. And he kills her. That would have been a great opening for Halloween Kills. Halloween Ends.
Then him walking off broken. Because now, like, so let's say his adrenaline's coming down. Now, like, he's leaning on the wall. That would explain why the shape he's in. Not just because he just smashed all those people and kills, and now he's like brittle and broken. It made no sense.
Yeah,
they should have connected the dots.
And it's like showing him like walking and like falling into like a river and going into the sewer system or whatever. Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, real quick, let's get the voting wrapped up, and then we can continue. Destin, what's your vote for ends categories?
I'm gonna say good.
Good, okay.
Because I enjoyed it.
Okay.
For the most part.
All right. And real quick, Val, so you can tally up. For me, I'm gonna rank ends as I'm gonna say just average for me. It's not bad. I've said since I saw it in theaters, it's a 5 out of 10. It's in the middle. It's an average film. I think that if it had been a standalone film, as Polar was talking about, I would rank it a good movie. But since it is not that, they're supposed to be closing a trilogy up, it's not a good ending for this trilogy.
Yeah.
I have to go lower than good, so it's just average for me. Good music by John Carpenter, though. John Carpenter killed the music.
Oh, yeah. And another thing is, I guess everybody in Haddonfield has Twitter, and they send out like a massive tweet like, hey, we're going to send Michael into the grounder. Everybody come along and give him a crowd surf. You're talking about, you know what I mean?
They move quickly.
They love those.
They're afraid of him. Like, oh, here you go. Here you go. Let's
I just assumed it was like an Amber Alert.
Yeah, it's like
everybody gets those.
If it was just Lori, Hawkins, and Alice,
the sheriff should have still died.
And he should have died, but the whole town involved, that was just a little much.
I don't know. I would have enjoyed watching Michael go to court and be prosecuted.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Oh wow.
That would be so funny. And then we finally get to hear him speak as he defends himself.
Well, no, that's the funny thing. He's sitting there in the chair, like, Michael, tell us about what happened on the Nights of Harry. He just sits there. It's like his silence. It's like he never answers it.
Or he has to write it down.
He just writes down, I plead the fifth. And that's it.
Or he does Stephen Hawking's,
Right.
Yeah.
Good people. I was afraid.
Oh, dang.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, let's look at the final tally here. Average wins was 6. So here's the final.
Wow.
Yeah, here it is, guys. We had only one removed from canon, according to the overall votes of the chat and panel, which was Rob Zombies 2. We had Resurrection at bad, just average for Zombie 5 and Ends. We had Season of the Witch and 6 as good. And then we had 4 H2O, Kills, Halloween 2, and 2018 as great, and 1 masterpiece, the OG 1978. Wow. There it is, guys. We did it.
We did it.
So
I
what's the
thought
next
that-
ranked
We
one?
did it.
I can't believe that Ends wasn't,
Yeah. I think
ranked
because it's
lower.
older now and people's actually watching,
We've,
it probably changed their mind a little
yeah,
bit.
we've simmered down a little bit, haven't
Yeah.
we?
I think that's what it is.
I know I did. Whew,
I would have
I'm
loved to
mad.
see this ranking like in November, like the
Fresh.
beginning of November.
Could you
It wouldn't be
imagine?
in the ranking. I
It
guarantee
would've
we
been-
wouldn't. It wouldn't
Like
have
the
been in
chat
ranking.
would have been. Oh my god, it would have
Yeah.
been crazy.
We couldn't have gotten any other movies ranked. It would have.
No.
We would have been 3 hours on ends.
Yeah.
We would have
It
been
would have been so
arguing.
volatile.
Someone would be threatening to burn something down.
Oh yeah, 100%. What's up, Eric? I see your hand there.
I just wanted to point out, Ends rounds out the top 5 of the franchise if you're going by like critics rankings.
Really?
Interesting.
Halloween is the most inconsistent franchise.
It really is.
It's all over the map.
And
I
I'm
think Texas Chainsaw is more inconsistent. than
Yeah,
Halloween.
Chainsaw has some ups
I'm not
and downs.
talking. Yeah, I'm not talking as opinion. I'm talking
Yeah.
ranking wise. There is an
Just,
88-point difference between the highest ranked and lowest ranked movies. And the average. I looked up the average answers because I was actually looking into doing a video about that, like the most consistent and the most inconsistent. And fun fact, you want to know what the most consistent slasher is?
It better be Scream.
It's
Better be
Scream.
Scream. Yes.
Better be. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw, it's not that inconsistent. They're just because they're all kind of on the same level, I guess. They're like none of them, they're not any that are super high ranked. The problem is Halloween 1 is ranked really high, like 96, whereas Curse is ranked really low at like 8. But then also you have Halloween 5 that's ranked at, or Revenge is ranked at 11, I think. So if you look at those, like take into account those factors, it's just really inconsistent. It's all over the board.
Okay, here's one for you, yo. For everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel, okay? Let's take 78 original Halloween, okay? Rob Zombie Halloween, okay? Now, it's not 78. They both, let's say they both come out. Which one would do better? Like nowadays. Which one would do better? It'd be, that's what I think. I say Rob Zombie would actually do better.
If they both came out today, yeah.
Yeah, today, in today's times.
Modern audiences are not scared of Halloween 1978. I've seen this firsthand, like watching it with family members who are young and stuff. Modern audiences just aren't scared of it. And that's one of the reasons I give Rob Zombie's Halloween props too. It wasn't made for people in 1978.
No.
It was made for people in 2009. And those people found it terrifying. And that's, like I said, he didn't do the same thing, because if he tried to do the same thing, it would have failed.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it was a remake. It was
a remake.
It was a remake.
And it's people aren't going to want to hear this. A lot of people are going to maybe even gasp when I say this. Rob Zombie saved Halloween from becoming a straight-to-DVD franchise because Resurrection came out. If they had tried to continue that,
yeah,
where would it have gone, y'all?
He took a $15 million budget in opening weekend and made $80 million.
People want to give it hate.
Yeah, give it hate, but the numbers are there.
He saved it, in my opinion. Because
now it was
after
it was horrible, but I'm just saying, and take that with any franchise, right? Any. So you take the 74 Texas Chainsaw and the remake. Of course, the remake blew out. I agree. I like the remake better, but Nightmare on Elm Street, like the original, I don't like it. I like the second one better than the original. Then I like New Nightmare over them all. So it's really weird because when you look at these films, you're going to think of 78 and you're going to think of this and this because that's what you remember. Nightmare on Elm Street 2 scared the hell out of me. That's why I do this. Preferred New Nightmare over that one all day, every day.
JT, so I agree with you, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, then it's 2, then it's 1. So let's say, I think Rob Zombie, and you might say, well, he likes Rob Zombie. I do like Rob. I like the look of his films because he does a horror film. It's straight horror. Like The Devil's Rejects, I liked what he did with Halloween. I'm like, yeah. And the thing is that these studios know this. People want answers. They want to know. Everybody's like, well, I don't need to know. And that's, I get it. I do get it. But now these studios, they need to know, okay, why is he doing this?
Mhm.
Well, because he can't. No, I'm putting money up for this. Why is he doing this? And that's where we're at in horror.
I don't know if it's really a
Um,
fair comparison to take a movie out of its time, though.
I don't
Like-
think that is fair either.
Like,
man,
if that's
honestly.
like saying like the '85 Bears were a shit team because they get throttled now. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of not really a you know, you're taking it out of an era where they didn't have the things that other people had. You know what I mean? Like, Rob
Right.
Zombie had way more resources. Like, so that's like saying if John Carpenter in 2009, a younger John Carpenter, we're still going to make him the same age he was in 78. Do you honestly feel like Rob Zombie could make a better Halloween than John Carpenter with the same resources?
In 1978?
No, talking
No.
about now, because you guys were talking about, or JT was talking
No,
about.
because I don't think he'd do it. Because that's another thing. Everybody says John Carpenter. He don't like this franchise.
Well,
He don't like
that's-
it. He didn't
that-
want to do the second. And all
right,
he did was
it
put his hand
became
out.
that though. It
But
became
it's
that.
hypothetical, right?
I'm talking about you're taking,
Yeah.
you know, John Carpenter from 78 and putting him in 09. Are you gonna,
Mhm.
you know, to compare him like you said, you know? But that's given the same resources, given the same, you know, budget, given the same technology. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if it's a fair
yeah.
assessment. Like, I don't
Well, and at the way, if he didn't do 78, because he did other films, right? So, I mean, I think if he did Halloween, it'd be different what you got from 78.
Yeah. I think their outcomes though were also different, like what their goals were. Because Carpenter, I think, really wanted to hone in on the suspense, the stalking nature of Michael Myers, while Rob Zombie wanted the brutal, crude kind of Michael Myers and cast.
Yeah, because you think about it, they strayed away from 78 feel like is he in the shadows? Is he not?
I
And now-
prefer the In the Shadows, Michael. I like the tension more in the original. It has nothing to do with the times. I just like the suspense and the oh my gosh, what's happening, while Rob Zombies is all about the gore and the brutality behind it. So it's more about preference, not exactly time.
Yeah, and if he had more money, I guarantee there would be more blood in the 78 version. I guarantee it. I guarantee they would. It would be as true horror. But you got to think of 78 was on a budget. And all respect, yeah, he made a good flick. I thought it was great with the budget he had. But if he had more money, I think it'd be a completely different movie. And the thing is, if he didn't have that music,
Has he ever said anything in the interviews about the gore within his films? I haven't watched a lot of interviews about.
Not really. He always said it was on a budget, you know. So that's, and then if you look at the other ones, now they wanted a second one. He didn't want to do a second
He's
one.
pretty surprised that it was as big of
Yeah.
a hit that it is.
Yeah, I mean, it did get lucky. Let's put it out there. I mean, if they didn't have that music and it didn't have Donald Pleasance,
Well, yeah, test screenings said it wasn't scary.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think it would work.
Yeah, in test screenings, like people are saying it wasn't scary, and he added the music, and that's what gave it the fear factor. But Polar, I wasn't saying like the people back then.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to relevate it to a time. I'm just saying that like modern audiences,
we're desensitized.
Exactly, we're desensitized. So seeing, and like I said, I've witnessed it firsthand with family members. Kids nowadays, at least in my family, they just don't find it scary.
Yeah.
Whereas the Rob Zombie Halloween it's terrifying. Like there's just no way around it. Like, but they were made for different audiences. They were made to be scary for a different audience. So
yeah,
I feel like Rob Zombie thought he was on his way after 1,000. What was
House of 1,000 Corpses?
Yeah. Great. All right. And he thought he was golden with it, but he kind of just put himself against. I feel like somebody else should write Rob Zombie's films. Like he can do the directing, he can do all this, but let somebody else, let a Kevin Williamson come in, let anybody else come in and write your movies. I think he's too much on a high horse,
Yeah.
Like I think he feels like I need to be the writer. I need to be the director. I need to be.
He probably
the-"
has trust issues, honestly.
Right.
You know, he is a rock star. I mean, and the
Mhm.
thing is, John Carpenter said, "It's your baby now, man. Do whatever."
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
like, you know,
He's
the
great
golden
now.
ticket. Honestly,
Well,
if
I mean,
Carpenter
every
tells you,
time-
it's like, do whatever
John
you want.
Carpenter's just collecting checks
Yeah,
over the
that's all he's
years,
doing.
You know,
Yeah,
that's all
he
he's
said
doing.
that
He
about
don't
every
really give a
sequel.
damn.
It's like, where's my money? I don't care.
Yeah.
Where's my money?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Can-
I want to be at that point. I mean, if I can like, give him my money, I'd be the same way.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like I say, I'm not bashing this franchise.
My buddy Rawhead Rex, Nick, he actually got the personal phone number to John Carpenter's manager. Like we were drinking with him a couple weeks ago, and he got his like personal phone number. Like they're like texting each other every day, and I'm like, dude, that's a really good contact.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
If you give me
so-
Matthew Lillard's any of his people's personal numbers, hook me up, would you, brother?
Oh yeah, dude, I got you.
yeah, yeah. So
I'm
like,
trying to get Matt, man. I need Matthew
Lisa-
Lillard on here.
I like
Oh.
the Halloween franchise. I lean more Jason. I mean, I'm a Freddy guy, but I lean more
I'm a Freddy
Jason
guy, too.
than Michael. You know, Jason's scared that you got to do a rating system on Jason. Friday 13th.
Yeah, we just-
Craven, you have to.
Yeah,
we got
do
a
that
lot
next.
of stuff we could do. We
Yeah.
got the Saw franchise yet. I want to
Mhm.
get into. There's a bunch of stuff. Real quick, I do want to stop the action for just a second. And Michael, I saw your note. Before I get to Michael, real quick, Eric, real quick comment. Then I want to get to Michael.
All right, I just want to make a comment about Rob Zombie because there's something about him, like other people writing his movies and stuff, and him thinking he's on a high horse. I feel that Rob Zombie has an art in mind, and he makes that art regardless of what people think. Quentin Tarantino said this in an interview, and I think it's perfect. He said, "I make my movies for me. Everyone else
Yeah.
is just invited to watch." And I think that's
Yeah.
what Rob Zombie does, and I
Yeah.
respect the hell out of that. He's not letting an audience reaction change the way he makes what
But
he wants.
you should be smart enough to know that like maybe I shouldn't write this.
Know your
Like
strengths,
maybe
right?
this isn't sharp as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
if
if
he's-
it's for him though, if you're making something for you, you make it how you want. And he made it for him. Everyone else is invited to watch.
Well, he needs to stop putting his wife in the movies too, because man, she can't act.
Yeah,
That's my only thing. Is I do not like his
you
wife.
can
might
have
be a-
her as like a side character.
Yeah,
but quit
but
making
she-
her
yeah,
the
yeah.
main. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that double paycheck, man?
Well, I get it, but it's like she can't act, bro. Like when you watch
She
the
didn't-
monsters, just like, oh my god.
The monsters.
my
is
God.
bad.
I didn't even
Well,
watch the
I didn't
monsters. I
watch
heard
it
it was
either,
so
like-
bad.
It's really bad, but she did pretty decent in Halloween. Like, if I'm going to say anything positive about Rob Zombie Halloween, I would say actually Sharon did pretty decent. I think the problem is, though, if we're going to compare Rob Zombie to the original, is that when you watch the original, those characters were relatable. When you watch
Mhm.
Rob Zombies, they're not relatable.
Yeah,
point.
they're assholes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well,
just
they're
like,
white-
I want
they're
you
white
all
trash.
to die. All of you need to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's
That's where I
the thing
stand.
about that film. That gives you the reason why he did what he did. He's around white trash. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, I got beat when I was a kid, so that's why I kind of pushed the heartstrings. I mean, I never wanted to do that, but I'm like, yeah, I get that. I get that.
I
maybe
was in
Rob
a
Zombie is
similar
good for a
situation,
Texas
but-
Chainsaw Massacre movie.
Yes.
Not
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
Halloween.
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Star,
He
something
should
like
be.
that. Yeah, something
Yeah.
gritty. Not Halloween, and not the monsters.
I would not watch it if he ever writes or directs a Scream movie.
Oh,
He
God.
never will.
refuse
He'll
that
never
shit.
will.
I
I
will
don't
be
think they would ever do
thinking,
that.
Nope.
I will
No.
be done.
Yeah, that's terrible. Hey, Michael, man, I know, and we're getting ready. I'm getting ready to wrap the stream up here for us. I know we've been going for a while, but man, before we wrap up, man, what are your final thoughts on this franchise? I know you love it. I know you love Halloween. What do you want to see next? Before you head out, what do you want to see next from the franchise?
I mean, this franchise is all over the place for me, but
Mhm.
the good, the bad, I love all of it. I really do. It's tough because there are a lot of different directions. I know a lot of people want to see it pick up from, Halloween 4 to give Danielle her shot and, bring Rachel back and stuff like that because they don't feel like 5 was a sufficient sequel. to what they were doing for 4. And I mean, yeah, definitely, I would love to see that. It's a very popular opinion. What's a lot of Halloween people. That would be great. But I mean, at the same time, I'm also all for, give that kid in a flashback a shot at putting the mask on from Kills. Give somebody
Yeah.
new a shot.
Mhm.
Give somebody fresh. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly what Halloween was. We
Yeah.
always have those movies, whether you like John Carpenter's version or Rob Zombie, you just watch the ones you like. At the end of the day,
That's right.
give us something new, or if you want to give us something familiar, give us a continuation for 4. I personally, I'm gonna go if he goes to space. I don't care. At the end of the day, like regardless, I'm gonna be there, to see it, whether it's good or bad. But I think I'd like to see something new. I mean, it's tough because how do you start over and make it
Yeah.
relevant, like the original,
Quentin Tarantino.
It's in a tough situation. Halloween, that I wouldn't want that job. Like you're making the
Yeah.
next Halloween movie.
Ooh.
Shit.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
hell I
Buddy
am.
Brett James Bishop already did that.
It's like
That's
I don't
right. The
really
shape of
want that job.
Halloween.
It's like to release on mainstream like that, man. I'd
Yeah.
play
Yeah.
with a fan film, but that'd be about it. I definitely wouldn't want that job. It's like being asked to direct a new Star Wars movie. It's like you're kidding. No, there's no way. I'm not touching it. There's no way.
Yeah.
So it's a tough situation. That's how I feel about it. And I'll try to have sympathy, whoever gets that job and, takes
Sure.
it on, whichever route they go. But I do love Halloween and I don't want it to die, this to be the end.
Definitely, man. And you just I just got the gut feeling that there's no way they're coming back. It's just I give him 3 years, 5 years, somewhere
That's
in
what I
there.
was saying. 5.
Well, the
and they'll
money's
probably
there.
remake it.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are gonna pay to see it, so they're gonna make it.
And
Yeah.
if, like I said, if the big wigs maybe stumble upon this video, if you're going to remake it, get Quentin Tarantino. He knows 70 films probably better than anyone that Phil. I think he can knock it out of the park.
He's only got one more movie, and he's already written it though.
So
He said he's doing 10, and his 10th one is written. He's filming it later this year.
it should be horror
Yeah.
It's not. It's
because he's actually a horror fan. He really is.
Yeah. He actually wrote a Star Trek movie that never got made, but
Oh wow.
I think the closest he ever came to horror would be Hateful Eight.
That or
Dust Till Dawn.
He didn't do
he
that.
didn't write
That
that
was
one.
Oh,
Robert
he didn't write
Rodriguez.
it.
He didn't write or direct.
Once upon a time in Hollywood, they say that's kind of horror in a way, like the end of it. But
Oh yeah, the end's awesome.
The ending's brutal, but I mean,
love it.
you kind of have that mystery aspect the entire way through. Hateful
I
Eight.
haven't seen that one. You were telling me to watch that one
It's so good.
because it's a who done it, and I haven't seen it.
yeah, it's on Netflix. It's good. There's an extended version too.
You
Yeah,
and
it's
I-
good.
we should do a watch party on my channel of Hateful Eight. It is.
Okay.
Bro,
You do it on the weekend, buddy. I'm there. Yes, it's a good movie. It's a
Okay.
good movie. I'm a Quentin Tarantino fan anyway. I really am.
Oh, he's my favorite director.
Cool.
All right,
He was
I'll
also in the
skip-
Golden Girls, just so you guys know. He was
on the Golden Girls?
He was. He played an Elvis impersonator.
That's hilarious.
Like there's a 45-minute extended version on Netflix for the Hateful Eight.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
brutal.
It's
Like, it gets pretty
It's a good-
hardcore in that movie.
I like it.
I love
It's
it.
like split down the middle, but like I overall really like the Hateful Eight. I think it's
Especially
really good.
right towards the end. Samuel
Oh.
Jackson knocks it out of the park.
And
man.
Walton Goggins.
Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I know. a lot of
Walton
people are gonna
Goggins
go-
should play Freddy Krueger.
I was just going to ask,
Spoilers.
how do y'all feel? No, I was just going to ask, how do y'all feel about Walton Goggins as Freddy Krueger?
Oh,
You can't steal
Yeah.
that from me.
Yeah.
Someone brought it up, and you said
I
Walton
brought
Goggins.
it
Like,
up
wait,
years ago.
no, we talked. It was on last night, right? No. You brought it
I
up.
told
to
you when you
Marcus.
spent the night at my house.
We weren't supposed to tell anyone about that, bro.
Not the second time he got crabs, folks.
oh my God. Well, guys, listen real quick. Michael's got to head out. So, Michael, I want to say thank you so much for coming tonight. And
Yeah, definitely.
it's great hearing your feedback and just getting more insight into your view of these movies, because I consider you a subject matter expert, my friend.
They are,
Mhm.
they are
and
not
Halloween.
always the most popular, but they are mine.
I
You know what I
love
mean?
that. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
awesome.
thanks for having me, man. It's great.
You're very welcome, my friend. Well, we'll do this again soon. We'll do this again
Definitely.
soon for sure.
Definitely.
I
Mind
would love
if
to have
I
you.
go
Go
ahead?
ahead. No,
You mind if I throw a plug for our show tomorrow night?
please, please.
All right. If you guys are Black Christmas fans, this goes for anyone in the chat, anyone on the panel. We are watching It's Me, Billy, Dave McCrae's continuation
Hell yeah.
of Black Christmas, and it'll be me, Matt, and Dave McCrae is coming too. So he's gonna hang out with us, talk about It's Me, Billy, a little bit about It's Me, Billy 2, which is in Indiegogo right now.
Nice.
And then we're gonna try to get him to talk a little bit about playing Freddy in Dylan's New Nightmare.
I was just about to ask. I was like, "Are you gonna try to get him to talk about Freddy?"
Oh yeah. You know me and Matt. We're gonna get something. You know what I mean? But no, Dave's been really cool. So we're definitely looking forward to tomorrow's show, and it's 8 p.m. tomorrow night. It should be a blast.
That's awesome. And guys, remember, you can subscribe to Movies and Beyond. Val has got the link in the chat. She's gonna. And Val, if you could put it one more time for me here as Michael's heading out. That way, it's fresh for those who've joined late. That would be much appreciated when you can. And be sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon so you don't miss any of Michael's updates. That sounds fun, man. I know you messaged me about that, and I'm gonna do my best to be at least get over there for some of that. If I can't make it for all of it,
it should be fun.
Yes.
Should be.
Well, this was a blast, man, and I definitely want to have you back for sure on my 10K stream next month.
Definitely.
If you're available. And
I'm there, man. Just let me know when and where. I'm there.
Sounds great. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate you. Had a great time.
All right. Hey, take care, everybody.
See ya.
Have a good one.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
See ya. All right. And guys, we'll go for maybe 5 more minutes if that's cool with you. You guys go to maybe till 2 a.m. Central, 3 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
That sounds
that's 3
good, yeah.
a.m. here.
7 more minutes. We'll round it out.
Yeah, I'm yawning. Something
I
serious,
know.
but I got a second wind.
Oh, good. Here's Michael's channel. Good. There you go. Awesome. So I know we've been talking a lot of Halloween,
Mhm.
and I'm totally fine with continuing that. But this is kind of like that free time. I call this free time, so it's like open forum. So is there anything you guys want to talk about? Any other movies? Any other horror topics?
Well, I come to the realizing one thing. When I look at all these horror franchises, which one is actually the best? And
Scream.
it is Scream. Because
Yeah,
the thing is, there's not a bad movie in the franchise.
There's not.
Halloween,
really not.
Nightmare, Texas, Friday. There's multiple, right?
Right.
But not Scream. Some may not be popular, but there's really not a bad movie in the franchise. So, yeah, it's Scream. Just don't reboot it. You're fine.
Exactly.
I was going through what I told you about, like looking at the most consistent. I took 2 numbers. I took the average score of the movie, and I combined that with the range, which is the difference between the highest rated and the lowest rated movie. Scream definitively wins. Also, Scream, just by the average score, Scream wins. Like, there is every slasher, there is Scream beats it. Now, Scream only has 6
Because
movies.
it's smarter.
It is smarter. I mean, the most recent 2, maybe not quite as smart as the first 4, but
Agreed.
yeah, the lowest
Still good,
rated
though.
the lowest rated Scream movie is still at a 41%. Whereas like Leprechaun, Hellraiser, Chucky, they have things that are 0%.
Wow.
Dang.
They have
There's a new Leprechaun coming.
Yeah, they just said they're gonna
Yeah,
reboot.
they just had that announced.
Well, not
yeah.
reboot. They're doing the Halloween treatment. They're going after the first.
Oh, okay. I just saw like
Wow.
update for a modern audience. So.
And
Jennifer
right now they're
Aniston's
saying,
gonna have a cameo.
I don't know, because they're saying that they're expecting
Doubt
right now
it.
Warwick ain't coming back, which you can't say. Like, there's not a lot about it, but he should, because he
Right.
did Willow and it got canceled on Disney 1 season.
I actually liked Willow.
Hmm.
I
It
thought
got-
the
yeah,
show
once-
was actually okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
one season
Warwick is getting old, man. He's
he
up
can
there.
do one more. If everybody's saying, well, Robert Englund needs to then he needs to do one more.
That's what I've been saying, man.
No, I don't think Robert Englund.
Robert's done. He's had
Yeah,
it.
he's done.
Like, I'm
He's
done.
done.
I want him. He's done.
He's
I want him
too
gone. But
old,
Warwick can at least do one more.
Did y'all
Just do
hear?
one more.
Did y'all hear what? I don't know if anyone watched my video on Robert saying he's going to leave.
I haven't seen it yet.
Robert said he'd be willing to cameo. This is my idea for a perfect cameo, right? So the way Freddy gets his powers, for those of y'all who don't remember or haven't seen it, the way Freddy Krueger gets his powers is the dream demons, right? They seek out evil people who are on the brink of death. They offer them basically a possession to bridge. They want to bridge the gap between the dream world and the real world. So they'll possess whoever it is and give them these powers. Freddy's a perfect candidate for this. He's getting killed by the families, so he can get his revenge, right? So the dream demons are the ones who give him his powers. Robert Englund and Jackie Earle Haley play these dream demons in the new Freddy or the new Nightmare, because that will literally be like a passing of the torch, like the original Freddy's as the dream demons giving the powers to the new Freddy.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
That would
It's
be
a
cool.
perfect cameo because
I would have made him like the psychiatrist, the Lane Six, like the dream guy. I thought about having him do that.
The way I always wanted it to like play out was shoot the new reboot. Let's say it's a direct sequel to the original, right? 2 and 3 didn't happen, but we also show homage to 2 and 3, like Halloween 2018 did to all the sequels. But Robert is Freddy, but he's shot like in the original. He's dark. We only see his eye. We only see him from a distance. We don't see him full force Freddy. And by the end, we see like a transition, kind of like the reboot of Candyman, to where we're passing the torch to a new Krueger. You know, maybe he didn't have just a daughter. Maybe he had a son as well. I've always wanted to see like maybe something like that. Like we as the audience discover, like we're following this one character and he realizes he's a Krueger by the end. You know, like I don't know. Like I've thought about this for a while, but
I always wrote it that he was innocent. He didn't do anything.
You always thought he was innocent?
Yeah, I started writing a script that he was innocent. Basically, his wife gets kidnapped and killed. She's 8 months pregnant, and he goes and tries to find her. Well, he winds up going to the steel factory because some druggie told him, like, yeah, there's a car that I never seen. So he winds up going to the place where he kills them, wrong place, wrong time. He gets away because there's no evidence. And then the villagers, I'd made Freddy adopted. He's not from Springwood. Springwood's probably one of those, will be those places that you ain't from there, you don't belong here. So he fell in the wrong crowd, met his wife. She changed him. Then she gets kidnapped, killed. They think it's him. There's no proof. So they kill him anyway. And then they found out the body turns up 24 hours after he's been dead 72 hours. And that's why he comes back for revenge, because he didn't find his wife. So he lost his wife, his 8th-month baby. Now he's going after all their kids, and not just the kids, the bloodline. He goes after the kids first, then the grandparents, and leaves the parents, the people who was involved, them last. And it's more.
I always
like
looked at it as they took his kids and killed him. That's why he's taking their kids.
Yeah, so that's what they like. I never caught the original. Is like he came back for revenge for killing kids because he got caught killing kids and made no. It didn't make sense to me. But if he lost his kids and maybe his family, and he was trying to find them, and there's a reason that was the reason why. Or let's just say she's a female. Freddy's a female. She was pregnant, and she was a reporter, and you got all this like Epstein stuff going around. Well, there's like this big popular like mayor party, and then she finds out what's actually going on, and they chase her and kill her while she's pregnant. So she comes back. It's like, well,
hey JT, hang on, I'm gonna jump in. Polar's gonna head out.
Yeah, sorry,
Polar,
gotta get going.
she's gotta get going. So I want to say goodnight to Polar real quick. Sorry about that. Thank you, Polar, for everything. Appreciate you being here tonight. Hope you had a good time.
I had a fantastic time. Thank you for having me. I hope
You're
you guys have a
welcome.
great night. I'm crashing.
Yeah.
It's late. No, I am too.
Yeah.
We're about to shut it.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. We'll see you soon, though.
Bye.
I say
Bye.
I could go for like another 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like,
I know.
I got to stay up. But it's like I have all these ideas. Like I really, because there was always could Freddy be a woman? Well, not be called Freddy, but yeah, I mean, it worked for me. The Hellraiser,
Rika.
I loved it. I loved the female Hellraiser. But you know, I would actually call her Amanda Kruger.
I don't want a female Freddy, honestly.
Mm.
I mean, I'm
Because-
cool with him like having a daughter, and then
Mhm.
maybe like we never knew that he had a son as well, because it has to be a Kruger, whoever we're passing the torch to.
Mhm.
If we're going to make it canon to the original, right? Or they could just completely remake it like they did Jackie Earl Haley, but I really want it to be connected to the original.
Yeah. I don't want the same Freddy. I don't want a funny Freddy.
It doesn't have to be Freddy. It could be.
At
It has to be
all.
Kruger, though.
But yeah, it could be Kruger. But the thing is, and that's where it's going to be hard for Nightmare, and I think that's why we haven't got one. Is if you do a Kruger, everybody's going to want a Freddy Krueger. But I mean, if you look at the remake, that was actually the original script. What they gave us, the original script, that's what he supposed to be. The word that I don't like saying, we all know what I'm talking about, and that's why I didn't like it as well. But that's what it's tough because yeah, give me a Freddy, but if you make a female version, I'm fine with that too because I have Hellraiser and I'm like, well, look at Hellraiser. A lot of people didn't like it. I did because originally Hellraiser was a woman. So do you go against the grain? It's like, let's do this, be more creative, or let's just give us a Freddy that's just funny and it's just Robert Englund. To that point, I won't watch it.
I definitely don't want it to be funny.
Yeah, I don't. I want like two. I want it dark. I want it. He meant evil. If we get another funny Freddy, I'll be like, I've already seen this. I don't want this. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm not hundreds of thousands of people. You know, everybody want one thing. You know, it's different, something different.
Sure. Well, my biggest thing is if you're gonna bring Freddy back
Mhm.
and you're gonna make him like Robert Englund, then you're already
Yeah.
you're already setting yourself up for failure because
Yeah.
you're not gonna top him. You're just not gonna. It's like don't even try to go there. It'd be like it. You know,
You can't.
you just can't.
You
You're not
can't.
going to. You're not going to
Yeah.
win that. You're better off, you know, going a different direction. Like you say, darker, make him serious.
Like it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I
They
don't
need to
think
go
they-
that direction.
I don't think it should be Freddy at all. I'm going to be honest, because if you think about it, I mean, you obviously have Freddy's Dead, but it's Nightmare on Elm Street. That's the name of the movies, and then you have
That's true.
this idea of the Dream Demons, which are canon.
Mhm.
You could have anyone.
Not
could be.
really, though.
Yeah, you can. Why not? Dream Demons, Freddy.
But
Krueger's not
everybody
the only
hates
person.
Freddy's Dead.
Ugh.
I mean,
I hate that film. I hate it more than anything. Not because he had a
I'm
daughter.
not
I'd be
saying
like,
that I
okay.
wouldn't accept it, but I don't think like mainstream.
fans.
Yeah.
I don't think they would.
yeah, but they're also gonna be. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where you're.
It's
damned
something
if
that
do,
you would
damned
have
if
to
you don't.
reintroduce, not make it
Yeah.
canon from that. You would have
Yeah.
to reintroduce it and make it right.
You have to explain the Dream Demons for
Right.
like the get go because if you just here then boom, they'd be like, what's going on? It's like that's why I always say do a prequel now, like nowadays. Do a prequel first. Get them on a journey. All right, we're starting here. Let's take them here. Not go here, then let's go back and explain this
Do you
because
know what
they
you-
all do that.
Do you know what you do? You to hell with it. You get Robert Englund back as Freddy for 5 minutes in the movie, and Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger is the one who passes the powers to the new person. There you go. Whoever it is, it's not Freddy Krueger anymore, but you got your Freddy Krueger for
It's got to
5
be
minutes.
his son.
It doesn't have to be a Krueger.
Well,
I
the
disagree.
thing-
It can be anyone, any bad person.
Okay, who would it be though? Who would you accept that is not a Krueger name?
A new character, anyone, man. I'm
Actually,
not.
create somebody new. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying take someone from the previous franchise. The only person that matters from the
I just
previous
feel like
franchise
Nightmare
right
on
now-
Elm Street is just as mainstream as the name Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger is very mainstream. That's correct. However, I don't think you have to be successful to be.
Well,
how am I trying to say this? It doesn't need Freddy Krueger to be successful. It's Nightmare on Elm Street. It has a good solid mythos behind it to where it could lead into someone else. And if it fails, erase it. I mean, we've done that several times with horror at this point.
Yeah, well, it's like the script I was writing at the very end of the movie, because it's never going to happen. At the very end of the movie, they found out who the real Springwood Slasher is, and it's Robert Englund. He's made him like the professor. You know, he was the real Springwood Slasher this whole time. He's the one that threw the hypnosil in, so that's why Freddy didn't know who he was until Nancy. I made Nancy a reporter. She figured it all out, and she brought Robert Englund into the dream world, and you had the real Springwood Slasher, which is, canon, Robert Englund, and the new Freddy.
That's why I think it should be a direct sequel. It should be a requel. It should be a direct sequel to the original. Scrap 2 and 3, even though that we love those movies, but show homage to them. Show that we, show a little bit of that. Show
I'd
that
say remake it.
We find
Just remake
Nancy's diary, like Jesse did. Show the whole the pool scene where Freddy's pulled out and he's slashing through people. That was a really cool scene. Show these different things, but we're doing our own thing at the same time,
Yeah, I think they should remake it, because if you do, let's go after the first one, everybody's going to just assume, oh God, this is just like Halloween. And then Halloween ends. And that's going to be a little touch and go, because there are big Nightmare on Elm Street fans. I mean, it's almost up there with Halloween. And if you're going to do a complete sequel from the first one and you don't get Robert, I don't see how that's just going to be doable. I mean, I don't know. And he won't do his own work. He said it before. That's why he didn't do the remake. He goes, actors don't redo their own work. So I don't know. That's what I say. To me, just remake the Nightmare on Elm Street. Get a good director, a good writer. I'd probably get the director who did the newer It chapter 1 and 2.
And Muschietti.
Yeah, I think
he's doing the Flash as well.
Yeah,
James Wan for me.
That's what I was thinking.
James Wan. So I get somebody, and actually it's somebody who knows the franchise, who loves the franchise, and the writers, and you really can't lose, because I don't like actors like, what's your favorite one? They're always going to say the first one, because that's what they know. Like, I want to be a question. Like, if I had the chance to interview somebody, what's your third favorite Nightmare on Elm Street? What's your favorite glove? What's your favorite? And see what they would say. Get a true fan. Like a new Freddy Krueger, let it be a fan. Let it be a fan. Somebody who knows the character. Somebody who knows the mythology.
The remake had a lot of potential. There's a lot of stuff that was cut out of the movie that should have been in it. And
I thought they was doing the innocent road. I was like, oh my God, they're doing my idea. And this is going to be so awesome if they are. And they didn't. I'm like, well, and then they made him what he was. And I walked out. I'm like, nope. No.
I love the remake, but one thing the remake did great, it introduced that I hadn't seen before, was the idea of the micro naps, like your body.
That was cool.
Your body forcing you to go to sleep without you knowing it for just split seconds. Because if you think about it, you're being haunted in your dreams and you can't control it, like 10 seconds every hour. You're just going to be asleep and not realize it. I'm like, that is terrifying. That's such a good concept that they need to reintroduce.
Yeah.
That was the best part of the movie.
Cecil, the director from Dylan's New Nightmare, as I told him, I walked out, and he goes, so you're fine with him being a child murderer, but not a child, right? And I really gave that some time. Like, yeah, because the problem was Freddy's not going to stop doing that. That's my whole point. If you're telling me that he was a child, then he died, he had a change of heart. No, he'd do it worse. He'd do it more. I don't think he would even kill the kid.
That's why I always saw it as a revenge thing. Like, they took his kids. That's why he killed the M Street kids. He took their kids. The people that burned him, they were the reason why his kids were taken. So he killed their kids.
and Freddy's dead. If they had it that his daughter died, I agree with you. I was like, that makes more sense. But her being alive, and I just don't like that
See,
film.
I think y'all are looking at this too practically and not in the right sick mind, because killers, and this is real, like real killers and people who do those things, refer to their victims as their whatever. I don't think he meant they took my kids like you took my biological children. I think he meant you took my kids like you took my victims, like you took the opportunity for me to get more. That's what I think it is. I don't think he cares about his.
I don't know if I agree with that with Freddy though.
Yeah, because he doesn't really do anything sexual in the movie.
Not with his own kids
at all, especially with his own kids, and even with the kids now. Yeah,
I wasn't
he
referring
doesn't.
to.
I mean,
I
yeah,
wasn't
he
referring
brings
to anything sexual at all. I was referring just to as a victim.
a victim of what though?
Of
like he
murder.
was going to kill his own kids?
No, I'm not referring to his own kids at all. Let's take part 1 and 2 where he doesn't have kids, or at least it's not revealed.
Mhm.
His kids are the victims. They're the ones he has memories of. He keeps that scrapbook of.
Well, that was in Freddy versus Jason, and I don't count that as a nightmare. I don't count as a Friday 13th either.
Hear me out. He keeps mementos. Like if you're a serial killer, you keep something. You have your pattern.
Mm.
When he talk about kids being taken and his kids, I don't think he's referring to his biological children.
Yeah, his victims. Yeah, like you're all my children now. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what he said in the second one. Yeah.
Exactly. Like he's talking about victims, people he's gonna like, lives he's taken or destroyed, and the parents who killed him, whether or not he was guilty doesn't matter. The parents who killed him took away his ability to get new children to do.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why he did come back. I mean he got killed, but he wasn't done. Yeah,
exactly. I don't think he's taking their children because they took his biological children. I think he's taking their children because he's pissed at them that he can't keep on doing what he was doing.
And that, and I mean, and I get that, but at the same time, he knows what he was doing. It's like, really, you come back for revenge because they killed you because what you did. And then in the movie, it's like, well, we forgot to place the warrant. Bull, that would have never happened. Even if they misplaced the warrant, they would have got another one. And there would have been some kind of DNA anywhere. Because if you look at Freddy's Dead, which I hate that, all his gloves was in the basement. His wife found it. And then his daughter found it. So it's like that's what I'm saying about franchises being ups and downs. They all have their ups and downs, especially that one. You
got to do a direct sequel to the original or
reboot it or remake. And my ideal remakes change everything. Keep the title, keep the character names, but change the story. Because if not, they're going to put up to the original and it's going to fail.
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street is the second most inconsistent franchise. The difference, range is 81. There is an 81 point difference between the highest rated movie and the lowest rated movie.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the first, it's like even all 6, and then you look at New Nightmare, completely different.
But it's not just the guy behind the mask.
Yeah.
New Nightmare is the second highest rated Freddy movie.
That movie's amazing.
Because it's in the real world. I mean, it wasn't really Freddy Krueger. They put him in the real world, so it's like he's an entity in that. That's why I love that. I didn't like the glove. I didn't like the glove, and I didn't like the orange fedora. But if they just gave what he actually wears in all the other movies and just put the trench coat on, that's a scary Freddy.
It's a terrifying really Freddy.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Wes killed it, man. He was great.
I miss him so much.
I know.
You kind of think about what would he come out with now?
Oh, could you imagine? I can't tell you how incredible it would be for us to do streams like this, talking about Wes's new movie coming out next month.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, oh my gosh.
Bro, 2 to 3 videos a day.
What was that movie that he was going to make before he passed away? That was like a vampire, a werewolf, and a zombie was going to go on a road trip. Do y'all remember him talking about that before he...
Well, here's what I remember.
He was getting ready to make that, and he got really sick.
Trying to remember. Well, here's what I remember, and I'm going to let you expand on that more. I know this. the year he passed was 2015, and he had just signed earlier in that year, it was August of 2015, and like in March or April of that year, he signed a multi-deal contract with the Sci-Fi TV network, and he was going to produce at least 2 sci-fi movies for the network. One of them was about a psychiatrist who was seeing patients, and they were sharing there was like 7 patients. Anyway, I used to have I probably can find it online. It was a really interesting synopsis. It sounded really cool. And one of them was like turning into murdering people. And then he was going to produce a remake, or he was going to do a remake of The People Under the Stairs. He was going to remake his own movie.
That would have been interesting. That would have been really, really interesting because I love that film.
Yep, he was going to do it for theaters. That was outside of the Sci-Fi picture deals that he had, and he was working on. He wanted to remake The People Under the Stairs, and that's those projects I was aware of that was in motion in 2015, which is why I was so stunned when he passed away, because that was just months before he died. He signed those contracts, and you know, boom. And then of course the Sci-Fi Network posted a statement that said, of course, we we're so sorry and all, for Wes's. It said we're going to honor Wes and we're going to continue moving forward with the projects he had written, because he had written them. He already had the stuff done, and they claimed they were going to continue to go ahead and make those stories, but they never did. Unfortunately.
Maybe one day. We never know.
Yeah, they own the rights to them. They've got the writings,
and they got Nightmare. It went back to the Craven estate.
Yes,
Nightmare rights did so.
That's right. But yeah, we would have gotten a new People Under the Stairs by Wes Craven in 2016, probably. Yeah,
that would have been very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's probably some things he wanted to do and he just couldn't. You know what I mean? There's probably something that's hitting his mouth like, man, I wanted to do that and should do that and that and that. Because you hear it from every director. I really want to do this, but timing or budget.
Yeah.
Now he was the maestro. Like there's no budget. Like that wasn't even in his dictionary. It's like, budget? What's that? I can do whatever I want.
No, yeah. They'd hand him $30-40 million.
Yeah.
Go make your movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't ever see Scream going to Blumhouse, because he don't like spending a lot of money at all, which is not a bad thing. But.
No, he specializes. That's the Blumhouse's specialty is low budget, high reward horror movies, and I'm cool with that because it gives a lot of filmmakers new filmmakers an opportunity to get more horror out there. Yeah,
but for somebody like an established brand like that, probably not a good fit. Although Halloween was an exception.
That's true. That is true.
Look how much money they made.
You can't make a Nightmare movie on a low budget.
No.
Dude.
That's going to be so hard, especially if they do practical.
Reborn.
Yeah. I watched like 15 minutes of that and I turned it off. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. My wife's like, I told you, you could do a better job on your green screen in the basement. But they did. I'm like,
it's true. It was a terrible movie.
But yeah, so that's why I'm fine.
Which movie? You talking about the remake or Nightmare?
Jeepers Creepers Reborn.
The Reborn. Jeepers Creepers.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Yeah. No. I haven't watched it yet.
That's why I'm fine if we don't get a new Nightmare or like a reboot. If they really want to keep it close to the vest, it's like we really don't want to screw this up like Ends and other acronyms. But like I said, new Nightmare was my final farewell to Freddy. I'm fine with that. I'm happy.
Yeah.
But if they want to bring it back, they just got to do it right, man. Especially for me, they have to do it right.
Danielle's got an interesting comment. She says, "If Scream does not revive Stu, I'm with you, Danielle." But then she says, "Lillard as the new killer in Nightmare." Ooh.
Well, no, somebody posted this question when we used to do the show. Matthew Lillard as Freddy. I'm like, no, because I think he would do that funny route. And if it's a brand new, like say they remake it, I don't want a funny Freddy.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've seen Lillard play serious, cruel, like not that funny guy. And
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If it isn't the funny Lillard,
yeah,
okay, because he's you probably want a taller Freddy, not like 5'10", whatever. So yeah, if he was a serious, not Freddy's, just dark, yeah, I can see probably Lillard doing it, knocking it out of the park, honestly, because he is a good actor. I know.
Yeah,
he
he
is.
really is.
Devin
Yeah,
Sawa has mentioned that he wants to play Freddy.
I like to see William Dafoe do it.
Yeah, these guys are all too old. I'm gonna be honest. Like
Walton Goggins.
Or even him, he's in his 50s, man.
Sam Rockwell would fucking be
Sam
awesome.
Rockwell, dude.
Yeah.
He's
That'd be
also in
interesting.
his 50s, though. Like,
Here's the thing.
he's
Nowadays,
sitting up
they're
there.
not going to do 7 or 8. They're only probably going to do 2 or 3.
and that's the thing. I don't.
Yeah.
That's fine.
They're usually only 3 picture deals anyways.
Yeah. So
I want
that's all enough to
someone
do
like
with 3.
20s or 30s who maybe they
I
don't
say
sign
30.
a 5-picture deal. Maybe they sign a 2-picture deal, but they're still not aged out of the role if they want to do another 2-picture deal. Like if you get someone in their 50s, like Sam Rockwell, I think he's 54. If they do a movie every 2 years, by the time they do 3 movies, he's already up into his 60s. Like, and every 2 years is a fast pace.
Well,
for
you can
those
say
movies.
same with Robert Englund. I mean, everybody wants him to come back, and dude, he's 75. You can
Well, I
see
don't
them
want
in the Goldbergs. I don't want him to come back, but the thing is, 60's still not old. I mean, if he stays in shape and everything, and you're talking about makeup, it's the same with Wes Craven when he talked about Robert. He's too young, and then he was like, "Oh wait, I'm putting makeup on him." Duh. So it doesn't matter about the age.
I'm not
No,
talking looks. I'm talking being able to physically do what they would need to do and everything. Because that's what Robert
It's
said.
all
He's like,
about
I
how
can't.
it's executed.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. I think get someone.
Freddy's not really ever running.
Yeah, that's only Freddy versus Jason that he really fought. You know what I mean? And I mean, I get it. Like if there was going to be like a Freddy, which is supposed to have been a Freddy versus Jason 2, and I get it, but yeah, he don't really. I mean, he did run in the beginning, but 9 times out of 10, he was just messing with them. He just appeared.
I'm just saying, if it isn't that big of a physical role, then
Yeah.
why would Robert Englund say he's not coming back?
Because he's
He said-
75 and he has
said
a
he's
bad
not gonna-
back and neck. I mean, he can't come back. I mean,
Which means it's a physical role, at least too physical for him at that age to do. So
yeah, but not
there's some
50.
But he could make a cameo to where he's in the dream world and passing the torch to somebody.
Oh yeah. I
Like the whole
definitely want-
Candyman aspect at the end of that.
Oh, I definitely want that, but I'm saying whoever you get, 50 is not old for 1 or 2 movies, but I want someone who has the potential to do more, because Robert Englund played that role for 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
20 years to the
and
year.
it was kind of long. I mean, nowadays we don't need 7 films. It's just a good 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And that's the attention to everybody now. There's like, oh, you'll hear it. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one.
It depends on the franchise. Like if you're saying about Fast and the Furious, you're 100% right. Everyone's going to be like, there's another one. So who in their 20s or 30s? I've got a couple ideas.
All right, this is going to be, guys, our last question. Then I'm going to close the stream down.
I think Dylan O'Brien should do it. He's a thin, like tall guy, kind of like Robert Englund. He can do comedy, but he can also do scary. Like he's got physical roll down. I think he's got huge potential, and he could do it for years. He's done action. He's done comedy.
Who the fuck is
20
that?
or 30s.
Did you ever see the Maze Runner movies?
Oh yeah. I know Dylan.
He's the main character.
Oh, the dude from Teen Wolf. Yeah, Styles.
Exactly. Styles. Remember?
Yeah.
Did you remember?
I said it before. He can do it. He can be a Freddy.
Yeah, season 3.
When he was like possessed or whatever. Oh,
by the Nagitsune. He is terrifying.
Yeah, he can definitely do it. Yeah,
he would be a perfect.
That'd be my vote. Yeah,
Dylan O'Brien, because I think he's like 31 or 32.
Mm-hmm.
You got 20 years out of him, and then he's only in his 50s. So
20 years of Freddy movies.
That's what Robert Englund did. He did it from 70.
He was 35 or 36, He was in his late 30s when he did Freddy, because I wanted to be Freddy when I was 30. I think he was 37, because I was 37. It's like, it'd be nice because my name's Robert. My real name's Robert. It's like, if I'm 37, it'd be nice if they cast me as Freddy. It might be a Robert thing, but it didn't happen.
Yeah. But Robert Englund did it from 84 to I think 04 was Freddy versus Jason, which was his last film. But Tom Holland, I don't.
Oh, 03. It is literally 13 years old this year. Yeah. So 2003, Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah. So he did it for 19 years versus 20 years. But yeah, Tom Holland, I don't know. He's too much of a good guy.
And short. He's real short.
He's very small. Joseph Gordon-Levitt he's actually a little older too. He's probably 40s, maybe late 30s. I don't know. Ezra Miller. Oh no, Jamie, why would you say that?
I got 3 choices.
All right, what you got, Dustin?
All right, my top one is Walton Goggins. I'll never move from that.
What's he in? What again? That was the
Vice Principals. He's in that new.
Is he in Hateful Eight?
No,
he is in Hateful Eight. He's the sheriff.
Who is Daisy Domerduke?
Or Daisy Domergue.
Yeah.
He's so good. He's also in he's in a bunch of stuff. He's so good.
Okay.
So Walton Goggins, Sam Rockwell, or Caleb Landry Jones. Those are my 3 choices.
Caleb Landry Jones. I've heard that name, but I can't put a face to it. Let me Google it.
I just think that if we want to go younger, I'm picking Caleb Landry Jones. I think he would be really good. I mean, I'm not opposed to Devin Sawa. I never thought about that until he even brought that up, that he was interested to do it. So I would like to see some testing footage of him doing it, just to see if he could pull it off.
So Caleb Landry Jones is from Get Out. He plays the brother.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, he looks creepy all by himself.
So I would go my 3. Dylan O'Brien. That's a good choice. Jake Gyllenhaal, because he's a good actor. He's a real good actor. And if I want to go older, Woody Harrelson.
I don't know.
Because if you watch The Watchmen, or not The Watchmen, The Highwayman on Netflix, when he's in the bathroom and when he pulls the gun and he grunts his teeth, put the Freddy makeup on him. He'd sell it. Because that's how I figured it out. It's like, because
he's still too old though.
Yeah, he's too. Let's decide if we go old, we only get 2 pictures, and we might one Woody Harrelson.
I'm only going to give 2 choices. Dylan O'Brien, and I'm staying younger, but Cameron Monaghan. If you ever watched Gotham, he played the Joker.
Oh, he's also in the Star Wars games.
The games, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cameron Monaghan, if you ever just watch the scene where he goes from being a normal person to being revealed as to who he really is, oh my God, it's chilling. So I'm going either Cameron Monaghan or good old Styles Stalinsky.
Yeah, if we go young, I say Styles, but they'd probably go older. They usually have what studios usually do.
That's right, Jamie. He was in Shameless as well, but I only know him from those.
What about Will Poulter?
He's too big with Marvel right now.
Well, I mean, not only that, he was originally supposed to play Pennywise before Skarsgård got it. He dropped out because the director dropped out. He chose to drop out. They didn't fire him or anything. He chose to drop out because the vision and the director dropped out, so he went with that.
There's another good pick. I guarantee Skarsgård can do it.
I mean, I think he could too. I bet you could. That's. I mean, him playing Pennywise and Freddy, that would be crazy.
I'll give you 2 choices for me: one young and one old.
Right.
I'm going to actually go with Caleb Landry Jones. Honestly, the guy's amazing in Get Out. I never remember him, and then until I do, he could totally do the role like that, man. I would believe that. And the other one, I'm gonna pick. It's an actor who I already like anyway. He's getting up there. Okay, I know that, and I'm aware. I don't care though. I'm gonna give his name, and it's the guy that Robert England actually chose himself to be the next
Bacon.
Freddy Krueger. It's Kevin
Yeah.
Bacon.
Yeah. He
That's
could do
right.
it. Oh, he can do it.
He could totally do
He
it,
can totally
man.
do it.
So those are my two choices: Kevin Bacon.
And if his attitude was
Caleb.
like the guy on when he played X-Men
Sebastian Shaw.
yeah, if that attitude, it was not really comical, but it was like menacing and stuff. It's like if he took that to Freddy, that'd be interesting.
It
Or
would
Hollow
be.
Man.
And
Oh,
Hollow Man,
yeah.
Good.
yeah.
He was a menace in that movie.
Yes, he was.
Or Stir of Echoes.
He was good in story. Yeah, it's like
That's another one.
So yeah, it's like he likes the genre. He respects it. So at
Yeah.
first, when I was younger, I heard him like, no. Then of course I'm older. I'm like, actually, that'll work.
You only get a few out of them, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, heck yeah. All right, guys, this has been absolutely amazing. We've gone almost 5 hours.
Yeah, I was about to say almost a 5-hour stream.
See what Halloween does to people.
This is what I'm telling you, man. But it's been a great night. I will say this.
Somebody said Matt Rife.
Oh my gosh. I mean, look, it's amazing we've still got 25 people here at this time of the morning at 3:30 a.m. on a Saturday night. But I want to say this real quickly. I should have mentioned it earlier, but this Tuesday at 6 p.m., guys, the OG Ghostface himself, Lee Waddell, will be here on the channel from 6 to 7, 1 full hour for a live interview and discussion. And I'll be asking him all about his time killing Drew Barrymore as Casey Becker. And as you see him there, and just this experience working with Wes on the entire film of Scream 1, as well as there's other films with Wes that he's done as well. But you guys don't want to miss it. It's going to be a special day. So mark your calendars, and better yet, click the link. I'll try to put it in the chat really quick.
I got it.
You got it? Thank you,
Yeah,
Eric.
I do it for you.
I appreciate it, man. Eric's going to post it now. Direct link to the stream. So if you could just click it, and we're trying to get that thing up to as close to 100 thumbs up likes as we can get before we launch the stream. Last time I looked, we were at 50 something. So it's on its way, but it's going to be awesome, guys. It's this Tuesday, 6 p.m. Central. That's 7 p.m. Eastern for 1 hour with Lee Waddell. All right.
There's
excited.
a link.
Are you going to ask
great.
him? Does he think Stu's alive? You're going to ask him that question?
I probably will, actually, because, yeah, I probably will. In fact, I don't know if you saw my short.
I did.
You see the Alan Robinson? I asked
Yeah,
Alan Robinson, is he alive? And he says, to answer your question, it's likely. And I was like, there we go. And so, he was Matthew Lillard's stunt double in the finale of Scream. He's the one that dove over the couch with Sydney. He's the one the TV was actually thrown on. And he actually said himself that it's likely he was alive. He said he could have just momentarily stopped him, and then he rose back up again. And so I'm going to ask Lee Waddell as well what he thinks about Stu Macher. And hey,
Good old TV Stu.
Oh, that there, man. I'm telling you.
I'm getting it signed by Matthew.
That's so awesome. He's going to flip out when he sees that, dude.
I hope so. Like, this will be the second time. I'll be like, you remember the train you signed? Yeah, I braid that too, but here's this.
Yes.
That's what scares me for Scream 7. If they don't bring him back, I hope people don't make it negative. You know what I mean? Because it'd be a great movie, but because there's a lot of hype with Stu coming back on 7. I'm hearing it everywhere. I mean,
well, they set it up so much in 6.
Yeah.
Like they pointed to it so much in 6, but good movie. As long as it's
a good movie, but I hate to, younger generation hate to blame that, but like, well, Stu's not, and like, well, still a good movie. We didn't have him in the 2 through 5 or 6, so I'm just I'm kind of worried, but not, you know what I mean?
I hear you, man. Well, hopefully they'll do the right thing and put him and bring him back and make it a good story. And
Yeah.
If they do
but
bring him back, I don't want it to be like rushed. Don't
no,
make it a rushed
No.
ending. Let
Mm-mm.
us be there for a while. I don't want it to be like, oh, he's revealed and then a scuffle.
I want that
and then he's
surprise, like,
dead.
oh, but hint it that it's somebody else, and then like he just comes out of a curtain or just takes off the mask and like, oh my god, I want that element of surprise. It's like I knew it, but I didn't know it.
yes, and something else that's maybe a surprise for you guys. It may not be, but this coming Thursday, we can. And speaking of Scream 6 and going into 7, this Thursday, guys, I'm hosting a watch party on the channel at 6:30 p.m. And look who's going to be here. Michelle Laliberte, the production designer for Scream 6, is coming back. And she's going to watch the movie with us on Thursday. And you do not want to miss this. So as we're going through, and if you guys saw the interview, you'll remember she was responsible for basically everything you see. The sets, the paint on the walls, everything, guys. The subway station, the subway cars, anything that was a set piece, anything that was the design, the shrine, everything was all her and her teams, plural. So anyway, guys, you've got to come watch Scream 6 Thursday at 6:30, and she's going to share more insight as we're actually watching it. And I can't wait to hear what she's going to share with the scenes as they come up, throughout the movie. And I have to tell you also, if you guys saw the interview I did yesterday, you already know, but I interviewed Max Laferriere, the Ghostface from 6, and Jason Cavalier, the bodega clerk, and they both have agreed to return to the channel for a Scream 6 watch party. And so we're going to get both of them back, and we're going to have Ghostface sitting here live the entire movie to watch it with us and through the scenes of all the attacks that he does. It's going to be phenomenal. If it'll be a minor miracle, I'm trying to see if I can get them on Thursday with Michelle.
That'd be
to have
cool.
all three on the panel. Max doesn't know. He says he's supposed to shoot film this week. He's waiting for the film schedule, and he's going to let me know. And also, Jason told me today, he emailed me, and he got a notification. His schedule's starting to get busy, but we're going to stay in contact. So it'll probably be a second time, but you know what? It's just it's another stream. It's another time to get together and watch the movie again. And I have no problem with that. So, like maybe in July. But they're coming back anyway. And so anyway, guys, just fun stuff coming up next Tuesday. We've got Lee. And then next Thursday, Michelle's back. So get ready to watch Scream 6 again. It's going to be fun. And they're early start times, so get ready. 6 and 6:30 Central.
And for anyone wondering, if you're in Eastern, it's 1 hour later. So 6:30 start time would be 7:30 Eastern.
That's right. Thank you, Eric. That's right. So it's 7 p.m. on Tuesday Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Eastern on Thursday.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, Paula. There you go. New Hampshire. Yeah. So there you go. Thank you for clarifying that.
And actually, if you look at the stream, like if you go to the video, it tells you the start time in your current time, like in your time zone.
It does. You're right.
Yeah. So if they want to go give it a like button early, it'll tell them your time in your time.
And you should do that. Go give it a like button already.
That's a great point. I would appreciate that.
I think it's at 54 or 55 right now.
55, yeah. 55. In fact, I think, Eric, you already put a link, didn't you? I just threw a link there, but I think you just did that.
I did a few minutes ago, yeah.
Okay. Did you put a link for Michelle by chance? Probably not, because I wasn't talking about it.
No, I didn't, but I could do that.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. I got
We'll do a link here. Thanks. Eric's going to post a link for Michelle's movie party. And yeah, that's right, Danielle. Remember, Scream 6 is free on
Mhm.
Paramount Plus.
Mm-hmm.
So you want
All of them except 4.
Yeah, I
Believe that?
know.
It's like
You know,
what?
4
I had
likes
to go to Amazon Prime to watch 4. I'm like, I don't like
Right.
doing this. I want to go because I was going boom boom. I'm like, where's 4? What's on Amazon? Damn it! Then I go
4
to,
likes to do
then
its
I go
own
to
thing,
4.
man.
Then I go back to Paramount Plus on 5 and 5 and 6. I'm like, I don't like this. This is dumb.
There you go, everyone. There's the link for the watch party this Tuesday.
Oh, thank you, Eric.
Is there a reason for that?
I think maybe it's Weinstein's. If I have to guess,
Well,
maybe.
yeah, it's something with the contracts they have that run for a certain
Mhm.
period of time, and then they other networks or streaming services bid or whatever, and they get it for a certain period of time. And Scream 4 used to be free on Netflix for
Yeah,
a long
you're
time,
right. You're right. You're right.
and then
Scream
it
4 is
left.
also Scream 4 had a licensing issue, and that's the reason it's the only one that couldn't use Red Right Hand.
Yeah, man, that's a shame too.
Mm.
Man, that's such an integral part of when I think of Scream. Red
Mhm.
Right Hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was watching someone. It was modern here. It was within the last year, and they were watching Scream for the first time, and they heard Red Right Hand, and they're like, "Oh, it's the Peaky Blinders song." I'm like, "You hold your tongue, young bucks." This was decades before Peaky Blinders came out. How dare you?
Yeah, that's right, man. This is this is Scream, baby. This is Ghostface, Wes Craven, man. Come on.
That's why I want my oldest stepson to like stream because he loves Ghostface. That's his all-time favorite. I'm like, man, you like him? Just do watch parties. I'll jump in with you and pick on you. And he's like, nah, he's a military kid, so I get it. But
there you go.
it's like just food for thought. When you're bored, just jump on YouTube and
Heck yeah.
make a video or a short.
I've definitely done that sometimes. I'm a little bored. I'm like, I'm going to jump on a live stream and see who's up to chat.
Yeah, because after this, I'm going to be making a video for Tuesday, talk about Leprechaun and what we do in the shadows. Show.
The movie was amazing. I've never watched the show.
Oh man, I binge watched it when I had the sickness. We all know what kind of sickness I had, and I binge watched the first season and the second season, then caught up on the third. I love it. It's funny. It's really funny.
I like the movie and the shows.
Yeah.
What show is that again?
What We Do in the Shadows. It's on Hulu.
It's a vampire werewolf thing.
It's more vampire.
It's more vampire.
Yeah, Taika Waititi and Jermaine Clement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they Flight of the Conchords people.
Okay.
They wrote the movie, and then the movie was successful, and they made the TV
show. Yeah, and Mark Hamill's actually in it as a vampire. It's fun.
Yeah, he is.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Hey, fun fact: if anybody ever knew, Robert Englund auditioned for Han Solo back in the day.
Yeah,
and the only way that we could give credit to Robert Englund that we got Mark Hamill to play Luke Skywalker because he actually stole the script or took the script after his audition and said, "Hey, I think you'd be great for this part." Mark Hamill went in and auditioned for Luke Skywalker, and the rest is history.
He spread the leaves for Halloween. He spread the leaves.
Yeah, he did that too. Yep.
Mm-hmm. He's everywhere, man. He's
Totally.
he's everywhere.
All right. Well, guys, thanks for everything. I want to be in everyone in the chat. If you're here for the live chat, rather, and if you're watching on replay, go and subscribe to these amazing friends of mine and fellow content creators: JT, the Real Horror Syndicate, the Bearded Entertainment, Eric, and of course, Destin over at Destination Station. Great stuff and great friends. You're going to love what they do. And I'm sure you've already loved watching them for 5 hours. Because I know I have.
We just hit 5 hours right now. So it's a 5-hour stream.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's like the OG.
No shots.
And exactly, no shots. That's right. All right, well,
over.
That's it, man. All right, I'll see you guys backstage for just for like a couple of minutes. And for everyone in the chat, though, thank you again. Thanks for all those who gifted memberships and super chats tonight. It was a lot of fun, as always. And you're welcome, Caden. We appreciate you. And thank you all. I see all you saying good night. We'll catch you on the next stream or the next video. But until then, this is Craven Something Scary, where it's all horror all the time. Good night, guys.
Bye, y'all.